And welcome to Thruxton, where the British Touring Car Championships resumes after a break which has seen Royal Ascot, Wimbledon, the Open and, of course, the World Cup dominate the sporting agenda. But we're back racing, and where better to satisfy our need for speed than at the UK's fastest circuit, with one man hoping to continue his red-hot form, fresh from another hugely successful round at Alton Park. It's championship leader, the ever-popular Ash Sutton.
Welcome to Cheshire, the fourth weekend of the British Touring Car Championship. It is, of course, the marvellous Alton Park.
We go racing, and a good start is made by Sutton. It's going to be Dan Camish that lead. Off the road is Lewis Selby coming down towards Lodge. Dan Camish breaks his 2026 duck by winning race one at Alton Park.
Alton Park is becoming a happy hunting ground.
A great start by Sutton, who goes for a gap in the middle. Sutton is up into fifth place already.
Oh, now we're side by side. Sutton is through to second.
There's the lead switch. Camish just gets out of his way. Win number 52 of Ash Sutton's career.
We just keep picking up the hard cars with the boost and cracking on.
It is round 12.
Rayford's up the outside, cleanly gets through.
That is Selby and Chilton in the gravel. Race 3 at Alton Park is going to be a BMW win. Charles Rayford brings it home.
Super happy the car was on rails the whole race.
So was yet another win in Cheshire for the smiling Ash Sutton, his fifth of the year, continuing an unparalleled start to the season for the championship leader. No wins but 3 podium finishes allowed Tom Ingram to close the gap ever so slightly on his great rival. And Dan Camish ignited his championship challenge with the biggest points haul of the weekend, including that lights to flag win in race 1. So let's have a look at the standings. It's Ash Sutton with an incredible 9 top 2 finishes, who still sits top of the standings. But Tom Ingram has cut that gap ever so slightly to 48 points. And the Cheshire Cat, who got most of the cream at Alton Park, was Dan Camish, the biggest mover of the weekend. Now, Napa Racing still hold a big lead at the top of the Teams Championship, with WSR in second and Team Virtue in third. Alliance Racing Ford continue to dominate the manufacturers' standings. Just 7 points separate the top 3 in the independent drivers' table, with Mikey Doble leading the way. And there's just a 1 point gap between first and second in the team standings. And on to the Jack Sears Trophy. There was a 3-peat for Dexter Patterson, who did at Alton Park what he did at Donington Park, sweeping all 3 races to reclaim top spot in the competition for drivers yet to win a BTCC race. And on to this week. We've travelled 200 miles south from Cheshire to Hampshire for this much anticipated race day 5 of the 10-stop British touring car season. The track at this former wartime airfield measures just under 2.4 miles, and the high-speed straights and sweeping corners deliver the fastest racing on the calendar. So buckle up as the second half of this thrilling championship gets set for takeoff. And as ever, we're in the company of Tim Harvey, Jade Edwards and Paul O'Neill. Welcome back, everyone. Feeling fresh after the break?
Definitely, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Good break, although there's never a break from motorsport. You know, there's the British Grand Prix, Festival of Speed. There's something happening every weekend at the moment.
You've been at your sister's wedding, so I'm not sure how fresh you're feeling, actually, Paul.
Yeah, that's not good. I went, me and Tim coming from Ibiza last night. So, yeah, we've had a big one. But, yeah, no, I've been really busy, actually, with certain things. But the wedding was great for my sister. And, yeah, then I had a little holiday, obviously, with my tan. But it's great to be back, and what a circuit to be back at.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this circuit, it's sort of full throttle, isn't it?
It's unlike anything else. It really is. It's the consistent high speed, the bumps, the fact the car's right on the edge. You are literally teetering on the edge of adhesion. You're just balancing the car, hoping that there'll be enough road on the exit of the corner to stay on. I love driving here. It's a real technical challenge and completely unlike any other circuit.
As always, lots of fans here. The fans love it as well, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And this weekend it gives access to the fans in a different way. You can see, obviously, we've got the garages, but the cars are actually in awnings, so it's sort of double access. The drivers are moving around the paddock. It's one of those old school circuits. I love it here. I love the layout of the track, but I also love the atmosphere. As you can see, there's so many people here. After a 7-week break, they're all itching to get back and see some of their favourite drivers.
For someone like Ash, who we know has had this sort of unprecedented start to the season, Paul, he's had the break, but when you're in the form he's in, you wouldn't want that. You just want to keep rolling, don't you?
Yeah, I think as a racing driver, you'd always want to keep rolling and, you know, keep the wins coming. I honestly don't think it matters to somebody like Ash, because he can just switch it on and get back on with it. And yeah, I was surprised yesterday from the action I seen how good all the drivers were at just getting back on it.
Yeah, and what would, for example, Tom Ingram's mindset be? I saw on his social media he had a new driveway put in that he put on his social media, so that's what he's been up to in the break. But what will his mindset be coming into Thruxton?
They'll have had a little bit of a reset, work out what they did right, what they did wrong in the first 4 meetings. Obviously, he pulled a little bit of points back at Alton Park the last meeting. His game is to just try to keep outscoring Ash Sutton for as much as he can. Maybe hope for a little bit of bad luck for Ash. He's certainly had his, Tom has. But it's one against one, really, in trying to outscore each other in every race.
Great opportunity for Josh this as well at a track he loves.
Yeah, Josh loves this circuit, he always has. He hasn't won here in about 4 or so years. So yesterday, yes, he got the qualifying race, but I don't think in his mind that really counts towards his 11th win. So yeah, it's somewhere he likes, but for someone like Ingram, you don't necessarily want to battle that sort of person too much, because you just want to score points, like Tim said, and let these drivers that are maybe not quite in the championship fight to have their wins, score their points without taking too much away from you.
A couple of driver changes as well. These fans will be getting autographs from 2 new faces here at Thruxton.
Yeah, Lewis Gilbert in at BMW WSR. He's done quite a bit of single-seater stuff, but a lot of karting. And he's a good, quick driver to come in here and do that. And Tim's nodding, and Jade, this is the scariest place on planet Earth to do your first race here. Fair play. I can't wait to see him later on and say,
Is it? Did you feel it when you were in the car?
Honestly, they will
That's
back
the
me
most
up.
knowing yes I've ever seen from Jade.
You go to Silverstone National Circuit and it's like, oh, this is like any other race car. You come here, there is nothing like it. Average speeds, 100 mile an hour. It's horrendously scary. But yeah, he'll be grand. A lot to learn. Ryan Bensley's come in for Max Buxton in the Speedworks Toyota. Ryan's driven at Snetterton in a one-off round, did really well. So watch out for him, because he's pretty good talent, and Max has took a backseat role in driver development, so he's still around, and yeah, good to see.
It's exciting, isn't it? Good stuff. Let's bring you up to speed with events that have already happened this weekend. And before we began yesterday, came the news that Senna Proctor would replace the ill Sam Osborne for Napa Racing UK. And following yesterday's initial qualifying session, Josh Cook, the king of Thruxton, and Tom Ingram were on the front row of the grid. Here is the best of yesterday's race to pole.
Lights out, and a good getaway is made by Ingram, but a better getaway by Cookie as they accelerate up towards Allard for the first time. Ingram tries to slot in behind the Toyota, which he does, and then might rather cheekily try to get up the inside gates of the complex. Josh Cook knows what's coming and defends. In third and fourth, you've got the Fords, but Ash Sutton's already on the move, and so is Adam Morgan. Look as they break for the complex for the first time. It's going to be Cook ahead of Ingram. Ricky Collard off the road up at the complex, so the safety car is called. Up to the complex they come, and Canish is defending, and that's given Ingram a free ride.
It is. I would have thought Ash would have just waited and sat back and maybe let Canish open the door for him, because he was right on the boot. Look, it's a lunge. Look, he's managed to get through. Robot has gone wide.
All over the grass, Morgan tries to make his move. Rowbottom is back on, but Morgan will have gone through. That is going to be a victory for the first time in a race to pole for a Toyota. We've had one Mercedes win, a Ford has won twice, a BMW has won, and now a Toyota. Josh Cook wins at Thruxton. He wins the race to pole. Second across the line, Tom Ingram. Ash Sutton will take third. Fourth, Dan Camish. Fifth, Senna Proctor. And Gordon Shedden, sixth.
What we needed, it's a good place to start for tomorrow, obviously. So, pleased with, all the effort the team put in. As I said earlier on, it's they put in so much hard work. I'm glad that we've managed to get the start of a good result for them. So yeah, we need to convert it tomorrow. But yeah, it was a beauty to drive.
And we've made our way alongside the car that sits on pole. Josh Cook, you've chatted to Josh this morning. How's he feeling after what was an excellent race to pole yesterday?
Yeah, Josh is always very composed in results. So we saw, a Saturday win for some people is a great result, but for him, he just instantly says, I need to convert it to tomorrow's first race. He's pretty chilled. This is the sort of circuit that very much suits him, seemingly is suiting the car, but he knows it's not going to be easy today. Yes, yesterday's result was good, but we know that Ash Sutton, Ingram have worked hard overnight and are probably going to come back fighting.
Why is it? I mean, he's the king of Thruxton, affectionately known. Why is he so good round here?
I think it's just, maybe a driving style. He's grown up near to the circuit, so maybe done a few extra laps than anyone else, but it's fast, it's flowing, it's smooth, and that's how he drives the car. As someone that's maybe got a slightly more aggressive driving style can put in a great lap time, but doesn't necessarily have that over a race distance. So it's just somewhere that's always really suited him, and through Church specifically, he has a slightly different technique to maybe the majority, and that sort of helps him throughout a race distance.
I guess the most significant moment yesterday, Tim, happened early on with Ash Sutton.
Yeah, for him it was a great start to the race. He made a good start off the line, but he was a bit boxed in going into the complex. Typical Ash Sutton sort of awareness of all the other cars, and he just found a way through with precision as well, very close to the other cars, but he just read the situation absolutely perfectly and got himself up into a good third place.
It's quite hard, isn't it, to quantify and sort of explain why people are elite at sport, whether that's, I mean, it's quite easy with Messi weaving through defence, or Federer's backhand, or Tiger Woods' goal swing. But whether that's the first clip you've ever seen of a British touring car race, or in this instance, a race to pole, or whether that's the millionth, you can't help but watch that and go, yeah, that guy's mustard, isn't he?
Yeah, and the thing is, he doesn't just do it occasionally, he does it very often. If you watch Ash Sutton's racecraft, and the same goes for Tom Ingram, Dan Camish as well, but more often than not, it'll be Ash that pulls off these remarkable moves, and you think, well, it looks quite simple when you see it afterwards, but he just sees the situation developing before it even happens, and he pulls it off with precision. That's what's so
the difference,
skillful.
isn't it? Before it's happening, he's sort of mapping it out and watching it all unfold ahead of time. Safety car caused a bit of chaos at the back.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? I think just a few people got caught out. I know me and Jade spoke before. There was nothing illegal done by Josh Cook, who was leading the field, but he did go pretty late, and I think that just caught people out. He didn't do anything wrong, but the guys at the back, they were going quite quickly, weren't they, trying to catch up, and Jade, you've probably seen it a lot better than I did.
Yeah, in touring cars, when you're sort of mid-pack and back, you get a concertina effect. So where we as drivers nearer the back might go, oh, I think the driver would have gone by now, Josh hadn't. Like Obi said, he didn't do anything wrong, he was still within his margins, but it was just a slower start than people expected. It just meant that everyone sort of tripped over each other.
Paul, did the rear-wheel drive struggle a bit yesterday, and was there any reason for that?
Yeah, I was watching, and there was a lot of big spins by a couple of the BM guys. I thought it was because the front-wheel drive cars were dragging the dust on at Goodwood and some other places. Speaking to Dick Bennett, he said the wind caused them a little issue, but also they tested at Snetterton and found something really well. Didn't convert it to Thruxton like they were hoping. So yeah, they've still got a quick car. They've won a lot round here, Tim.
Yeah, but it was never considered a rear-wheel drive car, but it just shows how circuit-specific it is. What worked at Snetterton didn't work here. You just have to find a way of getting around here, but it won't necessarily work anywhere else.
Yeah, well, it, as always, sets it up very well. Not long to go until our opening BTCC race. Round 13 is coming up at 11:45. They also return to the track this afternoon at 2:40 and 5:30. As ever, we also have a strong card of support racing from the minis in all forms, the Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup, and of course the Wera Tools F4 British Championship. That's all to come after this quick breather, where we'll continue our build-up to the day's opening race, and we'll review a season which has so far delivered 7 different winners, and we'll maybe get a few pointers as to how the rest of this campaign is going to pan out. We'll see you back right after this.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
Ricky, we're going to look at your F4 season. Now, a lot of people should know this, but a certain Lando Norris, and you were in a title contention with him. Talk us through that and how intense that was. Was that your first kind of big title challenge in car racing?
Well, yeah, it was my first full season really in car racing. So yeah, it was. It's quite cool when you go through karting racing against like all these people, and then you get the opportunity then to jump in the cars. I had a massive crash in karting and broke 5 ribs, my shoulder, my back, ruptured my lung, had internal bleeding. Shoulder, did I say shoulder? I don't know.
Yeah, but you've got 2, so.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. I've broken both of them, but this was in a separate crash, collarbone. And yeah, so I was then like in a life support machine, didn't think I'd ever come back to race. Then came back, done a bit of Formula Ford, and then done F4 and come second in the championship to that guy. But apparently I beat him more than anybody else did in cars, so. I'll take that.
Did you know at the time, obviously he was a talented lad, but would you have been surprised if you were told at that moment he was going to go on to be F1 world champion?
Not really, man. He was pretty damn good, but I led the season for the majority of the year and then got taken out by another guy.
You can name names.
Yeah, Dan Thruxton just wiped me out behind the safety car, which was really cool.
Oh no!
And yeah,
What's your thoughts on them?
yeah, just an absolute tool, really, to be honest. But I won't go into too much detail.
I did see that Dan. I think he had 4 disqualifications in that season, which is nice.
Yeah,
I had to find Dan Thruxton once in Macau for a completely separate matter, which we won't talk about. But anyway,
Can we talk about this?
no,
Is the
we
question.
can't. We can't. He was late to something, but he had to get fined. I won't go into it.
Where did you find him?
Great lad. We're moving on to you, Dan. I looked out your first. You obviously won Formula Ford, British Formula
Mate,
Ford.
absolutely dominated it as well because I was the year
Smashed it.
after.
But-
How many race wins? It's like out of the 30 races, I think you won
24.
20.
Really? 24 wins.
Mate, how lucky are me and Lando that we weren't up against this guy?
Not so sure about that. Yeah, 24 that year. But I only did 24 races as well, so I actually won every one that year.
I noticed you didn't do brands for, was that commercial reasons or something?
Giving someone else a chance to win.
Yeah, it was just we got to the point where it was like, is this actually helping me anymore? It clearly wasn't. It was better to get out and look to do something different.
And I looked at the first season, you did a scholarship, you won the scholarship class at that point. A certain James Cole won the title. And as we're on Indy 500 week, Joseph Newgarden was second. So it was pretty stacked back then, wasn't it?
It was a good championship. It really was. Yeah, it was a good year, and I had a great year really. When I look back, it's a shame because I had such a good start, and I didn't really get the help and recognition I probably needed at that time to help my career move forward. Which I think is probably why when people talk to me now, sometimes I get a little bit of a chip, and I think that's probably why. Because when I started to do well later on, it was kind of too late. I was already probably aged out a little bit by that point. Back then, I was probably still young enough to have a bit of a chance. But yeah, Joseph Newgarden, I qualified second. My first, I still had a novice cross on the back. And Newgarden was third, and I finished third on the podium. And I was on pole at the next race. So basically, I had pole within my first two races in cars. James Cole went on to win, and Newgarden, I don't know what happened to him. But I think he's doing all right somewhere across the pond these days. So yeah, it was a good year.
Stay with us. More coming up after the break.
And just one thing as well, we were talking before, weren't we, like about Porsches and how they're going to ABS for next year. And I've driven a lot of things with ABS and traction control, and I can tell you it is nowhere near as fun. Driving these cars with a proper sequential box that you're banging down the gears, you're blipping, you're heel and toe in. You've got no ABS, you've got no traction control, there's not much downforce. It is so raw, and I think that's what makes the racing so good. And I honestly tell people this, like if you watch Formula One with the hype that's going on at the moment, they've done all the Drive Survive stuff, and it does feel like there's a real aura in Formula One. And I say to people, I was like, they think it's amazing. I say to my friends, I'm like, guys, watch touring cars, just watch a couple of races, and it's definitely, I think, what makes this championship so special.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hampshire, where Thruxton is set to put the thrust back into British touring cars after the mid-season break. And to set the scene for the second half of the championship, our commentary duo of David Addison and Tim Harvey sat down with Louise Goodman yesterday to reflect on what we've seen so far in 2026.
Still feels very much like summer holiday weather here at Thruxton, but we are back after the 7-week break, back in business. Only 4 events completed so far. It was a slightly earlier break than usual, but still feels like that's plenty of time to assess what's happened so far. Tim and David have jetted in. This is how they usually arrive at the events to give me their thoughts. Let's start first of all, David, with just a general overview of the season so far. What are your thoughts?
You've got to say it's been an Ash Sutton slightly dominated season, but he has driven brilliantly, and Tom Ingram's bad luck is the sort of subplot to all of this. In terms of on track, I think realistically the championship ought to be closer than it actually is. But going into the second half of the year, I think Tom is going to close that gap, and we're going to be in for a treat at Brands Hatch.
I think also a couple of other standout things. We had the introduction of the qualifying race, which has been a massive success, a great hit with the fans. We all look at it as a race, whether it's race to pole or not, but we look at it as a race. There's points on offer, and it's been a real hit with everybody. So that's an introduction I think has been great. And throughout it all, I think, you know, okay, only 4 events gone, change of rules, change of cars, change of everything, but the cream still rises to the top. The usual contenders are up there.
Standout moment of the season so far?
Well, for me, it came at race 1, meeting 1. The first meeting and the first race there is always fascinating because it's when everyone qualifies and races on the same level of boost.
Yep.
So it's the only time we race equally throughout the year. And Ash Sutton went off with contact to turn 1 at Redgate in the qualifying race. What happened on Sunday? He started at the back with equal boost to everyone else, finished second, an incredible drive, and he backed it up with 2 more wins.
I would go Aaron Taylor-Smith at Brands Hatch. I love races in changeable conditions because you can never predict it. The tyre choice always makes it interesting. And Aaron puts a vast amount of work into the championship. He's a great character. And to see him win a race like that was so unpredictable, with people struggling with tyres, making mistakes, and yet he just serenely came through with a car that was perfectly set up for the wet. I don't think anybody in the paddock begrudged him that win. It was great to see.
The other moment for me was, of course, Nick Hamilton at Snetterton winning the Jack Sears. I mean, you could see what it meant to him. It was absolutely massive, and to have him standing on the podium with 3 other champions, it was a really special moment, and there was nobody in the paddock that didn't have a lump in their throat.
Surprise package. I mean, we've got some new cars this season.
I think the Audi surprised us at the start of the season, but maybe it's not sustained that pace. It's been a bit sporadic. I think Charles Rainford has been good, although whether he's a surprise, discussed, because he was in the championship last year, but I think he's certainly come on at pace.
It's Power Max Racing that have been the real impressive outfit. You know, to build 3 new cars that were instantly competitive. You know, to me, that was the biggest surprise. I'd also like to quickly give a mention to Ricky Collard.
Yeah.
You know, he's been, from the word go, he's been a tigerish racer who's got stuck in. He's come back from racing powerful rear-wheel drive GT cars, jumped in a front-wheel drive car, bang, he's straight on it. And I love watching him race.
So if he's an overachiever, who are your underachievers?
Well, sadly, I have to say probably Plato Racing with Cataclean and the Mercedes, because with all the design expertise that's gone into that car from RML, it should have hit the ground running.
Well, talking of delivering, Ash has been the man who's been delivering so far, and in huge lead he has in the championship at the moment. A dream start to the year. Is it his to lose, do you think?
There's a lot of racing still to go. As you say, it's only 4 events.
Yeah.
We're not at halfway. Is it his to lose? Yes. It's not just what he does, it's what the opposition does. So much as Napa Racing UK will be trying to get him to a championship, what they can't control is what happens at Team Virtue for Tom Ingram. And if they can sort the reliability out, then I think Tom is going to be able to claw back a lot of those points.
Ash's performance in the first 4 meetings, you know, establishing the points lead, never, when he's been on the podium, has been first and second every time. It's a dream start to the year. So, yes, it is actually his to lose.
Do you know what? I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. I'm excited just talking about it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we sure are. From our very own top guns to the top dog, Chief Executive of BTCC, Alan Gow, alongside Jade and Paul, to discuss some exciting developments. And the first of those was announced this week, Alan, and the extension of the broadcast deal between us at ITV Sport and BTCC, which is great news.
It's fantastic news. ITV have been a partner for the BTCC going on to 27 years. And it's part of my commitment to the BTCC to make sure we keep it on free-to-air and we don't lose it behind a paywall. And so we worked really long and hard with ITV to get this deal done, and it gives us that security now going into 2030.
It's probably a pretty obvious question to answer, but how important is it for a sport to keep as accessible as possible in this day and age?
Well, it's really important for any sport, I guess, but my commitment, as I said, or my policy has always been to make it free to air, because that makes it even more accessible. All of the motorsport you see, all of the live motorsport you see on TV now is behind a paywall. I think the BTCC, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is the only live free-to-air motorsport in the UK, championship long motorsport in the UK. That's proud for us, but that's a really telling story for motorsport, is that it's being lost to the public. And that's the part of of the beauty of our appeal is look at the crowd, look at the people, and look at the accessibility that our free-to-air TV coverage provides.
And Paul, one of the really enduring things about touring cars every time I come to a touring car event is the loyal and passionate fan base that it has, and it feels very much like a family actually when you come to this event. How important is it in a changing landscape to keep capturing the imagination of that fan base, but also new fans of the sport?
It's the new fans for me actually that have come in, but there are a lot of familiar faces from when I was doing it back in 2001. I remember Alan coming in back in after his first tenure in 2003, and touring cars were struggling a little bit, and I remember he come in and things changed straight away. And you know, it's the reason I have a job, Jade has a job, is probably because of Alan and how he's kept this championship going.
He's been desperately trying to get rid of you.
I know he has a say in it, but you know, it's fantastic, and the championship for me is just getting stronger and stronger. It's difficult, mate. There's a lot of social media out there, isn't there? And it is really difficult to keep on top of that. But the fans love it. And what's great about Alan is that he changes things, tries things. If it's not right, in my opinion, he goes back to what works. And I think that's fantastic.
But Alan, this is sort of an MO for life, really. You shouldn't be afraid to fail, should you, really? And you should be brave.
You've got to try things. And we do try things all the time. And we don't always get it right. You know, as Paul said, we'll look at something, either tweak it or drop it, you know, or if it works, we'll keep it. You know, and the current format we've got at the moment absolutely works a treat, and that's why you've got the people watching it that we do. You know, they're not tuning in to watch a boring car race. They're tuning in to watch entertaining motorsport.
Yeah, Paul mentioned it there, sort of your second stint, if you like, best part of 25 years. Therefore, in 2026, as we stand here now on the back of that very exciting extension of the deal, how healthy a position do you think BTCC is in at the moment?
It's the healthiest it's been this century. You know, our crowds and our TV numbers are up way above what they have been for the last 25 years, and you guys see it every time we go to racing. When was the last time you saw those spectator banks as full as that?
Very true here. Thruxton is a fan favourite, but I've got to admit, everywhere I've looked has been super special.
Mega. It's really cool. Would you echo those comments, Jade?
Yeah, I was just going to sort of ask, when you put all this hard work in behind the scenes and you're a businessman, let's just pretend to everyone that it is, but when you wake up on a Sunday morning race day and you've just seen this crowd coming in, the crowd going to the grid, that must mean a lot to you and make you motivated to continue this momentum of how big our sport is growing.
It's everything we do it for, you know. Doing our sport and not having anyone watching, it's like wetting your pants in a dark suit. You know you've done it, but no one else does.
Wow.
So if you do great motorsport and no one's watching it, who's actually getting any enjoyment out of it? We do it for the public. They come out in their tens of thousands because we do it well.
And one thing I just wanted to add quickly was that I absolutely love the qualifying race. When you came up with that idea or put it to everyone and you agreed that it was going to be part of the weekend, did you ever expect it to be quite as feisty as it maybe is?
No. So two corrections. One is it wasn't my idea.
Okay.
The teams came up, or more importantly, Pete Osborne came up with the idea. And I always said that if it works, it's my idea, and if it doesn't work, it's his. No, I actually thought that it would be a bit of a boring race. I thought the guys, particularly at the front, would maintain their position. Maybe the guys mid-grid backwards would start fighting, but it's proved to be the opposite. It's been great racing. Yeah. So I think it just shows any touring car driver, when they've got their helmet on, it doesn't matter what race it is, they're racing.
And can I ask as well, you know, I know you're an Aussie, you love petrol engines, you love, you know, us to be a petrol engine championship. How difficult is it to go up against the establishment who are trying to bring these things into, you know, go differently with racing? Can I ask that?
Well, yeah, sure.
You have.
But motor racing sort of come full circle a bit. We went hybrid for a few years, as you know. We thought we'd better do the right thing. Formula One have gone, and they're now starting to go, actually, we'll go back to our roots. And that is, you know, petrol, ICE engines. That's the way we're going. We're not going electric anytime, certainly not while I'm around. So we will deliver what the people want.
you'll be able to hear the engine starting behind us. We could talk to you for hours. We will talk about the PM Junior Championship car prototype that was launched yesterday a little bit later on in the programme. But for now, thank you for all you do. Great news regarding us and you guys here at BTCC, and enjoy today.
Thank you.
Top man, Alan Gow there, Chief Executive of the BTCC, on the back of that exciting news regarding ITV and the championship. Right, drivers and teams are making their final preparations. Round 13 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship is almost upon us. We'll be out on the grid talking to the drivers right after this.
Stay with us, more coming up after the break.
18 laps ahead of us. There will be 5 red lights that go on before they are extinguished to get things underway.
We're not surprised, of course, and on the first lap, you've got the most opportunity to make up places.
And he is absolutely storming, as now he tries to have a go at Camish, who's crawling all over the back there of Gordon Shedden and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Sutton goes through 9th, and Ash Sutton's having a go for 8th on the outside of Gordon Shedden as they come down towards Redgate. Shedden with a puff of tar smoke claims the place. Sutton tries to tighten the corner. There's a bit of a gap on the inside, but no, you don't, says Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, Shedden knew what was going to happen there. The comeback from Sutton, so he just held it a little bit on the apex. Wow, that's taking along the inside. Sutton throws it down the inside into the old hairpin, and they'll come out side by side. If they're level all the way up to McLean's, it should be Sutton that claims it, because he'll have the inside.
Sutton is in 8th place from 21st on the grid. So Ingram, Cook, Rowbottom, Rainford, Doble, Morgan and there's a driver at the chicane because Josh Cook is off the road. Josh Cook is off the road, so that means it's Ingram leading. Rowbottom is up to 2nd. In 3rd place now it's Rainford. Doble is 4th. Morgan is 5th. Sutton's into the top 6. Sutton's about to go 5th around the outside of Morgan at Schwantz Curve. The inside at McLean's, job done. Ash Sutton for the podium from 21st is a real possibility here. Let's see. Sutton, if anything, is coming under attack. Rainford is coming back and in 4th place. You're looking at Doble out of the chicane, coming up towards the line. This is Charles Rainford's view, and look, he is right back on the tail of Sutton.
Yeah, look at that. And Sutton couldn't drive a more defensive line. He was on the white line on the inside there. Morgan joining in right behind. It's such a struggle with the 20 seconds of boost that you have now to use it over a car that doesn't have it. It's a massive amount of boost. And through goes Rainford. Sutton is unable to defend that with no boost available to him.
Yeah, Sutton has got 3 laps left. Rainford has got 3 laps left. Charles Rainford goes back ahead. Morgan 6th in the 2nd of the Caterpillar Pato Racing Mercedes, and he's having a go at that Napa Racing UK Ford of Ash Sutton now. checkered flag awaits. Tom Ingram wins round 1 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Mikey Doble's second. Dan Rowbottom is third across the line, but Ash Sutton will be third. Adam Morgan will be fourth. Charles Rainford fifth. Dan Cowie sixth. David Shedden.
Well, the Army band setting the scene, creating the atmosphere here at Thruxton. Who's going to be the man you need ahead of the first live race for us this morning? We'll find out in a few moments' time. As Alan Gow said, packed viewing areas, a packed grid behind me, and somewhere in there, it's a very good morning to Louise Goodman. There she is.
Good morning, Ollie. Good morning, Ollie. Yep, down on the grid with the band, as you say, giving it large in the background. The king of Thruxton, he does hate being called that, but to be fair, yesterday really showed why he has that title. Victory in the race to pole, but this is the one you really want, isn't it? What will be your first sort of overall race victory of the season? But you put yourself in absolutely the best position yesterday to do just that.
Yeah, I think so far this year have been really kind to us. You know, we've had 3 front row starts. Obviously, this is the 4th on pole out of 5 races, so it's pretty good. Converting it on Sunday's been difficult historically, but I think if there's a circuit that we can convert it that sort of lends itself to what I like and what suits our car, I think it's going to be this one.
What's it feeling like out there? Because we actually had a bit of rain this morning, so it's washed any rubber that was down on the track off it. We've had some cars shot with a different kind of rubber out first thing. What's it feeling like?
I think the circuit will be a bit quicker than probably today. You know, it's the cooler temperatures are kinder to the tyres, better for the powertrain as well. So all those things again lean towards what I would like. It's bound to be a little bit slippy in places, and we'll find out on the first lap, I guess.
I have a good feeling. Have a good one. Right, from a driver who knows everything about Thruxton, let's go over to Paul with a driver who's learning all about it this weekend.
He is. He's in the deep end. Eat my haggis. Absolutely love this. Lewis Gilbert, welcome to the grid. Number 29, my old race number. Why have you picked Thruxton to turn up and do your debut, mate? I am scared for you.
Well, I know that. I've had that a lot across the weekend. You must think I'm crazy, but no, I wanted to get in the car before we go to Knockhill and places like that where I'll probably hopefully sitting a bit better. So it's just nice to get out, get a feeling how the racing works, how the car works, and yeah, obviously a lot to learn, but can't wait.
Oh, mate, well listen, I am so looking forward to seeing how you get on. It was a difficult one yesterday, but it's just learning, isn't it? And just have to get on with it. And it's not like karting or Formula racing, is it?
No, it's certainly a little bit different in the racing aspect for sure. So yeah, obviously yesterday was a bit tough, but we'll try our best today and try and make up a few spots if we can.
Top man, good luck. I'm looking out for you, mate. Well done. And yeah, back to you, Lou.
Thank you very much. And I am now with Senna Proctor super subbing for Sam Osborne, who's not very well this weekend. And Senna's had very little time in the car, a couple of laps in sort of pre-season testing, but you did a good job yesterday. P5 on the grid. You've got to be very happy with that.
Yeah, no, it was okay. We ran around in the top 5 most of the day, so really happy with that. Obviously, a little bit unfortunate circumstances that I have to be in the car, but you know the main thing is that Sam gets well soon, and you know he'll be back there, fighting on the BTCC grid before long. But thanks to NAFTA Racing UK, and we're in a really good position to try to do a great job for the team today. So my job is to make sure that these boys in front of me, Ash and Dan, have a good result as well. But I'm also fighting for myself.
Well, just tell me a bit about that, because as you say, you've got your 2 mates right ahead of you. Are there any team orders, or is it just all guns blazing? You're absolutely free to overtake them should the opportunity present itself?
I think we'll have to wait and see. I've got to get in front of them first. Let's before we maybe have to speak about that. So the guys at NAFTA Racing are letting me do my thing. It's been a frantic weekend, and we're just trying to do the best job we can. But
it's fair to say you click really well with this track. You super subbed here last year and ended up 6th on the grid. So what is it about that just works for you?
Yeah, I've been in a BTCC car recently, drove this car a little bit of testing, so I've done a bit in the meantime. So we're still somewhere on the money. Thruxton's a strong track for me, so the main thing is that I just try and deliver 3 good results today for the team.
Good stuff. Well, have fun out there. We're going to have fun watching. Race 1 here at Thruxton is coming up in just a few minutes.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
We go racing, a really good start by General DeLeon then in the BMW. Selby. And Ingram 17th as they came over the line. This is Ingram's view. Right now, you've got Tom Ingram up into 13th place, and he's still building on that. Car's going up towards Coppice then, and there's Ingram having a go to Leon, and Shetton gets up the inside, and there's contact. Ingram avoids it. There's more mayhem breaking out. De Leon gets attacked there by Chilton. Josh Cook, I think, was involved, and Daryl De Leon's BMW looks rather second-hand. He's got damage. Left for the race, Tom Ingram. He's up now to 9th place. Well, we said the top 10 was on the cards, and now look, he's at the back of the queue because he's sitting on the tail of Adam Morgan's Mercedes.
Yeah, look at Ingram. He must be on the boost to go around the outside of Morgan at that point of Hollywood. So this is a lap he's using it. He'll want to get past Rayford as well on this lap to make use of it.
Behind Dexter Patterson is Tom Ingram, and the Team Virtue Hyundai looking strong. He's close enough, not quite close enough to have a go as they drop to the chicane. And Norton Collard have a go at Sutton there on the run into the braking zone.
No way that Hyundai flicks through the chicane. The change of direction on that car is absolutely fantastic. And
Tom Ingram's now done the fastest lap of the race as he tries to catch Aidan Moffat. Look in the background, there they are for fourth. Look at Hyundai if he needs it. This is Ingram lining up to have a go against Moffat, who makes that Audi very wide, but Ingram keeps on coming. This, remember, for fourth place. Up the inside goes the Hyundai, and for Team Virtue, Tom Ingram goes ahead of the LKQ Power Maxed Audi.
Right, up to fourth place goes Ingram. Now he wants
but while they're playing, look what's happening behind. Here comes Tom Ingram. He's almost with them. Cavish up the inside, and if they're not careful, he's going to get up the inside and have a go for second place on the way to the chicane. Ingram is fourth. He's nearly third. Here they come. Three of them for second place. It's Cavish versus Collard. Ricky goes back ahead. Ingram tries to work out which way to go into the braking zone. He doesn't chance his arm around the outside of Cavish there, but it's game on down to Redgate. Ingram on the power, on the boost, level with Cavish, who's stuck behind Collard. Over the line they come. Collard is still second, as now Sutton's got 3 seconds in hand up front. Ingram to the outside line into the corner, tries to go all the way around the outside of Dan Cam, goes into the big wide. Cavish comes up the inside of Collard. Fantastic racing.
Oh, this is brilliant, so close. Cavish is really fighting hard with zero boost to use, but some great battles and some good placement of the cars by all three drivers.
Collard, who now has his teammate to defend from. Ingram up the inside, full set, late on the brakes, through he goes. Now, Ingram is on his last warning for track limits at turn 1 at Redgate corner. So Tom now needs to wind it back in. He's getting a driving standards flag. He's on a final warning. So Spencer Aldridge needs to be on the radio and saying to Tom, right, okay, you're up to second, now chill. And what a start to the season it has turned out to be for him. Round 3 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is another Sutton success. Ash Sutton wins at Donington. Tom Ingram from 21st on the grid to second.
Well, we're fulfilling your need for speed today on ITV with the latest round of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship coming to you. We're fulfilling your need for speed today on ITV with the latest round of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championships coming to you live from Thruxton, the fastest circuit on the circuit. And we're all set for our opening race with packed stands and anticipation in the air. Time to hand you over to your commentators, Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Right here, Ash Sutton leads the championship. Lots of people, though, Tim, needing now to try to play catch-up in the championship.
Yeah, definitely, and Thruxton is a bit of a one-off on its own, and I'm talking to all the drivers up and down the pit lane. There have been lots of changes made to car setups based on what they learnt yesterday and the longer race today. Everyone on the hard tyre, though, so let's see how this one pans out.
There you can see the rear of the grid setting off. Ricky Collard had alternator dramas yesterday, so he's going to be at the back of the field, so he is going to be a man to watch. Somebody else we ought to check in with. 7th on the grid, Dan Rowbottom. Dan, second part of the season starts here. Is Thruxton a Mercedes-friendly circuit? What do we think?
Hi, David. I hope so. We've got all the aero to back that saving up, so let's see. We were in for a bit of a rail ride yesterday, so it's like driving a kangaroo. But me and Adam are trying different things. We came in close to Adam this morning, seems comfortable. Let's see what we do now.
It's been a tough first part of the season, but I know you've done some testing, so hopefully a few things can be unlocked for the second part, yeah?
Yeah, we hope so too. You know, you can't underestimate the British Touring Car Championship. It's the hardest place race in the world, I think. So yeah, we came in very underprepared in some respects, but you know, we're here to make business, we're doing business, so
let's see how you go. Dan, good luck. Right, so Dan Rowbottom starting then 7th on the grid. This is how we line up for race 1 at Thruxton. Josh Cook on pole position, then having won the race to pole. It is Tom Ingram, second in the championship with him at the front. Then Ash Sutton is going to line up 3rd on the grid. Dan Camish starts 4th ahead of Senna Proctor in the next Napa Ford. And then Adam Morgan in the better of the two Cataclean Plato Racing Mercedes next, ahead of teammate Dan Rowbottom and Gordon Shedden, who had a time penalty in the race to pole for weaving before the green flag after a safety car period. Mikey Doble goes from 9th, James Dorden is 10th on the grid ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, and then Chris Smiley. Aidan Moffat 13th from Dexter Patterson, then Daryl DeLeon and Lewis Selby. Charles Rainford had a torrid time yesterday. He's one to watch, double winner this year. He's 17th on the grid ahead of Tom Chilton. He was another one with mechanical dramas, alternator problems towards the end. Nick Hamilton had damage yesterday, so does the returning Ryan Bensley. Lewis Gilbert had lots of damage on his first touring car race, and Ricky Collard was another one with alternator woes at Team Virtue, and he stopped on the first lap of the race that triggered the safety car, that triggered an incident on the restart that was the demise of 2 or 3 others with quite a lot of damage. Now, everybody's on the hard tyre here all day. We don't need to worry about tyres anymore, but we do need to factor in the amount of boost. And for race day, it is the number of laps that you have available. The maximum is 10, but as you can see, Tom Ingram's only got 2 laps. Ash Sutton only 1. Dan Camish only 3. 8 laps available to Mikey Doble. 6 to Daryl DeLeon. 5 to Ricky Collard. And 4 to Charles Rainford. So all of that with Josh Cook on pole position and his mastery of Thruxton and maximum number of laps of boost. It should make life easier for him, but that's not necessarily to say he's a cert for a win.
No, definitely not. Needs to make the good start, but definitely having more laps of boost available to him than Ingram and Sutton and Camish directly behind him is to his advantage. I'm expecting an Ash Sutton attack on Ingram on lap 1 because he definitely found, as everyone does, that the aero wash following closely behind the car in front here at Thruxton, of all places, makes it difficult. So if he can get in front of Ingram initially, he's got an advantage.
The last win that Josh had was last year at Brands Hatch at the end of the season, so the last Thruxton win there, you've got to go back quite a few seasons, and the King of Thruxton is rather keen to keep his crown here, but 11 victories he's had around the Speed Bowl. Let's see what he can do today as the last few cars trickle into place. 16 laps are ahead of us. Thruxton, the fastest UK circuit on the calendar, plays host to the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Round 13 is good to go. There'll be a green flag at the back to say that everybody has returned from the formation lap. Then the drivers will look towards the gantry. When the 5 lights have gone red, they'll be extinguished. We will go racing now, and a good getaway by Cook. Lots and lots of wheel spin from Senna Proctor, who bogs down, and that enables Dan Rowbottom to get round the outside. Ingram is on the outside of Cook. Sutton is up the inside of both of them. He's going to try to get past Ingram. He goes for a gap that's not really there, but he's got to attack now while everybody is tightly bunched around him. It's going to be Cook in the lead into the complex. There goes Sutton up the inside and up the curb. He almost leans on Ingram. Now he needs the outside line, but it's not going to work for him. It was a good effort, but Cook will lead Ingram. Sutton 3rd and Camish 4th.
Sutton actually did make a better start, but Cook's slightly slow getaway allowed Ingram to get round the outside, and Sutton was blocked, but look, he's absolutely side by side with Ingram. I said he'd be attacking around Noble. He's gone all the way around the outside, and Camish is trying to get in there as well.
And then you've got Morgan next up, and very sideways goes Camish. That opens the door for Morgan off on the grass. Then he's Ingram. He's going to hang on to a big lose. Just about keeps it under control. Tom Ingram drops way down the order. Others are flooding past him. Shedden has gone by. James Dorlin has gone by. That's Morgan going a little bit wide coming out of Church. It's a really frantic first lap. But Josh Cook is getting away up front. He's on his own. And Ash Sutton, what a lap. He is then into second spot as they come now into the braking zone for the first time. And a really good lap has been made as well by the Mercedes duo, because both of those Cataclean Plato Racing entries have gained ground. So as they come over the timing line, it's Cook from Sutton, but Rowbottom is up into third from 7th on the grid. Then it's Proctor, Camish 5th, Morgan 6th, Shedden is 7th, Dorlin is 8th, and Ingram down to 9th. And that is bad news in the race because he's lost places, but significantly bad news in the championship because Sutton is way ahead of him.
Well, what started off the first part of the lap being really good for Ingram, it turned to disaster as they went round Goodwood when Camish and Sutton were both on the inside, and Rowbottom as well, and Ingram just got pushed out wide.
And he's losing more places. Either he's got a little bit of grass in the rads and it's overheating, and or he's picked up a bit of damage because he just cannot for the moment respond. And we know an attacking Ingram is always one to watch. He comes back at James Dorlin, look on the inside, heading from Goodwood into Village, into Church, but he's going to have to sit tight then as you look back from Dorlin's car.
That's just boost. Dorlin's using the boost. Of course, Ingram has only got 2 laps to use it.
Making a move now, trying to get the run up Woodham Hill, so it is still Cook in the lead. Ingram is alongside as they come up towards the chicane, and he's going to be able to get the job done, isn't he? So through he goes. A little bit of tar smoke evident, but Tom Ingram has gained the place, and we'll see at the end of the lap whether that was done with the use of any of the boost. As you say, he's only got 2 laps available. Cook leads Sutton, leads Rowbottom. That's your top 3 still ahead of Proctor, Camish, Morgan, Shedden. Ingram did that without using the boost.
Well, that was just his superior speed through Church Corner then that got him the run up Woodham Hill.
And now Dorlin under attack from Mikey Doble, look, in the Power Max Racing Run Audi. So meantime, Cook is leading by 1.2 seconds, and he's done the fastest lap of the race. And Tom Ingram now trying to regroup, and the next target is going to be Gordon Shedden. He'd quite like, I guess, a safety car just to bunch people up, but Cook would not. He's away up the road. You're on board with Robo. This now is for second place. So what a first lap he had. 7th he was on the grid. 3rd by the end of the lap, and he's going after his former teammate.
Well, he described the car yesterday as a bucking kangaroo. It was bouncing all over the place with some experimental damper settings. They've gone back to something that should be a little bit better for them, and it initially looked very good indeed, doesn't it?
Does so, and he benefited from all the fun and games on that opening lap. The road opened up for him. Teammate Adam Morgan is in 6th place, but now remember that Rowbottom has got the maximum amount of boost available, in other words the full 10 laps, whereas there's only 1 for Sutton. Ash is going to have to make this car so wide because he's fighting really with one hand behind his back. He's got limited amounts of extra power compared to what Rowbottom has. They go over the timing line now. So the Mercedes on target for second place, the Cataclean Plato Racing entry, but he goes wide coming out of Allard, and straight away that loses him 2 or 3 lengths, and all of a sudden Camish is on the back of Robo.
Yeah, well, that would imply the damper settings aren't that good because he rode the curb on the inside and it threw him off the track, didn't it? Lost a clear example of it there. Well, Ash Sutton, with so little boost, he'll just be hoping to hold his position, and that on this track particularly, where tyre degradation is much greater than anything else, he'll just hope that his car balance is good enough to maintain lap time later in the race against those with more boost but a less good balance in their car and greater tyre degradation.
Aaron Taylor-Smith versus Aidan Moffat. Dexter Patterson behind. Taylor-Smith getting out his elbows. The Irish driver fends off the Scot, who in turn has got Patterson up the inside. So teammates at Power Max Racing, but the Steel Seal car up the inside of the LKQ car, and Dexter Patterson at Church tries to go through. That was really brave stuff. Look back to see whether or not he's been able to make that move as they now power up towards the chicane, and there, look, Camish is ahead of Rowbottom. So he's managed to make his way through, and I think Senna Proctor has gone by as well. Let's check as they come over the timing line on this lap. Josh Cook still leads the way. The Toyota for the Speedworks team leads the way. Sutton second. I was looking at the wrong mark. Apologies. It is Adam Morgan. So Rowbottom is still there in 3rd. Then you've got Proctor, Camish and Morgan to round out the top 6. It's Shedden 7th. It's Ingram 8th. It's Dorlin 9th. It's Doble in 10th.
Yeah, and Morgan is looking pretty racy here. His car was the better of the 2 Mercedes yesterday. As it goes over that curb at Campbell Cobb Seagrave, it actually does well. Look, Chilton, Ingram on the inside of Shedden.
So remember, he's fighting back after losing ground on the opening lap. He's on the outside at Noble, but the road will come back to Ingram. He'll have the inside. Indeed, he's ahead anyway, coming into Goodwood. Replay of the start. Sutton.
Yeah, Sutton makes a good start. You watch how quickly he gets up behind Cook, but then there's no room left. And look, he's actually feathering the throttle. Ingram gets a run. Ash goes right over the inside curb trying to get around, but Cookie sees it coming, and all this time Ingram's had a free run round the outside. So at this point of the lap, Ingram's very happy with his lap. He's going to hold the left-hand side of Campbell Cobb. This is Cobb. Now it all goes a little bit wrong. He defends a bit on the exit, Seagrave. Ash Sutton gets a bit of a run at him. A little bit of an overlap here, which he carries all the way through Noble round the left-hand side. And then Camish is behind his teammate. He keeps the door wide open with Rowbottom, and on board with Ingram. He's got no room left to go other than outside.
Santa Proctor in fourth, Camish fifth, Morgan is sixth, and he's under attack now from a very fired up Ingram. We're getting track limit warnings. Dan Camish, Gordon Shedden have had a driving standards flag. Moffat and Ingram being warned about track limit abuses at turn 10. So as ever, they need to be careful. And that does sort of limit the amount of gusto that Tom Ingram can throw at this. But the car dancing along behind Adam Morgan's Mercedes, and now Ingram is trying to work out when to make the move.
Well, turn 10 is the one they're coming up to next. It's the exit of Church Corner. Always seems very unfair to impose track limits there when you chuck the car in and hold on to the steering wheel for grim death. You don't know where the car's going to end up there on the exit. It's very unfair, really.
And this charge from Ingram has been done without touching the extra boost yet. So it's done on the racecraft and speed. He's going to try to go around the outside of Morgan into the chicane, which will be the inside for part two. And Ingram goes through. Beautiful move. Ingram gains the place. Fantastic. He's into the top six, right round the outside.
Yeah, such a brave pass to pull off. You've got to brake later whilst turning and get round the nose of the car. Morgan was very fair with him, though. Did not ease off the brakes and shove him wide. We've seen that at the chicane so many times in the past.
Right, next target for Ingram, Dan Camish. We're on lap 7 out of the 16. It's still Cookie in the lead, although the gap's down a bit at 9/10 of a second as the cars now power their way out of Seagrave towards Noble. Next driver being given a driving standards flag, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Senna Proctor, and also Dan Rowbottom just added to the list as well. So the observation at least is increasing all the time. We haven't yet got to penalties.
Yeah, we haven't even got to halfway either, so I fear penalties may be coming at the end of this race.
So there's Ingram going through, currently in 6th and catching Dan Cam. Of course, every car that Ingram passes, the next one is even harder to get past because they're increasingly quick. This is how he made that move on Morgan, to the outside.
Beautifully done, absolutely judged to perfection, a really nice move.
So Tom Ingram then, double champion, goes through. Further back, Chris Smiley is having a go against Daryl De Leon and getting the place. That's 10th coming into the chicane. So the Restart Racing Hyundai goes ahead of the BMW. Then you've got Aaron Taylor-Smith behind as they come across the line. Lead gap's gone up again to 11/10 of a second. Cook, Sutton, Rowbottom still the top 3. And they're a second clear of Senna Proctor. So there's kind of a second wave. And of course, now Ingram's got to get past Camish, then he's got to get past Proctor, who isn't thinking points, but he is thinking about helping teammate Sutton.
Yeah, but we're into that situation. We had a little bit, we saw it yesterday at the very front of the field where there's roughly a second between the cars, and you get any closer and you get this big aero wash.
One thing we don't get today, of course, is any tyre discrepancy. Everybody on the same compound all day long, and therefore, as we've had Gordon Shedden, by the way, through the pit lane, everybody on the same type of tyre, roughly the same tyre pace all day. But Ingram right now is hunting down Camish. The margin at the start of the lap was 1/5 of a second, and I suspect that Ingram is going to line up here to make another move somehow at the chicane, trying to get in the wheel tracks of Camish as they head up the hill. Let's see what he can do. He's not near enough yet to make the move, but is he going to benefit from a tow? Not this time. In fact, Camish will be able to fend him off, and that's another of the Toyotas in strife. Look, oh, that's in replay. That's Gordon Shedden going back down the pit lane. So Gordon Shedden has already rejoined. That was the replay. And Aaron Taylor-Smith battling now in the sister car with Aidan Moffat,
who pulls off a similar round the outside manoeuvre as Ingram did and gets away with it.
Over the line they go then. Taylor-Smith back to the inside line.
in this battle with Moffat. Then you've got Chilton next up as the cars power their way towards the complex once again. Lead gaps come down, by the way, to 0.6 of a second between Cook and Sutton. Aaron Taylor-Smith then, the Brands Hatch winner, to the inside line here as he tries to get past Aidan Moffat. Inside for part 1 of the complex. That's the outside for part 2, and he can't stand his ground. He's got to slot back in behind Aidan Moffat's Audi.
Yeah, it's a great little battle, this, isn't it? And the positions are swapping all the time. The lap times at the moment, the last lap from Cook was a 17.5. His best was a 17.1, so sort of 4/10 slower at the moment.
Now, Gordon Shenton back in the race is about half a lap down, so we'll try and unravel why he was in the pits, but now he is seemingly condemned to being at the back of the grid. Here are the leaders. Now, remember, last time this gap had come down to 0.6 of a second. Look at the way that Rowbottom has fallen off the back, but equally he's not under attack from Proctor, whereas Camish is under attack now from Ingram, and he's taking Adam Morgan with him.
Yeah, and you're right. In fact, that gap at the front is it's back to 9/10 again.
It's a bit elasticated, isn't it? Stretched out again. Rowbottom, though, is losing time. He's 1.7 back from Sutton. And Proctor, in turn, is fourth, 1.6 behind him. This is now Ingram ready to make his move on Camish. Dives up the inside into the complex. Forces down wide. Tom thinks about the outside line for Cobb. That's the inside line for Seagrave. And the road comes to him. Another beautifully executed move. Another place gain. Morgan already on his toes to try to get past Camish.
Yeah, Camish just got mugged there.
Morgan's on the inside of Camish, but that's the outside as they get towards Goodwood. Adam Morgan trying to go all the way around the outside, can't do it.
Yeah, this is the great thing about the way the corners merge into each other here at Thruxton. Morgan is an absolute specialist at cutting that Goodwood apex, isn't he? He takes more of the inside than anywhere else, and he's got the run down the inside to Church Corner.
So Dan Camish dropping back. Disappointing this for the man that's third in the championship. He only had 3 laps of boost available and he's used 2 of them, but he's not been making places up. He does gain 1 back, gets back ahead of Morgan here, coming into the chicane. He keeps Morgan at bay, but up front it is still Josh Cook, the race leader. In second place, Ash Sutton, gap down slightly to 7/10. Then it's Rowbottom in third. He's a bit nearer to Sutton this time, with Senna Proctor fourth. Tom Ingram, 2.2 seconds back with 6 laps to go. So it is Ingram for fourth. We now need to look for that margin.
Yeah, I think Dan Camish will be a little bit disappointed in his car setup here. He hasn't been able to go with the same pace as Sutton, who hasn't used any boost at all.
There you've got the battle of the either returning or new drivers. Lewis Gilbert squabbling with mortgage broker Ryan Bensley. Meanwhile, Adam Morgan still on the attack as far as Dan Camish is concerned. What this has served to allow is Tom Ingram the chance to pull away. He was a second clear virtually at the end of the previous lap anyway, having had to get past. And Camish does look, I fear here, as though he's on borrowed time. Morgan all over him.
Yeah, Morgan cuts that inside once again. I have to say this is the best showing we've seen from the two Plato Racing with Cataclysm Mercedes, and it is a track that should really suit them. The long wheelbase gives them high-speed stability. We know aerodynamically that car is absolutely superb, so this should be a good circuit for them. And Rowbottom is holding a good third place at the moment with a 2-second gap back to Proctor. Here comes Morgan round the outside. That straight line speed, whether that's aero or boost, it's certainly working for Morgan.
It is indeed another place gain then for Adam. So that puts him now into 6th, which is where he started, don't forget, but he lost out on the opening lap of the race. Cook to Sutton is 9/10, Sutton to Rowbottom 1.5, but behind Proctor to Ingram, it only come down by a 10th.
Yeah, Matt holding that position.
Leading independent at the moment, Mikey Doble for Power Max from James Dorlin, and then Chris Smiley, the 2 Restart Racing cars behind. There you've got Aaron Taylor-Smith, who is all over the back of Aidan Moffat. Then Tom Chilton. Ricky Collard has made some progress, remember, because he started 22nd on the grid. He's up to 15th, but he's finding it tough. And on his final warning as well is Ricky Collard for track limits. And Tom Ingram is on his final warning for track limit abuses as well. Spencer Aldridge, Tom's engineer, will be on the radio to say, just be careful now, Tom. You've got no margin with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, the trouble is Tom has tried to extract the absolute maximum through Church, a corner where driver can make a difference, but of course not using much boost either. He really tries hard through this corner, and that puts him at a danger of track limits.
Does indeed, as you look there at Ingram coming down to the chicane, rides the curb there. Thankfully the tyre stack taken out of the middle for this year, so much less damage to myriad cars over the weekend, all different categories have been able to get through with less damage. As there, Ingram rounds Allard. He's up the curb on the inside, and on that lap, again, 2.1 back from Proctor. There's a good team virtue battle going on here, though, because coming over the timing line, Chilton and Collard have got themselves together for 14th place. They're on the back of Aaron Taylor-Smith, and Aaron is on his last warning for track limits as well.
Yeah, Dan Camish is having an absolute nightmare. His pace is just not there in this race. His last lap was a 19.1 and Sutton did a 17.7, so he just hasn't got the pace. His setup is clearly not right on that car, and Morgan has already gapped him.
And it also means that Tom Ingram is going to be further ahead in the points battle for second and third, because Ingram came to the weekend second, Camish third, and it is Ingram ahead on the road right now, as long as he keeps his nose clean in terms of track limits. So we are looking at just over 3 laps to go as the cars power their way through Goodwood, Village, Church. And this is the race leader. This is Josh Cook with Ash Sutton demonstrably close to this time. Cook's got 4 laps of boost left. Ash hasn't touched his one. And look how much nearer the Ford is now coming out of the chicane.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what I talked about. Ash Sutton hoping that his tyre balance, tyre wear, would be better than those around him. You can make up far more with a better tyre balance at the end of a race when someone else's balance is off and their tyre degradation is greater. And on that last lap, Cook did an 18.0 and Sutton was 0.2 of a second quicker.
So with now just under 3 laps to go, the lead gap 0.6 of a second. It is less than it has been since the start of the race in real terms. Rowbottom is there hanging on for 3rd place, the best championship result that he's had this season, 6th, if you ignore that race to pole win that he inherited at Donington after Tom Ingram's full start penalty. So this will be a season best for Robo if it survives in 3rd place, but it's Sutton still chasing after Cook. We need to have a look at Josh was quicker in sector 1. They're heading up toward the end of sector 2, and again the Toyota faster there, so I think the gap would have stretched out a little bit come the end of this 14th lap.
Yeah, it does look that way. Of course, Josh had a lot more boost available to him. He started off with 10 laps. He's got 3 left.
And Ash hasn't touched his boost at all, as I say. Into the chicane he comes then. There's Rowbottom in 3rd place. Proctor is still 4th. And Ingram 5th has plateaued a bit. He's found it much harder, hasn't he, to do anything about Sandra Proctor's Ford and the gap between them, indeed, up the road. Cook's just gone over the beam. He leads the way as you look at the second wave of cars coming towards us. The lead gap up to 0.8 as there. You have the car of Tom Chilton to the outside of Aidan Moffat into the chicane. That doesn't work. Ricky Collard is next. All of this is 13th and 14th and 15th places. 2 laps to go. Cook 0.8 up the road. Sutton to Rowbottom is 2 seconds. Proctor to Ingram 2.2 again.
Yeah, Cook has 2 laps of boost left, so he can use them on both the final laps. Sutton has 1, so he'll choose which one to do it, probably the last lap.
Moffat, having dropped back behind those 2 Hyundais at Team Virtue, tries to fight back, gets into the back of Collard there, but Ricky manages to hang on to the car.
Yeah, it wasn't really a shove, was it? It was just a little tap at the end of braking, but didn't even push Ricky wide.
Yeah, Ricky's had worse done to him than that. Comes from School of Hard Knocks, and the Carter turned Ginetta turned single-seater racer. British GT champion and a class winner in the Spa 24 Hours. Great to have him back on the touring car grid this year.
And a black and white flag for Sutton now.
So that's the driving standard, just reminding him to rein it in. It's when you get your last warning you need to really start to panic. Maybe that's also part of why Ingram isn't closing on Proctor, for fear of getting another track limit warning and therefore a penalty. So he's just now settled for the points as Josh Cook goes through onto his last lap. And the Toyota is 11/10 of a second up the road now. So 1.1 your margin. Cook to Sutton. Robo is still there 3rd. Still the 2-second cushion over Proctor. Then it's Ingram, who has got a bit nearer actually by half a second on that lap. So Josh Cook through the complex, and this, by one set of counting, is going to be a 12th championship race victory at Thruxton, and he's been imperious.
He's been absolutely superb. He's managed this race very well. Obviously got a good car set up to maintain the tyre balance. Standout drive, I think, from Rowbottom to bring home that podium in 3rd place, and he hasn't lost a lot of ground to 2 of the fastest guys round Thruxton. He's done very well here.
Yeah, it would have been fascinating, wouldn't it, to see how the Mercedes would have gone on in terms of being able to gain places during the race rather than in that sort out on the first lap. But a podium result they will take, no question about it. The first podium finish then for Dan Rowbottom for this season. Indeed, the first podium for the team in a championship race, as into the chicane they come. Ricky Collard's been given a 10-second penalty for track limits, but Josh Cook is on target then for a 20-second career win and a 12 at Thruxton as he comes out of the chicane. Checkered flag at the ready, and Josh Cook wins race 1 here at Thruxton. The king of Thruxton reigns supreme once again. Ash Sutton, championship leader, second. Dan Rowbottom's best of the season, third. Senna Proctor's first race of the year for fourth. Tom Ingram gets the points for fifth. Adam Morgan is going to be sixth. Then it's Camish for seventh. Doble is eighth. Dorlin ninth. And it's Doble, Dorlin the 1-2 in the Independence Championship battle. Chris Smiley 10th. The rest sprint towards the line, but Ricky Collard there as he goes through will end up 14th on the road, but then penalised, and he will tumble down the order. Well done, Josh Cook. You could argue, as we offered as an opinion before the race, that having won the race to pole and with maximum boost and with his mastery of this circuit, so he jolly well should have won, but he didn't put a wheel wrong.
No, we said, oh, he's probably a shoo-in, but nothing's ever easy. Nothing is ever easy. You know, the tyre management, getting everything right over the longer race distance, and no surprise to see Josh Cook win, but all credit to him for doing it nevertheless. And I think damage limitation for Ingram. I don't think he'll be happy in an interview afterwards. He'll feel that he was muscled out onto the grass, but to come back to fifth is good, but he's lost points to Sutton.
Josh Cook then on his in-lap and making his way now through Church. And there you've got the Toyota, which is victorious in the end, 0.6 of a second. Josh Cook victorious with Sutton and Rowbottom for the podium, and as I say, Mikey Doble will be there as well as the independent winner as well. So the cars will make their way to the pit lane, then to the technical checks. So this is how we look at the end of round 13. Josh Cook, race winner from Ash Sutton, and Dan Rowbottom in third. Senna Proctor fourth, Tom Ingram fifth, Adam Morgan sixth, then Dan Camish for seventh ahead of Mikey Doble, James Dorlin and Chris Smiley in 10th. Aaron Taylor-Smith was 11th, Darrell De Leon next ahead of Todd Chilton, and then Aidan Moffat and Dexter Patterson rounding out the scorers. Charles Rainford, another tough race. I know we said yesterday BMWs haven't always gone well around Thruxton, but only one place gain, 17th to 16th for Charles, double winner this year. Then Lewis Selby, the penalty for Ricky Collard putting him from 11th to 18th. Then Ryan Bensley 19th, and Nick Hamilton coming home in 20th ahead of Lewis Gilbert. And after his pit stop, Gordon Shedden, sad to say, down in 22nd. And that, of course, will be your grid for race 2, in which Josh Cook is going to have the minimum amount of boost, and it's going to be very tough indeed. So Ash Sutton, the championship leader now by 53 over Tom Ingram. Dan Camish third, Charles Rainford is fourth, but Josh Cook up to fifth from Ricky Collard. Then it's Mikey Doble and Darrell De Leon, top 10 completed by Gordon Shedden and Adam Morgan. This is the rest of the championship. Dan Rowbottom ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, just looking to see where Senna Proctor is after his first race. He's up to 19, so big bank raid, first time out.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, good result, but interesting from the championship point of view.
So Josh Cook making his way from the technical checks. The pit lane becomes ever so crowded all of a sudden. So cars being waved down towards the teams, sort of Park Fairmay, others going to the technical checks, and Josh Cook comes then with the little banner on the car to say Park Fairmay conditions. In other words, nobody can touch it. He's told and reminded as well to go to Park Fairmay. There he is. So Josh Cook wins again at Thruxton. Almost cut and paste the victory speech from the last time in a sense here, but it's the first time he's won here in a Toyota, and it's been a tough season for Josh. We were saying this in the race to pole yesterday, but hopefully this second part of the season, this rather uneven second half if you like, might well start to herald better fortune for him. So Josh Cook clambers out of the car, and in typical Josh fashion, it's all very nonchalant. There's no punching of the air, no demonstrative behaviour, just I've taken a win. And it is another victory for him, a 22nd career win for Josh Cook. And we'll see whether he smiles after the break.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
Ricky, we're going to look at your F4 season. Now, a lot of people should know this, but a certain Lando Norris, and you were in a title contention with him. Talk us through that and how intense that was. Was that your first kind of big title challenge in car racing?
Well, yeah, it was my first full season really in car racing. So yeah, it was. It's quite cool when you go through karting racing against like all these people, and then you get the opportunity then to jump in the cars. I had a massive crash in karting and broke 5 ribs, my shoulder, my back, ruptured my lung, had internal bleeding. Shoulder, did I say shoulder? I don't know.
Yeah, but you've got 2, so.
Oh yeah. I've broken both of them, but this was in a separate crash, collarbone. And yeah, so I was then like in a life support machine, didn't think I'd ever come back to race. Then came back, done a bit of Formula Ford and then done F4 and come second in the championship to that guy. But apparently I beat him more than anybody else did in cars, so I'll take that.
Did you know at the time, obviously he was a talented lad, but would you have been surprised if you were told at that moment he was going to go on to be F1 world champion?
Not really, man. He was pretty damn good, but I led the season for the majority of the year and then got taken out by another guy.
You can name names.
Yeah, Dan Thruxton just wiped me out behind the safety car, which was really cool.
Oh no!
And yeah,
What's your thoughts on him?
yeah, just an absolute tool, really, to be honest. But I won't go into too much detail.
I did see that Dan. I think he had 4 disqualifications in that season, which is nice.
Yeah,
I had to find Dan Thruxton once in Macau for a completely separate matter, which we won't talk about. But anyway,
Can we talk about this?
no,
Is the
we
question.
can't. We can't. He was late to something, but he had to get fined. I won't go into it.
Where did you find him?
Great lad. We're moving on to you, Dan. I looked out your first. You obviously won Formula Ford, British Formula
Mate,
Ford.
absolutely dominated it as well because that was the year
Smashed
after.
it.
How many race wins? It's like out of the 30 races, I think you won
24.
24.
Really? 24 wins.
Mate, how lucky are me and Lando that we weren't up against this guy?
Not so sure about that. Yeah, 24 that year. But I only did 24 races as well, so I actually won every one that year.
I noticed you didn't do brands for, was that commercial reasons or something?
Giving someone else a chance to win.
Yeah, it was just we got to the point where it was like, is this actually helping me anymore? It clearly wasn't. It was better to get out and look to do something different.
And I looked at the first season, you did a scholarship, you won the scholarship class at that point. A certain James Cole won the title. And as we're on Indy 500 week, Joseph Newgarden was second. So it was pretty stacked back then, wasn't it?
It was a good championship. It really was. Yeah, it was a good year, and I had a great year really. When I look back, it's a shame because I had such a good start, and I didn't really get the help and recognition I probably needed at that time to help my career move forward. Which I think is probably why when people talk to me now, sometimes I get a little bit of a chip, and I think that's probably why. Because when I started to do well later on, it was kind of too late. I was already probably aged out a little bit by that point. Back then, I was probably still young enough to have a bit of a chance. But yeah, Joseph Newgarden, I qualified second. My first, I still had a novice cross on the back. And Newgarden was third, and I finished third on the podium. And I was on pole at the next race. So basically, I had pole within my first two races in cars. James Cole went on to win, and Newgarden, I don't know what happened to him. But I think he's doing all right somewhere across the pond these days. So yeah, it was a good year.
Stay with us. More coming up after the break.
And just one thing as well, we were talking before, weren't we, like about Porsches and how they're going to ABS for next year. And I've driven a lot of things with ABS and traction control, and I can tell you it is nowhere near as fun. Driving these cars with a proper sequential box that you're banging down the gears, you're blipping, you're heel and toe in. You've got no ABS, you've got no traction control, there's not much downforce. It is so raw, and I think that's what makes the racing so good. And I honestly tell people this, like if you watch Formula One with the hype that's going on at the moment, they've done all the Drive Survive stuff, and it does feel like there's a real aura in Formula One. And I say to people, they think it's amazing. I say to my friends, I'm like, guys, watch touring cars, just watch a couple of races, and it's definitely, I think, what makes this championship so special.
Lights out and racing underway here at Thruxton. Round 13 saw a frantic first lap in which Ash Sutton moved up a place into second, but a disappointing opening lap for Tom Ingram, who went wide and down to 9th place. He did fight his way back to eventually finish 5th. Senna Proctor in his first race of the season 1 place ahead of him, but it was a lights to flag victory for a cool and composed Josh Cook, the king of Thruxton, who secured his first win of the season ahead of championship leader Ash Sutton and Dan Rowbottom in 3rd. Let's join Louise and hear from the podium getters.
Yeah, he's never been the most demonstrative driver, but I'm sure you're leaping up and down inside, aren't you? Because that is a big tick in a big box, first win of the season.
That was a tough race, actually. I mean, sometimes you can see it from the outside and it looks maybe a bit boring, but I had to use every ounce of brain power to work on strategy of when to deploy my TTB boost to try and protect from Ash. Obviously, I knew he only had 1 lap, so pleased to bring it home. That was a very one of the toughest races I've had around here, so I'm pleased to bring it home for the team. They've worked so hard, as I keep banging on about, but to have so many good Saturdays and not convert to a win, it's nice to finally be able to do that today.
What made it so tough?
To be honest, I think, as I mentioned before, around this circuit, you want a long wheelbase, you want a nice saloon shape, and this is the shortest car on the grid, and we're a hatchback, the only one. So I don't think we're suited to the high-speed corners, so I've got to take extra risks. You know, the car is very, very lively, and I could see in my mirror Ash was sort of closing in on some of the quick sections. But ultimately, you know, I think I'm just really pleased with that result. I think the second race might be a little bit more difficult than that one. I think we might drop backwards, but you know, all we can do is just fight with what we got.
Yeah, as you say, you're going to have a lot less boost to play with next time out. But nonetheless, I mean, that's leapt you up to P5 in the championship. I know that's kind of not the big thing at the moment at this stage of the season, but it's good finally on race day on Sunday to get that result, because that's what you've been lacking so far. The promise has been there, but you haven't been able to deliver like you just have.
Yeah, you know, we've been quick enough to get plenty of podiums, but not quick enough on the day to beat all of the other cars. So, you know, I'm pleased, like I say, with the momentum that we've had, with the developments we've done on the car. We're taking steps forwards. But, you know, it was always going to be difficult coming to this circuit. You know, as much as I wanted to win, I didn't think it would be possible this weekend against the competition that we've got. And you know, I'm lucky that I had the TTB. Without it, I think we'd have struggled a lot, as I think we're probably about to see in the next one, as I mentioned.
Well, make the most of the crown sitting on your head while it's still there then. And always good to see these two who love racing against each other. You'd have liked to have overtaken him, but nonetheless a good result for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good. I didn't get the opportunity to really race him, I'll be honest yet. With the deficit of the TTB, we couldn't really do too much. He had that covered. So, but yeah, I mean, from our side, good in terms of the championship. We've obviously getting past Tom. That was the aim. We were trying to get past both of them on lap 1, but didn't quite have it in the tank. But yeah, pleased with the result, pleased for Napa Racing UK.
Just talk me through that opening lap, because it was so close at times.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I said, great launch. Josh did a mega job of boxing me, and I think he was in every mirror watching what I was doing, so he covered that off well. And then, yeah, complex, sort of biding my time, seeing where I could pick Tom off. And I saw he just made a little mistake in the left, and then that mistake carried on into the last right of the complex, and I managed to get the switch back on him. He was fair, it was clean racing. He gave me the room round Noble. Side by side around there is pretty sketchy anyway. Sketchy enough on your own. But yeah, obviously that carried on into Goodwood. Made the move, completed the move. I didn't quite see what happened behind. I kind of was just then focused on going after Josh at that point. But I looked up on the exit of Church and he wasn't there, so I'm not quite sure. But yeah, just mega for us, mega for our day, how we started it.
Yeah, well done, and TTB swings back in your favour for the next one, so we'll look forward to seeing how that one goes. Well, I mean, talk about good results. First podium for you this season, but first podium for Plato Racing as well. So I was expecting a slightly bigger smile on your face, but I'm getting the impression that was really hard work out there for everyone.
I'm just trying to recover. No, you know, we've had a really good day. You know, everybody at Cataclean Plato Racing over the 6-week break has worked really, really hard. You know, went to Pembrey last week for a 2-day test, and we learned a lot of things about the car. We then put that on the car for yesterday, and it didn't work. So we had to unlearn that very quickly. And yeah, it's the first time I think we've been in the fight with the car. You know, we've still got a long way to go to catch up with these guys. But now I think we can start to work on making the car actually work. You know, we haven't been in a window. It's been every time we've driven the car, it's been different. So I'm starting to feel at one with it now. I'm starting to like it. I didn't like it yesterday. I'm enjoying it a bit more today.
And it is the kind of track that you've got a long wheelbase car. It's going to suit your car, so it is a case of making hay while the sun shines, isn't it?
Yeah, well, going to Knockin after here might be a struggle, but no, I think the car's okay. It's long, the weight's in the right place, and we put a lot of. We didn't. The people that we got to build the cars put a lot of time and effort into that over the winter, and we've just got to keep on this now, and obviously working with Adam's great. We get on well. We can translate the two setups between each other. So we'll try and fire him up for the podium later in the day and try and round out the day with some more trophies.
Good stuff. We will see you out there for the next one. But we've got racing coming up again straight away. We've got loads of mini championships with us this weekend. The first one we're going to see now is the Mini 7s. So let's go straight over to Jade and to David talking us through this one.
Louise, thank you. The Mini 7 Racing Club makes its biannual appearance at a British Touring Car Championship event. They had a race yesterday, and it is always a highlight of the touring car season as the Mini 7 Racing Club that's been going since 1966 arrives en masse. There's one car there, I'm afraid, that has not got away. That is Ashton Baker's car. If you're wondering why there are two grids, it's because you have the 1 litre Mini 7s and then the slightly less modified 7Ss. Ashton Baker does get going. Now, if everybody has gone past you, by rights, you ought to start at the back of the grid. So we'll, fingers crossed, hope that he's there rather than being in the wrong place and get a penalty. Now, these cars are run by true club racers. It is a fabulous category, the Mini 7 Racing Club, and club emphasised. It's a proper spirit amongst the drivers in terms of the camaraderie. Anybody with a problem is always helped by their rivals, and the racing is always really close, and largely it is very, very key and clean as well. We'll have a look at the grids, plural, with the 7s at the very front, but as ever, I'm delighted to say that Andy Hack is on the grid, the sole member these days of a certain fan club, and as ever, because he knows I hate it, he's adapted the stickers for Dave, and yesterday Andy was saying not quick enough, but I'm saving myself for Sunday in the telly, so we'll see. He starts on the 6th row of his grid. He's got a bit of work to do there. Let's have a look at how they line up. This is based on the driver's fastest lap time in the race yesterday. So Dan Munro, who's been a winner this year, lines up with 5 times a winner, Damien Harrington at the front. Then Glenn Woodbridge, who's also been a winner. He had engine dramas yesterday, so there's a bit of his dad's engine and a few spare bits. Ross Billison had problems yesterday, but he's one to watch. The 3rd row, Spencer Wanstall, also dramas yesterday. Graham Davis alongside him. Nigel Davies is next, alongside back manager Stephen Hopper. Then you've got Jamie Payne and Paul Woodbridge. That's Woodbridge Senior. He's ahead of Harry Taylor and Jack Robinson. Then it's Andy King and Ashton Baker, with Darren Thomas, Ian Penn and Richard Bull rounding out the 7s. 20 seconds later, the 7Ss will go, with Bertie Woolard at the front. He's had 3 class wins. James May alongside has had 2. Then it's Matt Howard, whose dad Rob is in the Mini Miglia race. George Welch is next, ahead of Billy Ferguson and double winner Michael Winkworth. Jack Vanner and Dan Balster are next, ahead of Lee Pullman and Pat McCarthy. The redoubtable Andy Hack starting on the 17th row of the grid with Ben Butler for company. Then it's Mike Raymer and Mal Dickinson, one-time rallycrosser about 30-odd years ago. John Hobbs and Holly King come next, and Tom Johnston rounds out the grid. These cars spend 82% of their lap around here flat out. They've only got little engines, Jay, but they do give great racing.
They're absolutely fantastic. I think I watched 2 laps of this yesterday and instantly said to you, I want to have a go, because it just looks so much fun. They're mighty little things around this huge circuit, but you're in for a treat, everyone, I can tell you that.
I'm sure the Mini 7 Racing Club will find you a car. I always want to attract new people into it. 0 there, Ross Billison, who is racing, as well as trying to celebrate his daughter Amy's 15th birthday today. He also is a new dad. Alea came into the world just recently, so he's had a lot on his mind as much as planning for a race weekend. There is 74 then, Ashton Baker, who is going to line up at the very back of the grid. Quite right too. Stop, says the marshal. Right, we can do this in probably one big breath. So here goes, green flag at the back. The Mini 7 Racing Club's first race of the day. The Mini 7s and the Mini 7Ss are good to go. It is Dan Munro then from pole position in the white car, who sprints away just to get the drop on Damien Harrington in the green livery. Ross Billison comes around the outside then, with Glenn Woodbridge in the gold-roofed orange car on the inside. The red one is Spencer Wanstall, and Dan Munro, how's he managed to do this? He's got an advantage of about 2 lengths going up to the complex.
You forget that 2 lengths of these are not a massive gap at all, and as you can see, it's closing straight away into the complex as the number 1 car is right on the tail of the leader.
That's Damien Harrington then, who closes right up, and he's taking Ross Billison along for the ride. The 7Ss have got going as well now, with the delayed Ashton Baker 7 in the mix as well. So that's your first battle as they go through, and now the cars accelerate their way up towards the
big fast right of Goodwood. Now the 7S battle had Bertie Woolard in number 736 at the very front, and they're wriggling their way through the complex. I'm expecting any moment Andy Hack to appear in the lead of the class. You can easily spot Hackey's car, but at the moment he's under attack. Then look, going to the inside line, and he's just, I think, going to be able to stay ahead, but only just.
How many times are we going to see 4 abreast, 3 abreast around this lap for an entire lap? And I think it's started already, just with a mere 2 cars at the moment, but no doubt a 3rd, 4th, 5th car will get involved at any point.
Foot nailed to the boards. Hackey up the inside of Dan Balster's car there. Go on, Hackey, you can do it. Yes. So Andy, who's whispering in his 60s now, spends quite a bit of his time in Oman these days. So he's come from Muscat to Thruxton for this. Now for the race lead, it's 3. It's nearly 4 wide. Glenn Woodbridge on the outside. Dan Munro on the inside. Ross Billison on the very inside, but it's going to be Munro that leads. Billison second-ish. Woodbridge third. Harrington 4th. And look at that, 5, 6 of them in a line, no one touched.
And this is exactly why we love it. It's so entertaining to watch. It's a bit like karting. You don't want to be leading the final lap at all. You know that if you lead into the first corner, you're probably going to be 4th or 5th. And we've got a battle into turn 1 here, which these cars are probably flat out most of this lap. And it's, as you say, door-to-door racing. We've not seen any paint crossed yet. Cars going everywhere at the chicane here. We watched them yesterday across the grass, everything like that. Doesn't seem to slow them down.
That was Matt Howard skipping the chicane in the edgy racing car. It was a bit edgy, that, going off the road. Anyway, he survived. Meanwhile, it is Dan Munro in the lead ahead of Ross Billison, whose engine rather overcooked itself yesterday, but they've sorted it out. Dan Munro, the leader. Well, he would have the fastest lap. We've only done 1, and he was the first over the line. But whether he's going to survive as the fastest man in this race, I suspect not. You do, however, joking apart, need a toe, and he's broken the toe.
Absolutely. A toe round here, especially in these cars, is absolutely huge, and that's what everyone will be fighting for. If you drop the toe, which we can see the gap at the lead now, it was 6 tenths across the line, but it looks maybe a little bit bigger now. The car in P2, Billison, will not want to drop that toe at all, because he knows if he loses it, he'll just fall into the clutches of the car behind.
There's Glenn Woodbridge giving a toe to the red car of Spencer Wanstall. This is for 3rd place. This is Woodbridge Jr. The old man's a little bit further back. Paul 13th over the line. Glenn, who started off in oval racing with Speedworth rookie rods and then had a spell in super stocks and then followed his dad into circuit racing for the race lead, though. They're absolutely side by side. Ross Billison in 0 and it is Dan Munro in number 41, and I think Ross hits the front this time, but Dan tries to come back on the outside line. Ross Billison breaks as late as he dares, and they're being caught, aren't they, because the Woodbridge, Wanstall, Harrington trio are almost up with them.
As soon as you start battling, as I said before, the pack just reels you in straight away, and there is positions changing all the time. Inside line for the first corner, but he just manages to hold it off. Car 0 still leading. The car's moving around all over the place.
And this is for the 7S battle as they come into the chicane, which is being led still, or it was, by Bertie Woolard in 736. They bounce and skip their way over the curbs and over the timing line. Up the inside goes Bertie Woolard. Now he's getting himself in and amongst the slower 7s, isn't he? That's Richard Bull's car that has gone down 1 place, and actually Bertie Woolard has escaped from his class rivals. You're not allowed to do that.
No, you just do often see this in different class cars. The faster ones of the lower class as such often are quicker maybe than the back end of the upper class, so you're seeing battles throughout. We don't know where to look. There's cars overtaking each other everywhere.
It's worth it though, isn't it? So there the cars in the 7S class wriggled their way through the complex. And as they do so, oh, good news, Andy Hack has gained another place, by the way, a little bit further back. There he is in the background, so making his way now onto the big train of cars ahead. For the race lead outright, though, it's still this Billison, Munro, Woodbridge, Wanstall, Harrington fight. Here they are, and this time Ross Billison is ahead, but only just. Dan Munro sitting in the wheel tracks, looking at the counter maybe on the dash, thinking, right, how long have I got left? Do I need to make a move this time? Well, he probably can't help himself. To the outside line, he feints. In 3rd place now, the green car of Damien Harrington, who has been 5 times a winner this year, so it's 3 for the lead at least. And then the next little group, Glenn Woodbridge just at the head of that. You've also got Graham Davis involved and Spencer Wanstall as they now come pouring out of the chicane.
Absolutely, and this is one of the hardest parts of this race, is just to try and hang on to each other and not lose too much time to the cars behind, but also keep fighting. I was looking into the chicane there because this is a circuit where going around the outside into the chicane is definitely an option, but yeah, they haven't tried it just yet, but we've still got 14 and a half minutes to go. I guarantee we will see some trailer park girls around the outside at some point in this race.
Ross Billison was telling me yesterday that he's adorned some of these fan club stickers to the car, so it's clearly given him another half a horsepower because he leads then from Dan Munro, and then in 3rd place Damien Harrington, So Dan has had a win this year. 5 wins have gone the way of Damien Harrington, but Ross Billison, surprisingly, has not yet had a victory. He's been racing minis for a long, long time, the Leatherhead-based electrician, and you can see the racecraft, knows exactly how to fling the car through. But really, since they came out of Allard, pretty much you're flat out, aren't you?
Yeah, I think Billison has led most of yesterday's race as well, and then it all comes to a head. You cannot sit tight in these races. Most drivers now, when they've led for this many laps, go, oh, do you know what? I think I might be okay here, but not in this category, because as you can see, cars behind straight on the tail, and now we've got 3 for the lead going up to the chicane, so they're all trying to get a slipstream off each other. As I said, we would see 3 abreast, 2 abreast, 4 abreast, but Billison, eyes in all of his mirrors, I'd imagine.
Yeah, doesn't know whether to defend the inside or the outside or both. Well, he's still ahead. Well done, Ross. Somehow he's managed to do it as they come through the chicane. Dan Munro looking very, very rapid. But look, Glenn Woodbridge in 4th all of a sudden is back at the races. He's bringing the black car of Graham Davis with him and Spencer Wanstall for good company. So that's 6 of them for the lead. That's still only about 2.5 touring cars by way of length, isn't it? But even so, what a battle.
And this is what we see. We went up into the chicane with 3 for the lead. We've come out of the chicane with 6 for the lead. So we've now got to move to the outside into the complex. Again, this isn't necessarily where you'd want to do it. You go round the outside hoping to get the inside for the next corner, but he's not quite managed to do it with the 41 car just closing the door there.
Absolutely right, as they again come through the complex. So now Dan Munro is having to defend from Damien Harrington. Glenn Woodbridge up into 4th place once more. Then you've got the black car of Graham Davis, who's been another front-wheel drive specialist in minis for a long, long time, and then 73 Spencer Wanstall behind. Now in the S class, this is 750, who is now in the lead. This is the car of James May, who has had a bit of experience in things like GT cars, brick car as well, and he's now up into the lead of the S-Class. So Bertie Woolard, who had escaped up the road earlier, has fallen back. Michael Winkworth is in 2nd spot, you can see there in 796. So this is another lead battle, and it's effectively 3 for this lead as well, as Winkworth goes to the inside line. Michael Winkworth then tries to go by the graphic designer. He's through, he goes through on the inside then, and comes out the other side. Well, great, you've got the class lead. The bad news is you're now giving a tow to 2 others.
Absolutely, it was a move on the inside at Goodwood, which is always a brave move. And then we've got 3 into the final corner again for the overall lead here. Can't quite see yet. Billison still holding on to that lead. He knows exactly where to place the car into this final chicane. They can't quite find a way past.
Here they come then. Well, it was 3, it was 6, it's back to 3, and it is Ross Billison hoping that 0 becomes hero if he can hang on in there. Meanwhile, in the S's, back into the lead has gone Bertie Woolard in the pale blue car. To the outside line is Michael Winkworth, then behind them in 750, James May. So he was the leader earlier on, he's 3rd. Winkworth got the lead, and he's now 2nd, and Bertie Woolard thinks, thank you very much, I know exactly where to use the tow, and he's back in the lead.
And that's what I was just going to say. By doing an overtake on the inside of Goodwood, you compromise your exit a little bit. So yes, you get the position, but you then lose a bit of momentum through Church and up the hill, which then allows the car you were overtaking to fight back at you, which we've just seen happen there.
Now here, it's sort of 3.5 for the lead, isn't it? Glenn Woodbridge is almost with them, but in turn, Glenn has shaken off the pack behind. Glenn had all sorts of engine woes yesterday, so they've taken the engine out of his father's car and used some other bits that they had lying around, and they've given the bad bits to Dad, and then they spent most of the evening trying to blag bits off other people, and they've overnight fettered 2 engines. So well done to the Woodbridge family. Paul, Dad, is in 14th place, former oval racer and another stalwart Mini 7 Racing Club driver over the years. Right, this is your lead battle, and it is Ross Billison ahead, but for how much longer?
Absolutely, so he's getting a run, and his eyes will be on stalks up this hill, checking which direction the car behind goes. So Munro will be just sitting in the tow, maybe to the last minute, and then he goes, shows his nose a little bit, but he's not quite gone for it. It's gone for the outside, he's drifting, car goes oversteer around the outside, he's doing his very best. Can he hold it off? No, he can't.
Not quite, but it's brilliant racing, and Dan Munro then gets a little bit delayed on exit, so Damien Harrington in the green car, round the outside. Ross Billison thinks, whoopee, I've gained about half a car's length now, get me. And to the outside line at Allard then goes Damien Harrington, and he's trying to go right round the outside of Dan Munro, and Glenn Woodbridge in the orange and gold car is nearly there as well. Ross Billison yesterday led more laps than anybody, but the car gradually overheated and the fuel mixture got ever more lean. It was a much hotter day as well yesterday, so that really did for him. But Dan Munro back up the inside into 2nd, maybe-ish, possibly, because Harrington is almost alongside and Woodbridge is almost back with them.
Absolutely, and Billison, you think, well, the 2 fighting behind him, you think, oh, that'll give me some breathing space, but not with these cars. They just latch onto each other so quickly, and, you know, Munro made a move, it compromised him, he almost lost 2nd place, but fought back, and he was straight back with Billison, and I guarantee he'll be on his back bumper by the time we get to the chicane once again.
Meanwhile, at the complex, there are more fun and games. 799 is the car of Dan Balster, trying to get around the outside of the traffic, and as they wriggle their way now out of the complex, Jack Vanner in 797 is in that mix as well. Andy Hack's trying to join in for good measure. Ashton Baker, who was slow off the grid on the formation lap, has retired on the pit straight, I'm afraid to say. There he is. That car clearly troubled, has ground to a halt, so real shame. It's a real boost for these drivers to come and appear on a major platform like this. And for the race lead, here they come back to the chicane. It's back to 4 for the lead, and this time around Ross Billison is still ahead, but again Dan Munro tries the outside. Damien Harrington is right there, and Glenn Woodbridge is waiting to see what develops ahead as the cars now come to the yellow flag zone. That means no overtaking, which is alien to mini racers, but they go through in formation.
Absolute breathing point right now. I bet some of them will be happy to see that yellow flag, just to know that they get a couple of breaths free there. But we've got battles into the chicane here as well. A little bit of rubbing, but nothing too much, and all 3 cars make it out cleanly.
This is your S-lead battle, so Bertie Woolard is ahead once more from James May and then Michael Winkworth, and Paul Woodbridge, I'm afraid to say, has headed for the pit lane. So that car with its sort of bodged engine, I'm afraid, has got travails. Right, for the lead, Ross Billison somehow is still hanging on in there, but 4 has become 7 because now, out of nowhere, we've got Darren Thomas, the Gloucester mechanic, up into that leading group as well, number 20. Then you've got Graham Davis and Spencer Wanstall as well. So there, number 20, the green car going through, that is Darren Thomas, and he's chipped away quite nicely in all of this because he was 15th on the grid, and he's just steadily worked his way to the front, benefiting from the scrap going on ahead.
Absolutely, we can see here that Munro's showing his nose to the outside on the entry of Church to maybe try and get the switchback on the exit, but Billison has it covered, and I think Munro had to have a little back out of that, and he lost a length or 2, which means Harrison is now back in the he's back into the mix and got a good run into P2.
He's done it, he's got second then, so Damien Harrington in the green car goes ahead of Dan Munro. It's still Ross Billison in the lead, and Glenn Woodbridge is on the outside, and Dan Munro doesn't bother to break at all. Look on the very outside line, number 41 scrabbles into the chicane. He's got second place back. Damien Harrington camouflaged on the grass in the green car. He's down to third, and still Ross Billison is in the lead. Now, can I refer you to the comment that my honourable friend made a few laps ago? You don't want to lead on the last lap.
Absolutely. Well, Billison's putting in a great effort. He seems to be managing everything, because as soon as someone makes a move, he just sort of backs them up into the cars behind, and Munro was forced into an outside move around the chicane there, barely even slowed down, just scrubbed all the speed off and fought for that second position. But absolutely fantastic racing.
If you want an advert for club racing, the White's so good, this is it. Change for second, Damien Harrington goes through, but he's going to go wide, and Dan Munro is straight back up the inside, and Glenn Woodbridge goes to the other side of the road as well. So Munro is second, Woodbridge is up to third, Harrington is fading all of a sudden. Davis has got past him to the outside line there as well. Goes Darren Thomas, the red car of Spencer Wanstall is back in the pack, and I think Harrington's got a problem, maybe bouncing over the chicane curbs that might have done a little bit of damage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like sliding really wide through, so car behind actually seems to be slowing down, so loss of power maybe, like you say, hitting the curbs or doing something there, but he's now out of the fight. So we've now got Woodbridge straight up there into the fight, but like you say, there's so many cars battling, you just can't call it.
6 of them then for the lead, and Ross Billison again is trying to extend the advantage over Dan Munro, but now Glenn Woodbridge looking like the danger man here. He was a winner at Donington at the start of the season. He had a big engine drama at Silverstone, but let's see what he can do. The gap's there on the inside. No, it's not. Dan Munro's already got that covered. Spencer Wanstall, number 73, he's another driver to watch, the former autograsser in the red car. He's in the mix. Then you've got Graham Davis. So Damien Harrington, who was last year's champion and a former S-Class champion, seemingly out of the race, but we've now got battle renewed. 5 minutes to go, and Munro back with Billison. Oh, by the way, in the S-Class, Michael Winkworth is back in the lead. Is he ahead of James May as they come through the chicane? Brilliant scrap going on here as well.
Absolutely. This reminds me of my Clio Cup days. Absolute nose to tail. If you breathe once, you get 6 cars on you at once, and it is just absolutely racing. This is why I love Thruxton. It creates racing racecraft. You get the inside for one line, you get the switchback, you're on the outside for the next. It's constant battling. These guys are going to sleep well tonight.
And a fire extinguisher has been called for the gallery because our production team don't know which button to press next for the next battle. The fingers are everywhere, and the lead gap then is nothing at all. There's 4 in a queue. The green car 5th of Darren Thomas has just dropped back slightly, but from this point on, your foot is nailed to the boards. They drift beautifully around Goodwood and Village and Church, and it's number 0 then, Ross Billison in the lead. This would be quite a birthday present for Amy, his daughter, if he can hang on in there. And for the newly born Alea, for Dad to win first race after you've been born, that's quite something to bear in mind as well. But the others have got other ideas about this as they come again up towards the chicane. So Ross Billison is still in charge. In charge is kind of debatable, really, but he leads at least. The orange car of Glenn Woodbridge tries the outside line. A time penalty going the way of Darren Thomas in the green car within this leading battle. So that's really bad news, as now to the outside goes Dan Munro, but Ross Billison is still ahead. These 2 cars come out of the same stable, effectively. So good mates off the track, good mates on the track, and they're 1 and 2, and both, you can guarantee, will be grinning from ear to ear about this.
Absolutely. He keeps going for the outside line, and he's got the run. He can get to alongside him, but he just can't quite outbrake him enough to get his nose ahead, and he has an instant oversteer moment which hinders him into the corner.
Oh, this is for the S-Class. James May is back in front. Then it's the 736, the pole car, Bertie Woolard, 3 times a winner, and Michael Winkworth next up as they come across the line. So fabulous racing just about everywhere you look, and I know we're focusing on the lead battles, but you can understand why, because they are all up for grabs as the race carries on here.
Absolutely. With just under 3 minutes to go, dare I say this is where it's going to get juicy, if it's not already very much juicy already. But this is the moment they know they can't make these moves stick. They're going to try and get the slipstream. It looks like there's maybe a back marker ahead of them that they're also going to have to manage as well. Little show of the nose into Goodwood, I think, there, but easier said than done. Also, if you get the inside for Goodwood, it does necessarily mean you lose the run and can get a compromise for Church. So it's all about tactics. These guys' brains will be thinking, how can we get past? He's tried everything so far into the chicane, so now it looks like he's trying to get the run out of Church to maybe nip to the inside rather than the outside.
Damien Harrington, who we lost into the pit lane, was the winner yesterday. This is Andy Hack gaining places, curve, grass and all. Well done, Hacky, keep your foot nailed.
What
Top
track
work.
limits? Fine by me, I like that.
Right then, 2 minutes to go, and a big send to the inside by Dan Munro. It didn't quite work. The team were very pleased to tell me that they've christened this Send It Sunday, and you can see why. Up the inside comes Dan Munro. This is for the lead, and side by side past the pits. We've got 1 minute and 47 on the clock. That's 2 more laps, I reckon.
Absolutely. So Munro to the inside, but Billison's trying to hang on around the outside. He just tucks in right on his bumper there, but this is exactly what I said. He's led the whole race, and now towards the end of the race, he's just losing it as well. He's going to stay to the outside. Can he hang it around the outside and get to the inside for the next right? No, he's dropped back in. He's going to try and get the run and maybe create the switchback on the exit of the complex, which gives him the run towards Goodwood and Church.
And look for third. Glenn Woodbridge is sort of back with them. And then number 73, Spencer Wanstall, who's been up and down the order. He now may have timed this to perfection because he's in that mix with a lap to run at the end of this. This is a replay, and it involves Andy Hack yet again, trying to go all the way around the outside into the chicane, and he's done it. 1 place gain 2. He's off the circuit. Oh, fantastic. Well, if you can't do it one way, sort of force the issue. And Hacky, wonderful stuff. He might be on the grass, but he's gained a few spots.
We forget that these guys would have watched the touring car race before they've got in the car, but isn't he doing your sticker proud?
Is he ever?
Race.
Absolutely. That is the membership of the club, by the way. It's only Hacky. Even I've resigned. So this is for the lead, and it is now 5 of them, and it remains Dan Munro ahead of Ross Billison, who's going to go to the outside, and it's going to be side by side. It's going to be 3 wide. Here comes Woodbridge on the outside line. Is Ross Billison back in front as they get to the braking zone? There's a bit of damage, I think, maybe on the front of Spencer Wanstall's car. So Billison is leading. Glenn Woodbridge round the outside. Is he of Dan Munro? Well, he tries, but he can't do it there. But it's the next lap that's going to be really important because it's the last lap. Billison will lead out of the chicane. Up the inside goes Dan Munro.
Absolutely. So Munro looked like he had a little bit of a moment on the exit of Church, which gave Billison the run. But Munro doing it the same as he did a lap prior, inside for turn 1. Gets great speed through there. He'll defend into the complex and try and keep that momentum for this final lap of the race. This is going to get exciting.
Right, so now you've got 2 or 3 corners of a slow bicycle race where nobody wants to lead, and then it all kicks off at the chicane. So Dan Munro Lewis ahead. Then you've got Ross Billison. Then you've got everybody else with Trim hanging off Spencer Wanstall's car, but he's round the outside of Glenn Woodbridge. So Wanstall third, Woodbridge fourth, Graham Davis fifth, and then the green car sixth. That's Darren Thomas. That's the one with the penalty for track limit. So sadly, you kind of rule him out of the order, and Wanstall's dropped back a little bit, so that is not good. He's got to somehow gain a good, 4, 5, 6 lengths maybe here.
Yeah, I think it's a 2-horse race, but Billison even looks, we've had a bit of an incident, 3 cars off there. Can't exactly see, is that
That's coming into the chicane, and that's going to deny you the chance to overtake on the last lap, isn't it? So they won't know that, as they're getting crowded to the grass is Bertie Woolard, but anybody that was going to try to time this for the run up the hill is going to be denied, I fear, by a yellow flag. So we need to have a look at what's going on for the race lead, because the order now might well end up being the order. Then it's going to be Dan Munro ahead of Ross Billison, but Ross is going to be just ahead, is he? Yes, he's done it, coming up Woodham Hill, and when they get to the yellow flag zone there, Ross Billison waves out of the window saying slow down, there's a yellow flag, because that means no overtaking, and Dan Munro still goes through on the inside, and that's going to get looked at because the yellow was waving. You could see it from the marshal's post. So Dan Munro has gone through on the last lap, but I'm not sure that's going to stand because there was a yellow flag there. They come up towards the line, so Dan Munro will take the checkered flag first to win at Thruxton. Ross Billison second across the line, Spencer Wanstall third. Then you've got Graham Davis, Glenn Woodbridge fourth with a transponder glitch, then Davis and Thomas. And as far as the S-Class is concerned, here they come over the curb, over the grass, and Bertie Woolard knows he's done it. He's a delighted man because that's his 4th win of the year. Jade, welcome to Mini Racing.
That was unbelievable. What yellow flag in that final sector. Honestly, they continue to race. I think they were warning him that there is a yellow, but when you're in that frantic battle, it's so hard to necessarily see. But I think this is the replay maybe of the incident a little bit earlier on, the lap prior. Yes, just knocking together. No one, just a bit of a racing incident, but Hackey gets involved there. I hope he's not scratched the sticker.
So do I. But this is it from another angle. But yeah, it just got a little bit close and it all kicked off ahead, and suddenly you find yourself with nowhere to go. Dan Balster's car turned around, and that in turn clipped the car there of Matt Howard, and Hackey gets involved, but it'll take more than that to stop him. Fantastic racing though.
Absolutely. That looked to me like a bit of a racing incident. 800 cars into one doesn't always go, and a shame to see the race end that way, but what a fantastic battle between that front pack in both classes. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely. Dan Munro very happy with that, but I'm sure Ross Billison's wave was to say there's a yellow, slow down. So whether or not that's going to be reversed courtesy of the race officials, we will find out. But for now, Dan Munro thinks he's done it. He's happy,
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to take the win. He once you've made the move, it's hard. You don't want to trip over each other. He may not have seen the yellow exactly the same way that the other driver did, so I'm sure they'll chat about it afterwards. But the nature of this championship, I'd imagine it'll be shake hands and offer a beer in no time at all.
I think you're probably right. And a great reception, I'm sure, from everybody at the chicane who have loved every minute of the day so far, but certainly they've loved every lap of the Mini 7 Championship. There are more Minis to come from the Mini 7 Racing Club. The 1300cc Mini Miglias will be later on in the day, and they're just fantastic as well. So Dan Munro, provisional race winner. Great entertainment here at Thruxton. Dan Munro wins from Ross Billison, Spencer Wanstall third, Glenn Woodbridge fourth ahead of Graham Davis, and then Darren Thomas. After that there was Jamie Payne, Andy King, Nigel Davis, and then Bertie Woolard winning the S-Class, coming home in 10th overall. In 11th it was Michael Winkworth from James May, then the redoubtable venerable mini racer Stephen Hopper 13th, Harry Taylor behind him, and then Jack Robinson with George Welch ahead of Billy Ferguson, Patrick McCarthy 18th, Andy Hack 19th from Mike Rayner in 20th, then it was John Hobbs from Mal Dickinson, Holly King 23rd, and Tom Johnston the last driver on the lead lap, Richard Bull the last finisher. So lively racing to say the very least from the Mini 7 Racing Club, and we will no doubt be able to hear the thoughts of both a delighted Dan Munro and Ross Billison as to exactly what happened in that yellow flag situation. So Ross saying, I was ahead, I thought I should have won it, but I think they're both pretty pleased with that. So let's see. Ross thinks he's won it. Dan Munro may not have seen the yellow flag. We'll let them discuss it, and we'll find out after the break.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
Ricky, we're going to look at your F4 season. Now, a lot of people should know this, but a certain Lando Norris, and you were in a title contention with him. Talk us through that and how intense that was. Was that your first kind of big title challenge in car racing?
Well, yeah, it was my first full season really in car racing. So yeah, it was. It's quite cool when you go through karting racing against like all these people, and then you get the opportunity then to jump in the cars. I had a massive crash in karting and broke 5 ribs, my shoulder, my back, ruptured my lung, had internal bleeding. Shoulder, did I say shoulder? I don't know.
Yeah, but you've got 2, so.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. I've broken both of them, but this was in a separate crash, collarbone. And yeah, so I was then like in a life support machine. Didn't think I'd ever come back to race. Then came back, done a bit of Formula Ford, and then done F4 and come second in the championship to that guy. But apparently I beat him more than anybody else did in cars, so I'll take that.
Did you know at the time, obviously he was a talented lad, but would you have been surprised if you were told at that moment he was going to go on to be F1 world champion?
Not really, man. He was pretty damn good, but I led the season for the majority of the year and then got taken out by another guy.
You can name names.
Yeah, Dan Tickton just wiped me out behind the safety car, which was really cool.
Oh no!
And yeah,
What's your thoughts on him?
yeah, just an absolute tool, really, to be honest. But I won't go into too much detail.
I did see that Dan. I think he had 4 disqualifications in that season, which is nice.
Yeah,
I had to find Dan Tickton once in Macau for a completely separate matter, which we won't talk about. But anyway,
Can we talk about this?
no,
Is the
we
question.
can't. We can't. He was late to something, but he had to get fined. I won't go into it.
Where did you find him?
Great lad. We're moving on to you, Dan. I looked out your first. You obviously won Formula Ford, British Formula
Mate,
Ford.
absolutely dominated it as well because I was the year
Smashed it.
after. How many race wins? It's like out of the 30 races, I think you won
24.
24.
Really? 24 wins.
Mate, how lucky are me and Lando that we weren't up against this guy?
Not so sure about that. Yeah, 24 that year. But I only did 24 races as well, so I actually won every one that year.
I noticed you didn't do brands for, was that commercial reasons or something?
Giving someone else a chance to win.
Yeah, it was just we got to the point where it was like, is this actually helping me anymore? It clearly wasn't. It was better to get out and look to do something different.
And I looked at the first season, you did a scholarship, you won the scholarship class at that point. A certain James Cole won the title. And as we're on Indy 500 week, Joseph Newgarden was second. So it was pretty stacked back then, wasn't it?
It was a good championship. It really was. Yeah, it was a good year. And I had a great year, really. When I look back, it's a shame because I had such a good start and I didn't really get the help and recognition I probably needed at that time to help my career move forward, which I think is probably why when people talk to me now, sometimes I get labelled on a bit of a chip, and I think that's probably why. Because when I started to do well later on, it was kind of too late. I was already probably aged out a little bit by that point. Back then I was probably still young enough to have a bit of a chance. But yeah, Joseph Newgarden, I qualified second. My first, I still had a novice cross on the back. And Newgarden was third. And I finished third on the podium. And I was on pole at the next race. So basically I had pole within my first two races in cars. James Cole went on to win, and Newgarden, I don't know what happened to him. But I think he's doing all right somewhere across the pond these days. So yeah, it was a good year.
Stay with us. More coming up after the break.
And just one thing as well, we were talking before, weren't we, like about Porsches and how they're going to ABS for next year. And I've driven a lot of things with ABS and traction control, and I can tell you it is nowhere near as fun. Driving these cars with a proper sequential box that you're banging down the gears, you're blipping, you're heel and toe in. You've got no ABS, you've got no traction control, there's not much downforce. It is so raw, and I think that's what makes the racing so good. And I honestly tell people this, like if you watch Formula One with the hype that's going on at the moment, they've done all the Drive Survive stuff, and it does feel like there's a real aura in Formula One. And I say to people, they think it's amazing. I say to my friends, I'm like, guys, watch touring cars, just watch a couple of races, and it's definitely, I think, what makes this challenge.
A few moments ago, the first of the mini races today at Thruxton. The Mini 7s always provide plenty of drama and entertainment, and there was a six-way battle early on that turned into a duel between Dan Munro and Ross Billison. Munro took the checkered flag, having overtaken Billison late on, who did appear to be signalling something to Munro. He overtook perhaps under a yellow flag. We know that Spencer Wanster was back in third, but let's try and clear the picture up for you now. Louise is down there with the drivers.
A hugely entertaining mini race. So we'll talk to them in the order which they crossed or came into Parc Fermé, which was Dan first. But I love the fact that the minute you got here, you came in, Ross, and said to him, "Oh no, I think you overtook under yellow." You instantly said, "Oh, well done then, mate," and congratulated him. I mean, hugely entertaining, and you both loved it, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely. That was an amazing race. Really good fun. My teammate Ross, we helped each other out there, get us up to the front, really put in a good little shift there. But we had a really great race, really fun as always with the minis, and yeah, over the moon with that win.
Difficult to get past him though. I mean, you were trying various different lines.
Yeah.
For quite a few laps, you had to kind of think outside the box to actually make the move, didn't you?
Yeah, there was a few places where I was thinking, oh, can I do it here, can I do it there? And usually it's around the outside at the last chicane, but it wasn't quite working. Ross is clever enough to hold me off there, so I thought I've got to find another way, and just managed to cut the inside of him coming out of it. But no, really happy with that result. Huge thanks to everyone who's helped me get here, all my sponsors, Kent Auto Developments for a great engine, Ben Johnson Racing for a great car, and just everyone else who supported me. It's been a massive team effort this year.
How much fun are these cars to race? Because I love but I suspect a lot of fun looking at all of your faces when you get back to Parc Fermé.
Oh, they're just absolutely ridiculous. We're sideways all the time, 4 wide, 5 wide, whatever you like. It's really good fun. You can't beat it, especially for the budget. It's just unbelievable racing.
Good stuff. Well, let's have a word with your teammate, Ross. Let's bring you in. What are you thinking there? Do you think that win might be yours after? We wait and see. But either way, same thing. I mean, fantastic result. Great birthday present for your daughter.
My daughter, Amy. Happy birthday to her. And I want to say, firstly, thank you to my wife, who gave birth to my other daughter, Alaya, 4 weeks ago today, for letting me come racing this weekend. And yeah, I dedicate the wins to all of you lot. And my team, who worked so hard on the car. CAD for my engine, they've really worked hard on that to get us fast again. And yeah, it's good to be back. So, yeah.
So you're here having all the fun then. I mean, you led for so much of that race. How difficult was it to keep him behind you?
Difficult. He is fast. He's very busy. He's clever. You just got to watch your mirrors. And I can see what he was doing into the last corner. So I just had to keep busy. But I knew, I sort of tried it, putting him in front of me. And I knew in the tow I was quicker than him. And then all of a sudden on the radio, the yellow flag came out and I was like, oh no, I need to get busier. So I got through church really well and crawled up behind him and just slingshotted him. And I'd say I was just in front of him for the yellow flag, so a bit harsh to take the win like that, but it is what it is.
All will be revealed. And Spencer, you basically did exactly what a mini driver needs to do, which is get into a podium position on the last lap.
Yeah, I've been doing this for long enough now to know that you don't want to be leading on the last lap at Thruxton. So yeah, as we come onto the last lap, I was feeling quietly confident. I could see every lap that the chaos was getting more and more into the chicane. So I knew if I bided my time, a podium was on the cards, and lo and behold, yeah, a little bit of carnage here and there, and I've wiggled through from 7th up to 3rd in the final lap. So happy days, happy days.
Fantastic result, well done. I will let you get off to the podium. We've got some more racing coming straight up. It's the Wera F-Tools British Championship cars heading out on track. So let's go over to Phil Glue and to Richard John Neal to talk us through this.
Thanks very much indeed, Louise. Yeah, welcome along to the continuing story of the British F4 Championship. Phil, every event has a unique feel to it, but the theme is is Dries van Langendonk still racking up the points and leading the championship.
Yeah, he certainly is. But I'm seeing some good things from High Tech this weekend, with obviously Palmer getting a win yesterday, and now you've got his teammate Al-Azhari, who's starting on pole for this race. So maybe they can turn their form around and actually give some pressure to the roading boys of Dries van Langendonk, who actually is disappearing into the distance at the minute with how many points he's got. But yeah, not a great race for him yesterday, with obviously Jeff Hall, as we see on board with Jeff Hall, as he tried to pass the championship leader down the inside. It's a really good move, really punchy move, but he lost it. He lost the rear and unfortunately wiped out Van Langendonk, and eventually got a penalty for that, and but he got given a 5-second penalty, which dropped him to 12th in the race there.
Yeah, disappointment for him and for Dries, probably more so for Dries, who lost all the points. How do they line up today? Here's the grid then for round 17 of the Wera Tools F4 British Championship. Adam Al-Azhari on the reverse grid pole from Tommy Harfield. George Proudford-Nolder and Scott Kinlindblom on row 2. Then it's Joseph Smith and Jarrett Clark on row 3. 4th row, Ethan Lennon with Dries van Langendonk. Ethan Jeff Hall right behind him with Theo Palmer, yesterday's winner. Lewis Werrell on row 6 with Jabba Al-Sabah, who starts on pole for race 3. Cameron Nelson and Chiara Battig on the 7th row. Henry Mercier and Piotr Oriowski, followed by Roman Felber and Leon Hedfors. 10th row, Timo Jungling and Kit Bolowski, Mate Kovahidze and Cash Felber on row 11, Ethan Carney with Jackson Wolney on the 12th row of the grid. And they are followed by Cole Hewitson and Alfie Slater. Sun Anju and Hani Sadiq, followed by Daniela Sutton. Daniela completing the grid. Karar Furhand withdrawing from the meeting after damage yesterday.
Yeah, it was a nasty accident that he had yesterday, and unfortunately there was too much damage for the team to be able to fix the car ready for today's 2 races. But yeah, they had a lot of work to do, in fact, Argenti, didn't they? They had a couple of cars to fix. The one at the start line with Alex Sun, and also the one later on, which was at the complex when he ran up the back of Henry Mercier, took his rear wing off, but unfortunately there's so much damage to his car he can't do the rest of the weekend. So hopefully we see him back again soon.
I hope so. I think the plan is that he's going to do a couple of other meetings. I think Crofton Silverstone, from memory, said his dad said that he was going to do. Interesting grid here, and I say the story weekend by weekend, every weekend's had a different picture, to be perfectly honest. As we look at Ethan Jeff Hall there with our onboard, and this one's intriguing because we've got 2 drivers who won multiple races last year, haven't had a win this year, but are on the front of the grid looking for their first wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm expecting big things from Hartfield. He's not had great form this season. He had some great form at the end of last year, but let's see if he can get his first win of the year.
We'll see if he can. The Chris Dittman Racing prepared car. He is on the front row, right of shot as we look at it, and it is Adam Alazari on the inside. The lights go out. We are racing here at Thruxton, second F4 race of the weekend. Hartfield didn't get the start that I expected him to make, so he'll be disappointed with that. George Pralford-Nolder looking up the inside on the first part. It's going to be the outsiders to go into the complex, and dicing with Hartfield, who's come up through the gears well and challenging for the lead, but they're side by side, and it is going to be tight as they come into the complex. Hartfield going for the squeeze. Can he get the outside line when it's Adam Alazari that hangs onto it? Now Scott King Lindblom coming up into the mix.
I thought Hartfield's done that, but now he's having to defend with the 3 behind him, but he just wasn't quite hard enough for going into the first part of the complex as he's pushing Lindblom wide, and Lindblom's now got the inside for Goodwood, so he's going to move up to second. Pralford-Nolder's running wide there, as you can see further ahead. Dries van Langendonk and Jeff Hall there fighting hard for, I think that's like 8th position. But yeah, great start to the race.
Yeah, really, really good start, and with such great quality drivers. You know, when you talk about reverse grids...
Oh, big contact there.
There was.
Smith and Lennon there. Smith had a really good run coming out of Church, and just caught the gearbox of Lennon and nearly had a big one, but both got away with it. Oh, big contact, Dries is out again!
Oh, nightmare for Van Langendonk again. A different angle, we've got a different camera angle on the chicane from this weekend. That is sad, and he's not going to probably pick that up until later, and he's got to go. There's speculation it might have been for Jeff Hall again.
I don't know if it was. I thought that was actually he got hit by one of the Virtuosi. I think that was Clark, because actually Jeff Hall looked like he was in front of him. But we'll have a replay shortly and see exactly what happened. But what a nightmare for the championship leader. He scored nothing so far this weekend.
It's really weird, isn't it? This is the one where you can, if you're having a rubbish weekend, make gains on grid starts and get points that way. But yeah, for Dries, good job he had that 40-point lead coming into this race, isn't it, really? Because it just goes to prove you need it. You need to build the lead.
Yep.
But because you don't know what's going to happen.
Well, he had a mega Zambord, didn't he? Because he was actually running behind Wera in the championship before that.
Yeah.
But let's see again. We're going to see the start from Jeff Hall, see how good his start was. It wasn't bad. I can see the one to his left, Dries van Langendonk, managed to get a much better start. And yeah, he's ahead of Clark in the Virtuosi car. So that was the start. But Jeff Hall comes back at Clark. And you can see on the right they've got Dries, who's got down the inside. Almost, there was contact there.
There was, yeah.
On Smith, which as later on in this lap, Smith and Lennon had a big moment going up out of Church into the chicane. But yeah, these two are back together again. But I'm sure, we've got the 2 XL cars.
Oh, Cole Hewitson.
And
Can't see the number on the second one.
He's number 44, Kovahidze.
Yeah.
It's him and Hewitson who are, they started near each other on the grid, but that is not good for the Excel team. They are going to be very disappointed with their 2 drivers.
Doesn't augur well for the awning, does it, at Excel either?
It might be.
I mean, we don't know what's happened. We haven't seen the build-up, but
it might not be connected at all. But yeah, when you see 2 cars intertwined like that, it's not looking good. So let's see. We'll see a replay of that as well. But plenty of replays to have a look at. But let's see if because Dries, it looked like he was stopping on the circuit at the chicane, but He's now got it back to the pits, and they now need to get a new rear wing on.
Yeah, he's surely going to lose a lap here. That's game over, isn't it, really, for points? He's not even going to get places gained. What's happened here?
We're just seeing exactly what... Oh, yes, I was right. It was nothing to do with each other. Unfortunately, he's been turned around by, I think that's one of the virtuoses, and then Hewitson has got nowhere to go. And he's just driven straight into his teammate, who is... Oh, look at all these cars getting airborne. They're flying here at the at the chicane.
Not the start we wanted again. We had a complete restart yesterday. Karabatic managed to...
Youngling managed to go around the left of the barriers, but a lot of them having to go airborne over the big curb. But yeah, real shame for those guys there. Hewitson actually didn't do anything wrong there. In fact, I don't think Kawahitsi did either.
No, just out of luck, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think we'll have to see exactly who that was that turned him around. But yeah, obviously too many cars into a very tight chicane doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. So the Rodin boys, what is it? Since this change from Carlin to Rodin, they've had no luck here at Thruxton.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that's true.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
back in the day, plenty of wins, but regardless of that, it's Al-Azhari who is looking to grab his first win of the year. Lindblom ahead of Harfield. I thought at the start of this that Harfield traditionally very quick starter, and had he made it wasn't a good Harfield start, was it? It was a decent start, but not a good Harfield start.
No, Proudfoot Nalder made a much better one. He managed to get up to second. So where's he now? He's fourth. But yeah, Harfield's back up to third. So he got past Proudfoot Nalder, but with them battling, it was allowing Lindblom to get through, which again, he's been mega at getting lots of podiums and lots of points. But will Lindblom try and put it on his teammate and try and get his first win? I would say that they would try and get the high-tech 1-2 here, but I think Harfield will have other ideas on that one.
I think he will, yeah. Lindblom. Actually, yesterday, when we had a little bit of downtime yesterday, and we went off at a couple of tangents, and one of those was about drivers doing different disciplines in racing, and Scott Lindblom was telling me he did a bit of off-road racing. In Sweden, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, he's done loads. He did, when he was doing Ginetta Juniors, he was also driving the same junior, but in a senior race over in, I think that was in Sweden as well. But yeah, he's done a lot of driving. It's good for him. His dad was a racer as well back in the day. Very good one. And yeah, I think he believes the same as us, that you should drive more disciplines just to become a more versatile driver.
I think we're going to have another look at the safety car causing incident here at Thruxton for you. As I say, second race of the weekend, and each race so far not been without problems, which is a little bit of a pity, but giving the drivers a little bit of a breather. Let's have another look at what happened to cause the safety.
So that's Smith, yeah, it's Smith by the looks of it, that's locked up. He's actually taken his front wing off as well, and actually turned around Kawahitsi, and you can see a lot of the cars literally flying at this this middle part of the chicane. I mean, it is an airport here, but there's no need to try and take off.
Yeah, cabin door's closed for landing. Cabin door's automatic, isn't it? We go, it claps to go. Do you know what? The nicest thing about Thruxton, I'm reminded every year, I make no apology for saying it every year, is that if something happens like that, you always get very polite applause from the ground. You don't get, not aware of it anywhere else. It's like if you go to the GP, it's cheering and everything else, but very polite applause. And when Josh Cook won his first race this morning and yesterday, lovely applause. It's a wonderful thing to hear.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and you can hear it all the way around the circuit. It's fantastic here. It's great when you're racing and you can actually see on the cool down lap the amount of people that are on the banks. It's a fantastic place.
Now, Dries van Langendonk, if you're wondering, of course, we say that the reason you'd get back out, if you can, is to maybe get the point for fastest lap, which every point is now a premium for him. When you get a round like this, where you get taken out of the points in race one, inadvertently, for sure, and in this one as well.
So we'll see what happened as that was Smith and Lennon who had some contact coming out out of Church. And then later on here, we can see Lindblom is getting past Hartfield, but that was Clark in the Virtuoso car. Right. I'm sure, yeah, because Jeff Hall is actually in front of Van Langendonk there, so they didn't collide again. It was unfortunately it was Jarrett Clark, who I think you might see here. See Jeff Hall's going around the outside. Jarrett Clark runs at the back of Van Langendonk, and that's what takes his rear wing off, and they both had to cut through the chicane.
Yeah, I can't blame him for that. The team, Rodin team, trying to get him out, and that fastest lap point may well, if he can get it, but he hasn't really had the pace so far. Fastest lap on the only flying lap we've had thus far was Scott Lindblom in P2, 1:13.9. 1:06.057 seconds, the lap record. Alex Dunn, 2022, with a 1 minute 10.848. And we were saying yesterday about temperatures, much too hot to be at lap record pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was much cooler when Dunn did that lap. Yeah, way too hot to get any lap records here today. But yeah, we might see some 12s. It's a bit cooler today. No, what did they do yesterday? 11. I think 11s, isn't it? They were doing in qualifying or FP1. So we'll
might
see.
Take another. Sorry, I was just going to say, Phil. I think we're going to look at Ethan to start again. Here we go.
Let's see. Yeah, it wasn't the best of starts. As you can see, there's Van Langendonk who got a better one, and that's Clark who is in front of Jeff Hall, and Jeff Hall gets a good run up the hill into the first complex, and we will see there is a little bit of contact with Van Langendonk and Smith there, but they both got away with it, and Jeff Hall manages to get through there, but then Van Langendonk has the inside for the next part of the complex, and then he has to tow up to him as they come up to Noble before they get to Goodwood and Church. As they're coming out of Church here, it looks like the safety car's coming in, and Al-Azhari is going to have to see what he can do to get that big lead back.
Yeah, he's going to be keen to do it. So the High-Tech driver, High-Tech had the win prior to yesterday, starts in 12th position for race 3, the feature race, calling that, of the weekend, as we're about to go racing once again. Al-Azhari, Lindblom, Harfield, 1, 2, 3. Is that how they're going to finish? And again, we're into reverse grid racing, but the quality now of F4 is such that regardless of whether it's reverse or not, there is quality right the way through those top positions that are getting reversed, and Lindblom putting the pressure on his teammate already.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? I thought there might be some team orders, but maybe it's just a case of doing whatever he can to try and get the lead, because he doesn't want to be under pressure from Hartfield, and I think Hartfield has dropped back a little bit from Lindblom, so Lindblom's managed to make a little bit of a break to try and get in the tow of his teammate of Al-Azhari.
It is unreal that Al-Azhari and Hartfield haven't had wins so far this year. As we said, multiple winners last year, but Scotkin Lindblom looking to take the battle to him. Let's see what he can do in that Red Bull-backed car. His first win as well, of course, Scott.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's going to be, if Al-Azhari can do this, as you can see, he's trying to break the toe there. He's just weaving a little bit down the straight coming out of Church, up the hill. But now you can see Hartfield is trying to throw down the inside, and he does anyway. He manages to put Scott Lindblom off a little bit, decided to just dummy him, and then actually went for the move as well. But now that's going to let Al-Azhari get away here, because Hartfield is on a mission. His tyres are turned on, they're ready to go, and he is pushing hard.
Yeah, the one thing you know about Hartfield and Lindblom, they're both proper racers at getting stuck in here. As it said to me that they don't like F4. Come and watch this one, guys. Superb racing between the pair, wheel to wheel. Hartfield's going for second place. He's trying to muscle his way through, side by side with Lindblom. He's got it.
Oh, that's aggressive driving from the pair of them. I thought that was going to be both of them wiped out there, but absolutely fantastic. They were trying to squeeze each other on all parts of the complex, but there, Hartfield actually came out on top there, and that's now allowed Proudfoot Nalders get past Lindblom.
Yeah, he's come up into a podium position as well. The driver who won the BRDC International Trophy, that silverware with heritage going back to the Formula One glory days, the golden years of the 60s and 70s. He's the proud young Aussie, got that at Silverstone with the feature race win there, and he's up onto a potential podium here. But do not discount Kin Lindblom, he will come back as well.
Oh, he'll be angry with that. But unfortunately, the two Virtuosos got through there. Yes, you got Clark. But look at this. Lindblom is now on a mission. He's not happy. He's now all over the place, and he's taken out Proudfoot Nalder as well. Very disappointing. Very, very silly move. I know he was annoyed about the move at the complex, but he just needed to reset. And I mean, it looked like it was going to be a good move around the outside, but
he knows that head in hand.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he knows that's. He's going to be very disappointed with himself when he looks back at this.
Another safety. Oh, George Proudfoot Nalder as a result of that as well.
Yeah, well, he's the one that he collided with. Yeah, real shame that. But that brings Clark into third. Jeff Hall up to fourth.
Jabba Al-Safarfield from 12th on the grid. That XL driver having a sensational race here to add to his first, and I think the team's first pole position.
Yeah, he is on pole for the race later on, so that's fantastic. 12th to 5th, superb bit of driving.
We were saying again yesterday about the resets on the engines that happen mid-season. They're all done at the start of the year. This is such a close competition, obviously with driving talent, but the technical side of it is so well managed, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. Like you said, I was also so impressed with when they came back here, and I think that it was done before Zandvoort, and that was Zandvoort's a tricky one to see what happened. But let's see what happened in this situation where Lindblom was trying to go on the outside. He's trying to stop Clark from getting through as well. He's gone in hot. He's lost the rear. He's then decided he's going to go over the chicane. But unfortunately, it's actually bitten just at the wrong point.
Yeah.
The car was sliding. Wow, it was a big lift as well. The car was sliding, but then it gripped up, and that's what hit him into Proudfoot Nalder. But this could have been an absolute amazing move. He just wasn't losing the rear, and then there it slid one way, then the other, and unfortunately broke both their suspensions. Lucky it was only just 2 of them that were taken out of the race. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a racing incident in the end, but I just feel like Lindblom could have been a little bit more, relaxed, and I just know he wanted to get back into that position that he was in, which was second. Very unfortunate situation there.
And that's how easily top-level points in any race can just disappear from you very, very quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, we were just saying that Lindblom has been very good at picking up points and podiums, and he obviously he's not going to score anything there, and he's going to have to come back stronger later on this afternoon.
We're saying the same thing about Van Langendonk, weren't we? And again, as I said, each weekend has had a different feel to it, but the constant has been Dries picking up points. Partly this weekend so far. We've got another one starts 5th on the grid in 3rd race a little bit later on this afternoon, so there might be an opportunity for him to get some back, and that's a bigger scoring race, isn't it? It's the full 25 points for the win there, if you can get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so maybe he can come back stronger. He started, like say, 5th in that race. So they had a problem, actually, I found out from the team in race 1.
Yep.
Dries said you probably noticed that he wasn't quite as quick, and he dropped back a little bit at the second start of the race.
Right.
So good first start, but then he made a worse second one. But he had a sensor issue, which was not giving him as much power, and that's why he was dropping back and just wasn't as quick as his normal self. So they got that fixed. Unfortunately, he's not been able to show it here, but hopefully he can show his speed later on.
George Proudfoot Nalder's car, which will need to be recovered as well. The clock is ticking down. I reckon this might finish under safety car.
Yeah, if they've got to move that car, then yeah, unless they can leave that under a yellow, because it is on the straight.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see if we can get at least 1 or 2 laps racing. That would be good.
Alizari did the job, though, getting it away in front, and he's kind of back where he was at the start, isn't he, with Tommy Harfield chasing him. Jarrett Clark, who's already had a win this year as well. Ethan Jeffel 4th, Sabar 5th. Top rookie Al Sabar here, so I don't think he has had a rookie win this year. Just me get that wrong. Yeah, Al Sabar's had 1 rookie win so far. So good form weekend for him. As a big thank you to all our rescue crews and medics and marshals, do a wonderful job and get us racing, but I fear it might not be in time to get any more racing laps for this one.
Yeah, it looks like they are taking the recovery team over to that side of the track to clear up Proudfoot Nalder's car. So yeah, you're right, we may not see any more racing. So at the minute we see Alizari, Harfield, Clark as the podium. Jeff Hall picking up some good points in 4th. Alzabar, like you said, great race for him, great weekend for him.
Yeah, and Theo Palmer's got in the points as well, up into 6th position after his maiden win yesterday. And how many different winners have we had so far? I think you're closer to winning the sportsman's bet that we had at the start of the year.
Is that just a sportsman bet, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Wasn't any money mentioned, was it?
I think we're on
backing out of that now in case there was.
Are we on 11 or 12?
It's getting that way, isn't it? I've lost count.
Yeah, I think it's been fantastic. A lot of different winners. A lot of teams taking some pots home, and just shows, like we said earlier, how close this championship is. Yeah, that recovery team, they're going to struggle to get that cleared up and out the way for any more racing laps. So we've also got a black and white flag for number 73, Roman Felber.
Yeah, both the Felbers, incidentally, the twins, got points, didn't they, at race 2 at Zandvoort? It was the first time I think we'd had both of them. Certainly first time we've had 2 brothers scoring points in F4, and twin brothers at that. I was chatting to Dad Josh yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Who manages to work over here, runs a company that he can, obviously a company based in the States, but he's able to do things from over here. He was giving me some business lessons about how to deal with American colleagues, which is very helpful, Josh, so thank you very much for that. Very useful indeed. But yeah, you might see there, they've got a truck, haven't they, with each of the Felbers on the side.
Yes, I parked next to it actually in the car park. It looks smart.
It does, yeah. So if you see them, give them a toot and a wave. Let them know that you saw them on F4 coverage. But yeah, they ran very well indeed at Zandvoort. But not having the run with the green here, it's interesting. Roman a lot higher up than Cashfelder this weekend. Roman would be in the points if this was a normal race, but it's the reverse. So he's just outside, but he'll be getting place gain points as well.
Yeah. Let's see how the CDR cars, Harfield obviously doing a great job in P2. Who else is up there? There's Mercier in 15th. Where's Sutton? Is she? Oh yeah, 20th.
Daniela's up to 20th, and Alex Sun is 17th.
No, that's Argentine.
Oh no, he's the Argentine, isn't he? Yeah.
This one that you can read and I can't.
Piotr Oriowski.
Oriowski. Peter, we call him Peter.
Peter, yeah. He's been quick this weekend.
Yeah, he has actually. He's been up there, midfield qualifying. Done a great job for his return. And yeah, him and his teammate Mercier started alongside each other. So yeah, Mercier's still in 15th. So I'm not sure if they drop back and have moved back forward again. But yeah, there's been a lot happening in this race. At the front, in the middle, and at the back. And
a lot of safety cars.
Yeah, and it looks like we have another high-tech win with Al-Azhari, who's done the job. There's not going to be any more racing, so he is going to win this race. So yeah, high-tech won them both so far.
Yeah, they have. Are they going to make it a hat-trick? Not if Excel have anything to say about it. That is for sure. As we move on to the third and final race of the weekend. We won't see them on our next Toka weekend. We are in Scotland. It's one of the rounds that they miss, but they will be back with us at Donington, which switches with Croft. We've got Donington before Croft this year.
Yeah.
So that means Croft could probably rain. We'll be due a bit of rain by then.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, the perception of British F4. There are obviously other European championships, but the drivers that you talk to, the parents, they all say, yeah, there might be more cars overseas, but this is the one that they want to be in. This is the one they feel is the stronger.
Yeah, it's also the variety of circuits you do here and how difficult the tracks are. You learn so much, and these drivers who have done British F4 in the past and have gone on to you know, the next level up, they've turned out to be quite good drivers because these tracks are so tricky. Whereas the European circuits, yes, all right, they're very much like an F1 track, but they are a little bit easier. These have got so much character. A place like Thruxton and Croft and Knockhill, you know, they've got such great corners and such difficult corners that it's it just provides great driving. But there we go. We've got another high-tech win for Al-Azhari, his first of the year.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd much rather have raced to the flag, but again, a win is a win. Tommy Harfield second, Jarrett Clark gets up onto the podium in third, ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, redeeming himself for a little mistake, as you saw, clattered the curb, sent the car wide, took Dries away in race number one. He didn't need me to remind him of that once again, but there you go. Al Sabat in fifth position, and top rookie. Second in the rookies was Cameron Nelson, making a habit of rookie podiums now. It's Cameron Nelson for JHR, and Timo Jungling completes the rookie podium. So a sad way to end. Shame that we had a couple of safety cars in there, but race 3 coming up later is how they finish round 4 of the Wera Tools F4 British Championship here at Thruxton, and a win for Adam Al-Azhari, Tommy Harfield and Jarrett Clark completing the podium. Ethan Jeff Hall in 4th, Jabba Al-Sabah 5th from Theo Palmer, then Ethan Lennon and Cameron Nelson, Joseph Smith in 9th from Roman Felber. Chiara Battig comes through into 11th from Timo Jungling. Alfie Slater 13th, then Kit Bolowski ahead of Henry Mercier and Hani Sadiq. Sun Anju, Alex Sun in 17th. Leon Headfor's 18th from Jackson Walney, and Daniela Sutton up into the top 20 ahead of Lewis Werrell. Then it was Ethan Carney, Piotr Oriowski, Cash Felber and George Prelford-Nolder, the first of drivers who were in retirement or non-classified along with Scott Lindblom, Dries van Langendonk, Matti Koverhidze. Now, what about the championship standings? How much has the lead come down? Well, 34 points now. Dries is still going to have the lead of the championship when he leaves Thruxton, provisionally. So Van Langendonk top, Theo Palmer second, Lewis Werrell in third from Scott Lindblom, Ethan Jeff Hall in fifth from George Prelford-Nolder. Then it's Adam Al-Azhari up to 7th from Jarrett Clark, Ethan Lennon 9th, and Joseph Smith in 10th. In the rookie series, 29 points. So a slimmer lead in the rookies for Dries over Lewis Wera. Jabba Al-Sabah up into third. That's impressive, ahead of Cameron Nelson. Both of those two doing well as the season goes further on. Fifth is Timo Jungling from Leon Headforce. Mate Kobahidze, Jackson Walney, Vegard Clementson, who sadly has left the championship now, which is a pity, but we send him our very best wishes on his way. And Alex Sun in 10th. So that is our championship standings with one more race to go. Ethan Jeffel steers the car into Parc Ferme, and we'll have another bite of the cherry. There is Adam Al-Azhari. As Phil said, High-Tech waited for a while to get the first win of the season, now 2 under their belt, and that will set them up nicely for the run into the end.
Absolutely, yeah, and they can have a good fight in the championship now for the teams. I think they might actually be leading the teams championship,
possibly,
but they're definitely a bit further off from the drivers. But now that is going to make a big difference for the High-Tech team.
So there we go, little celebration down there from Adam Al-Azhari, rightly so, and we'll catch up with him after this break. Grab yourselves a cup of tea and a slice of cake. We'll be with you. We'll be waiting for you after this.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
We go racing, a really good start by Daryl De Leon then in the BMW. His elbows and around goes Lewis Selby. Ingram 17th as they came over the line. This is Ingram's view. Right now, you've got Tom Ingram up into 13th place, and he's still building on that. Carl's going up towards Coppice then, and there's Ingram having a go into Leon, and Shen gets up the inside, and there's contact. Ingram avoids it. There's more mayhem breaking out. De Leon gets attacked there by Chilton. Josh Cook, I think, was involved, and Daryl De Leon's BMW looks rather second-hand. He's got damage. Left for the race, Tom Ingram, he's up now to 9th place. Well, we said the top 10 was on the cards, and now look, he's at the back of the queue because he's sitting on the tail of Adam Morgan's Mercedes.
Yeah, look at Ingram, he must be on the boost to go around the outside of Morgan at that point of Hollywood, so this is a lap he's using it. He'll want to get past Rainford as well on this lap to make use of it.
Behind Dexter Patterson is Tom Ingram, and the Team Virtue Hyundai looking strong. He's close enough, not quite close enough to have a go as they drop to the chicane. And Norton Collard have a go at Sutton there on the run into the braking zone.
No, look at the way that Hyundai flicks through the chicane. The change of direction on that car is absolutely fantastic. And
Tom Ingram's now done the fastest lap of the race as he tries to catch Aidan Moffat. Look in the background, there they are for 4th. Look at Hyundai if he needs it. This is Ingram lining up to have a go against Moffat, who makes that Audi very wide, but Ingram keeps on coming. This, remember, for 4th place, up the inside goes the Hyundai, and for Team Virtue, Tom Ingram goes ahead of the LKQ Power Maxed Audi.
Right, up to 4th place goes Ingram. Now he wants
but while they're playing, look what's happening behind. Here comes Tom Ingram. He's almost with them. Cavish up the inside, and if they're not careful, he's going to get up the inside and have a go for 2nd place on the way to the chicane. Ingram is 4th. He's nearly 3rd. Here they come. 3 of them for 2nd place. It's Cavish versus Collard. Ricky goes back ahead. Ingram tries to work out which way to go into the braking zone. He doesn't chance his arm around the outside of Cavish there, but it's game on down to Redgate. Ingram on the power, on the boost, level with Cavish, who's stuck behind Collard. Over the line they come. Collard is still second, as now Sutton's got 3 seconds in hand up front. Ingram to the outside line into the corner, tries to go all the way around the outside of Dan Cam, goes a little bit wide. Camish comes up the inside of Collard. Fantastic racing.
Oh, this is brilliant, so close. Camish is really fighting hard with zero boost to use, but some great battles and some good placement of the cars by all 3 drivers.
Collard, who now has his teammate to defend from. Ingram up the inside, full set, late on the brakes, through he goes. Now, Ingram is on his last warning for track limits at turn 1 at Redgate Corner. So Tom now needs to wind it back in. He's getting a driving standards flag, he's on a final warning. So Spencer Aldridge needs to be on the radio and saying to Tom, right, okay, you're up to second, now chill. And what a start to the season it has turned out to be for him. Round 3 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is another Sutton success. Ash Sutton wins at Donington. Tom Ingram from 21st on the grid to 2nd.
Well, we've just had the first of our Wera Tools F4 races here at Thruxton, and early on, Cole Hewitson and Mate Kobakidze had a coming together, which meant the safety car came out. They did get back racing for a few laps, but another incident late on meant the race finished under a safety car, with victory going the way of Adam Al-Zahari from Tommy Harfield and Jarrett Clark. And we can hear from them now with Louise.
Thank you, Ollie. A 10th different winner this season in F4. But Adam, first win for you. That's always a good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously a really good feeling. Happy to win again this year. I won obviously last year, but yeah, really happy to win.
A difficult race to manage because you spent so much of that time behind the safety car.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say in the start it was quite close. I did a good job to keep the lead, and then I pulled a bit of a gap. After the first safety car, obviously, fair play to my teammate. He did a good job to be right behind me, and then I got a good exit down the back straight. Obviously, the toe here is really strong. And then, I mean, not sure what happened behind me, but I had a really big gap at some point, and then I think even if the safety car came in again, I'd be pretty strong up front.
Yeah, it was great. Well done. Congratulations on that result. And Tommy, let's bring you in P2. I think that's your best result so far this season, isn't it?
Yeah, best result. Obviously, it's not been the year I wanted, so it's good to finally get a good result. First podium in a while, so yeah, pretty.
How was that race to manage? We were just talking with Adam about all the safety cars.
Yeah, race, many safety cars. Unfortunately, my start wasn't too good, so I lost the place at the start, so I never properly had a run at P1, but still got a good move for P2, and yeah, still podium, so happy.
Do you think this could be the moment your luck changes, the first of several more podiums to come?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. It's been a very unlucky year. I think we finally find some pace, so hopefully the rest of the year we can score a lot of points, and yeah, my aim is to score the most points second half of the year.
Good stuff. Hope that translates through to more results for you. And Jarrett, another good result for you.
Yeah, it was a good race in the end. Picked up a good result, especially starting from P6. A few incidents at the start, but good to bring home a podium.
But just talk us about the moves you had to make to get up.
Well, there was a lot of batting in front, so I just read the situation, managed to get a couple on the exit, then a crash in front, just about avoided that, and that's what got me into the podium.
Good stuff. Well done. I will let you get off to the podium. We're going to head off to a break, but when we come back, we're going to be catching up on some of the Porsche action from earlier in the day, so make sure you come back for that.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
Ricky, we're going to look at your F4 season. Now, a lot of people should know this, but a certain Lando Norris, and you were in a title contention with him. Talk us through that and how intense that was. Was that your first kind of big title challenge in car racing?
Well, yeah, it was my first full season really in car racing. So yeah, it was. It's quite cool when you go through karting racing against like all these people, and then you get the opportunity then to jump in the cars. I had a massive crash in karting and broke 5 ribs, my shoulder, my back, ruptured my lung, had internal bleeding. Shoulder, did I say shoulder? I don't know.
Yeah, but you've got 2, so.
Oh, yeah. I've broken both of them, but this was in a separate crash, collarbone. And yeah, so I was then like in a life support machine, didn't think I'd ever come back to race. Then came back, done a bit of Formula Ford and then done F4 and come second in the championship to that guy. But apparently I beat him more than anybody else did in cars, so. I'll take that.
Did you know at the time? Obviously, he was a talented lad, but would you have been surprised if you were told at that moment he was going to go on to be F1 world champion?
Not really, man. He was pretty damn good, but I led the season for the majority of the year and then got taken out by another guy.
You can name names.
Yeah, Dan Thruxton just wiped me out behind the safety car, which was really cool.
No.
And yeah.
What's your thoughts on him?
Yeah, just an absolute tool, really, to be honest, but I won't go into too much detail.
I did see that Dan, I think he had 4 disqualifications in that season, which is nice.
Yeah,
I had to find Dan Thruxton once in Macau for a completely separate matter, which we won't talk about. But anyway,
can we talk about this?
No,
Is the
we
question.
can't. We can't. He was late to something, but he had to get fined. I won't go into it.
Where did you find him?
Great lad. We're moving on to you, Dan. I looked out your first. You obviously won Formula Ford, British Formula Ford.
Absolutely dominated it as well, because that was the year
Smashed
after.
it.
How many race wins? It's like out of the 30 races, I think you won
24.
24.
Really? 24 wins.
Mate, how lucky are me and Lando that we weren't up against this guy?
Not so sure about that. Yeah, 24 that year. But I only did 24 races as well, so I actually won every one that year.
I noticed you didn't do brands for, was that commercial reasons or something?
Giving someone else a chance to win.
Yeah, it was just we got to the point where it was like, is this actually helping me anymore? It clearly wasn't. It was better to get out and look to do something different.
And I looked at the first season, you did a scholarship, you won the scholarship class at that point. A certain James Cole won the title. And as we're on Indy 500 week, Joseph Newgarden was second. So it was pretty stacked back then, wasn't it?
It was a good championship. It really was. Yeah, it was a good year, and I had a great year, really. When I look back, it's a shame because I had such a good start, and I didn't really get the help and recognition I probably needed at that time to help my career move forward, which I think is probably why when people talk to me now, sometimes I get a little bit of a chip, and I think that's probably why. Because when I started to do well later on, it was kind of too late. I was already probably aged out a little bit by that point. Back then, I was probably still young enough to have a bit of a chance. But yeah, Joseph Newgarden, I qualified second. My first, I still had a novice cross on the back. And Newgarden was third, and I finished third on the podium. And I was on pole at the next race. So basically, I had pole within my first two races in cars. James Cole went on to win, and Newgarden, I don't know what happened to him. But I think he's doing all right somewhere across the pond these days. So yeah, it was a good year.
Stay with us. More coming up after the break.
And just one thing as well, we were talking before, weren't we, like about Porsches and how they're going to ABS for next year. And I've driven a lot of things with ABS and traction control, and I can tell you it is nowhere near as fun. Driving these cars with a proper sequential box that you're banging down the gears, you're blipping, you're heel and toe in. You've got no ABS, you've got no traction control, there's not much downforce. It is so raw, and I think that's what makes the racing so good. And I honestly tell people this, like if you watch Formula One with the hype that's going on at the moment, they've done all the Drive Survive stuff, and it does feel like there's a real aura in Formula One. And I say to people, they think it's amazing. I say to my friends, I'm like, guys, watch touring cars, just watch a couple of races, and it's definitely, I think, what makes this championship so special.
Welcome back to Thruxton. We've got a bit of a breather before the action gets back underway on track. Plenty of great areas to watch the racing from. You can watch it on the hill behind me, or you can watch it on the fence here. We've got an Adam Morgan fan here. Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Enjoying the action today at Thruxton?
Yeah. It's good. It's good. You enjoying it?
I'm loving it. Yeah, it's brilliant. Action-packed, and we're looking forward to round 14 in a moment. Do you go everywhere with the touring cars?
Yeah, we're all over the country. If we following it for about 10, 12 years.
Imagine. Do you camp out?
Yeah, camp out to the weekends. It's always a bit mental. Everybody drinks except me. I'm sober.
Okay, I think you're the sober one of the party, are you?
I'm the designated driver, yeah.
Okay, well, good to hear that you're not drinking then. Enjoy the rest of the day. Let's come over this way. We've got some Napa Racing fans who'll be loving what Ash Sutton's doing this season. You must be delighted with Ash.
We are certainly delighted with Ash. Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Are you regulars to Thruxton?
We are, yeah.
It's a hell of a place to watch the motorsport, isn't it?
Fantastic. Fastest track, great track.
Perfect. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Now, I want to show you this because over here is the prototype for the PM Junior Championship car that was launched yesterday, and it's outside the Thruxton Centre, and waiting for us very patiently is our very own Paul O'Neill. And exciting developments this. Tell us all about it, Paul.
good, isn't it? I think this is exactly, you know, this is exactly what the British touring car package was after. You know, we needed a junior championship to come and get involved. And I've got to say, I've just been speaking to Laura, who's one of the chief guys that's been involved with this. It's the best prototype I think I've seen. I mean, the panel gaps on it are better than some of the road cars that I've been involved with. So, yeah, this is 1 litre EcoBoost engine, 100 horsepower limited, 3-cylinder engine. It'll be on road car tyres. Typical junior stuff. They're limited to what they can do. This will produce some fantastic racing. It's got some Penske dampers on it as well, which is pretty trick. I had a quick look inside. Really, really good. Really impressed.
Very cool, and it's also good, Loz. You'll be able to see all the fans are able to come up and have a look at it. Okay, thank you for that, Paul. You need to make your way to the commentary box, actually, so I'll let you kick on. A little bit later on, we'll see.
For round 7 of Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup Great Britain, we're at Thruxton, the UK's fastest circuit, and it is Callum Voisin, the man who leads the championship, on pole position for the 2nd time this year. Will Jenkins with him at the front of the grid, ahead of Isaac Phelps, who is the leader of the talent pool for the rookies, and Archie Clark lining up 4th, the reigning Ginetta champion. Starting 5th, Sid Smith, and 6th is Max Coates. 7th on the grid is Jacob Tofts, and that's pole for him in Pro-Am. He's had a class win there this year. Jack Sherwood should be a man to watch, starting 8th ahead of Stephen Jelly. He's had 2 Pro-Am wins. Oliver Meadows comes next ahead of Jonathan Moore. And Carl Cavers, 3 times the winner in the Masters competition with Ollie Jackson. He's had 3 Pro-Am wins, including an outright race win, 11th. And then you've got Michael Keohane at the very back of the grid. He's going to be 22 laps, light to red, light to out, in his go, and a good launch by Callum Voisin, a good start also by Isaac Phelps, but not good enough because up the inside goes Sid Smith in the white and green car. On the outside line was Archie Clark there as they went for the first time up through Allard and then to the complex. Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave, the next sequence of corners. 29 is Isaac Phelps looking for a way back ahead of the quick starting Archie Clark, but it's Voisin in the lead. Will Jenkins is 2nd, and those two absolutely nose to tail as they go then now through Seagrave and then on towards the left-hander of Noble for the first time. Then the very fast speed building section of Goodwood Village Church, and you can see that Jenkins is trying to stay with the race leader and maybe plot a move to have a go back on the run towards the chicane at the end of the opening lap. There's the lead car. Callum Voisin ahead. So Voisin it is, hanging on to the advantage for now in the Century Motorsport run car. The bright yellow entry is that of Ollie Jackson, and he's made really good progress up from the back row of the grid on this first lap, carving his way through the field, Ollie Jackson. So very definitely a driver to watch. And now the cars accelerate their way up Woodham Hill, heading to the braking zone for the chicane for the first time, into which it will be Callum Voisin ahead of Will Jenkins. Gap back, Archie Clark is 3rd, Isaac Phelps 4th, there Jacob Tofts in the yellow, blue and white livery. And let's have a look at Archie Clark, his start on board. It's a good start. Is it a bit too good? Race control may be looking at that. So Archie Clark possibly just anticipated it slightly, but you saw what a good getaway it was from Voisin. Will Jenkins not quite so quick out of the blocks. He's also got the 1x1 staggered grid drama to make up. In other words, he's a car length back, but actually he did a decent job through the complex there of staying with Callum Voisin. Jonathan Moore is one in Pro-Am, and he is being given a penalty for a false start, Jonathan Moore, number 12, and so is Ollie Jackson. I said it was a good first lap, but he is also being given a 5-second time penalty for a false start. This is Archie Clark in replay. He's had one lock up at the chicane, and this time misses it out altogether. Outbrakes himself and has to take to the curbing, which are much lower and fewer tyre stacks in the way now, so that will be a track limits observation, but at least he got away without damage and didn't lose a place. Really close fight this, as there Tofts gets up the inside of Jackson and goes through. So it goes wide and opens the door again for Ollie Jackson. It was a good move that by Jacob Tofts, but he carried too much speed going through Seagrave, ran out wide, and that puts Jackson back ahead of him. So briefly second on the road in class was Jacob Tofts. He's going to inherit it anyway with the penalty, but Ollie Jackson, ever the fighter, goes back through. So good drive this by Ollie in terms of the race. That's a shame about the false start that he made. And now Jacob Tofts trying to go to the outside. That's really brave going into Church. That ain't going to work surely, but he does arrive out of the corner right in the slipstream. And now Tofts lining up to have a go on the run towards the complex. Let's see, he's in the wheel tracks now. So he wants a toe, but he also needs a gap. Here they come into the braking zone for the chicane. Jackson covers off the inside line to the outside line. Now goes Toft, and there's no way through there. 2 laps to go. What this has done is let Jelly get away, and up the inside now goes Toft. That should be his line for Allard, and Jacob Toft does go through. Good move, which is the one that this man, Will Jenkins, prevailed in, although he was a class winner at Donington. And here, look, the penalised Archie Clark finally is under attack from Isaac Phelps, who's going to go through on the last lap up into 3rd place. Phelps goes by, nicely done, but Archie Clark is still trying to fight back. Isaac Phelps deserves that. He's spent 21 and a half laps working towards it. Finally, he's gone by. Also now, Jack Sherwood is trying to make a move. Don't forget, Clark's got a penalty anyway, so he cannot afford to be giving away places because he'll lose more positions with 5 seconds to be added anyhow. So Phelps then up into 3rd place, and now he has been given a 5-second penalty. Isaac Phelps has just copped 5 seconds for track limits. It is going to be a win though for Callum Voisin. It's win number 5 of the season. Callum Voisin wins round 7 of Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup Great Britain. 2nd is going to be Will Jenkins, and then it's anybody's guess for 3rd with penalties. So up towards the line comes Phelps, Clark, Sherwood. Callum Voisin, the winner of round 7 of Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup Great Britain. That's a 5th for him of the season. Will Jenkins chasing him home. And then with all the penalties applied for false starts and track limit abuses, Jack Sherwood takes 3rd from Sid Smith, and Stephen Jelly 5th wins Pro-Am. Isaac Phelps 6th, he was a penalised driver, so was Archie Clark. Jacob Toft's 8th, 2nd in Pro-Am ahead of Oliver Meadows, and Max Coates with penalties falling to 10th place.
Well, a slight technical glitch didn't allow me to tell you. That was the excellent David Addison guiding you through the action there. I'm sure you all knew that anyway. More from the Porsches at 3:20 this afternoon, but time to resume our live action now with the Mini Challenge Trophy. So we can head up to our commentary team of Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Ollie. Yeah, looking forward to our mini. Should we have a quick look at the grid? I think we're going to just have time to squeeze it in if we're lucky. Pole position, the returning Jensen Mason with championship leader as they come in, Alex Keens, Richard Jepp and Ashley Gregory on row 2, Henry Foote and Matt Luff on the 3rd row. Then it's Josh Wilby, Luca Marinoni Osborne, Josh Salvadore and Harry Smith with Reese Hurd returning, Jarrell Julius alongside him, Gio Santora and Leo Richardson on row 7. The 8th row, Isaac Doble and his cousin Chris Doble, Lexi Powell and Leona Theobald on the 9th row. Row 10, Beanie Rees and Louis Fleet, Finley Groom and Eleanor Rees on row 11. Then Blair Driver and Adam Curtis on row 12. So, mini grid. Returning names coming back, including Jensen Mason on the front row of the grid. We haven't seen Jensen for a while. Did a TCR round, I think, at Brands Hatch earlier in the year in an Audi, if I remember correctly. And there he is in the Mantis Cranes Mini on pole position. What a return. Double pole. Coming back, hasn't been in one of these for a while, and plants it on pole.
Yeah, absolutely. He did a really good job in TCR. The Audi team he was driving for were well impressed with him. But, you know, big budgets for that. It's really difficult. David Mason is his dad. I used to race against him. Super quick pedaler. And Jensen is just a dream. I'd love to have him in our race team. Proper kid.
That'd be good. They might be talking to you after that, I reckon. So it is Mason on the front row. Alex Keens has had plenty of wins so far this year. He's alongside, right of shot front row as they get underway. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is all about, or should be about, strategy. Oh no, the breakage or something there for Jensen Mason. He is out of it, so it's going to be Alex Keens who leads them away. And it's Richard Jepp. Drive shaft may be gone. The borrow car, he's got going again. That's a Chandler's Motorsport. I only had a week to prep it, and he ran well in the earlier races, but we'll focus on what's happening out front. Alex Keens in the Silver Lake car ahead of Richard Jepp. Richard the top in the directors category. Ashley Gregory up there as well.
Yeah, proper stuff. That was sad start, that wasn't it, for Mason? I think, like you say, it was a drive shaft or something in the drivetrain or electrical. But anyway, they are going and they're flat out. A lot of people close together here, everywhere in the grid. Got to be careful going into Noble. Side by side already. Is there any cold tyres? This is where you're going to find out if your left rear is up to it as they turn in to the. It's probably just a little lift. Ooh, that's a big lift. That's going off.
That's Jarrell Julius. Had a great chat with Jarrell in the garage with Don Wheatley, the former champion. Come on, Jarrell, keep it on, mate. He's such a great character, Jarrell. There he is, back on.
Jarrell, I'm not being funny, mate. You need to lift when you go off. That was unbelievable, but he knew what he was doing because he just got on with it, and he didn't want to lose any places. It's flat out on the track and it's flat out off it.
The 2 races we've had so far have been absolutely stunning with the minis. I think we've had 4 car finishes, not just 4 cars finishing, but 4 cars dicing for the lead. Better put that right, otherwise Wera would be up here shaking her fist at me. Ria Beauchamp, who's the championship manager and championship coordinator, does a fantastic job. But so we've lost Jensen Mason, but Alex Keynes, who this is his local track, Richard Jepp in second, and Henry Foote in third. Lovely to see Henry. Was very disappointed yesterday. Henry Foote qualified well as we look at Jensen. And hello to Mum Sarah. Thanks Sarah for keeping me up to date. She's at home. First meeting she's missed of Jensen's. She's poorly. Get well soon, Sarah.
Yeah, get well soon, Sarah. Lovely woman. This is getting pretty tasty early doors. We've still got 18 minutes of all this left. There's an Ash Sutton move going on there. There's a few people with a couple of problems, I think. Just cars slowing down. But Keynes has been pretty impressive here. To keep the lead already for a whole lap in one of these things is pretty good.
He knows his way around these cars, doesn't he, to be absolutely fair. He's last year's champion, won 1 race, Alex Keynes. This year he's come into it, and I think he's on 5 wins already. It's like he's blossomed after taking the championship, and some people, including myself, thought, why has he come back? Budgetary, wanted to move up, didn't have the budget, so he's come back, but he's just maintained that form, which is remarkable. Not many drivers can do that. There's Nick Mason in the back there as well, and Dad, was it TVRs? Did you race in TVR? What did you race?
MGF Cup.
Oh, MGF Cup.
Yeah, Nick's a lovely man.
He's
great people. TVR Tuscan racing they did, didn't they? Look at
David did that, didn't he, back in the day? Here we come. No, Richard Jett moving up from City Car Cup this year, which is a great learning curve, isn't it?
Yeah, so Richard Jepp and Henry Foote shouldn't have favours, but I'll tell you what, Jepp could take the lead here in that blue car. Jepp looks to me like he doesn't want the lead just yet. He's backed off a couple of times. The draft or the tow, the Euro wash, is a big player in these championships, isn't it, Richard? And you've got to make your move when it counts. But look at Foote there with the little purple side skirts on his car, the little purple and green side on that car. But this is looking good. Oh, Ashley Gregory!
Ashley Gregory goes for the lunge down the inside. They said it was lunchtime, not lunchtime. Ashley did it safely and makes it through. Good move up into 3rd place. Is that Matthew Luff coming through as well? He's having a go, isn't he? I think it is Matt Luff down behind them. Call him Matthew because that's what his mum calls him.
It is
the rest of the world.
Yeah, it is Matthew. Yeah, a lot of people. I know so many people in this championship just from doing club racing and coaching. And Matt Luff is another one of my faves. These guys up the front, they're so fast. And Richard Jepp, to go back to him, C1 City Car Cup or the City Car Cup. Oh,
Josh Salvadori.
He's got away with that. Next time he turns into church, he's going to know about it. He might end up in church.
That lad, he's such a quiet, very well-spoken lad, very analytical, very open, super guy. Won yesterday's race. The car, look at it, bounces around the Lightning McQueen livery.
Do you know what's happened there? He's been unsighted, so you can't see the edge of the circuit when you've got cars in front of you. I've done that myself, and you can have a little bit of a problem. Ashley Gregory down the inside of Henry Foote. She held on to that, but that's going to make Foote have a bit of a problem. He's going to lose places now, and Keynes is going to lose the lead to Jepp. Jepp fancies a bit of this. Richard Jepp, I think, has been brilliant in how he's turned the style on in this championship. I've done a few practice sessions against him. He's fast.
He's a quick driver, isn't he? And BRSCC City Car Cup, racing with some of the colleges preparing cars, which is a big thing as well, with the student challenge, which comes through. A really good opportunity for youngsters to get involved, and many of them coming into this paddock. I think he's got quite a few of them helping prepare his car as well.
There's just under 15 minutes left. If I'm taking bets, which I never do, Ashley Gregory's going to win this race.
She's due a win, to be absolutely fair, is Ashley, but you could say that about a lot of them. It's Keynes still out front, local man. Jepp down to 3rd, Gregory there in 2nd. The last couple of races we've had, or the 2 races we've had this weekend, have all been about timing. As you say, Paul, very much don't want to be in the lead going on to the last lap. Make the move the last couple of corners. It's what Josh Salvadori did yesterday. Absolutely impeccable timing he did. Jensen Mason was leading it for most of it and dropped back, so he had a great race at the front. But here comes Gregory now making move.
Ashley ain't messing around here. Do you know what? The great thing about Ash is, when you speak to her, she just loves speed and loves danger, and that is where everywhere is here. But she's actually gone from looking for the lead to actually popping back down in 5th. So, yeah, game of chess, this, isn't it, like you say?
It is, so it's the Silver Lake car back out front again. A little bit of bumping and boring as they come through the chicane. And it's Keens who's not doing too badly in this one, controlling this one at the moment. And
bit of a headbutt there.
Yeah, Ashley Gregory, Matt Luff in the 72, the black car, no sponsorship. A lot of drivers sort of put a nice livery on. Matt's just left his completely plain and saying, come and get involved with me, mark it with me. They come then. It is superb mini racing as ever, and we get to see these cars 2 more times, which is great. We're going to see them at Donington, we're going to see them at Croft after that as well, and the Coopers. And as a new competition, it's in a team sport. You hear about the team sport competition? There's going to be a team sport competition running, the karting franchise. It's on Ricky Collard's touring car. Somebody from a team sport competition is going to come and race one of these cars next year.
Oh, that is amazing, because that's a proper rental kart. Let's get working class people into racing. That's mega, really cool.
So excited to hear more about that one, but yeah, Keens is doing what the others haven't been able to do so far this weekend, and guess away, he's had 1 win. Is he going to have a clear win in this one, or are they going to work together and reel him in? Here comes Gregory again. Yeah,
they've got to start looking at what they're doing. I don't think Keens will get away unless there's a big mess up at the chicane, because Gregory, they don't like the bump drafting, but she is getting bump drafted by 2 cars. Look at that. It's like a film I watched a while back.
Which one was that?
Human Centipede?
Yeah,
it's not great. Anyway, but look at this. Ashley round the outside. She's got to be careful here, because if you really get it wrong here, you'll knock the tracking out on your car and you can get in a load of trouble. So you need a straight car to win this at the very end. No knocks on the curbs, no knocks side by side.
Yeah, you've got to try and do it as cleanly as you can. Anyone of this gaggle, by the end of it, 12 minutes left, could catch up. That's what we saw yesterday. 6-car pack for the lead on the last lap in the first race of the day. Thanks to David Mason telling us gearbox issues. Hardlines team. Does that mean that Chandler will get a better car back when they repaired it? I know they were grateful to Chandler's for getting that car over to him and getting out. It's lovely to see the Mason family back in the paddock.
They were. David spoke to me yesterday and said he couldn't believe he put it on pole, to be fair. So, yeah, I mean, that's a great team effort to get that at the front. Sometimes it's character building motorsport, we all know that, but this is heating up at the front.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Reese Hurd, the blue car. I was chatting to Reese's dad. Yes, he's a bit of a lad. I don't know if you spoke to Mr. Hurd Senior, but apparently qualified, the blue car there, qualified in 10th, and I think Dad wasn't overly impressed about that. Reese said, no, it don't matter, Dad, does it? 10th place doesn't matter, he'll come through. Reese is the most successful driver in terms of wins in this championship. I think it's a one-off return this weekend. Won 5 races the year before last, 6 races last year. Really knows how to handle these cars, and to be fair, he can drive absolutely anything, can Reese Hurd, and he's got to do that now because he is under pressure. It's close for the lead again up front, and Josh Wilby closing in on Alex Keens at the moment. So Wilby and Keens. It's Matt Luff, whose engine, Matt's not happy with his engine this weekend. He said, I'm going for podiums. The engine's a little bit down, it needs a rebuild, but how well is he driving considering he's got that, less power than he needs or wants?
Very well. Like, this place will really show up engine power, as you can imagine. I think this is probably one of the only cars, except for the Formula 4s, that use the least brakes around the circuit. They're flat out everywhere, and if there is a need to slow down in some of the really fast stuff, it's only a lift.
Luff closing up. It's his teammate out front at the moment. Graves have won the most races so far. Graves Motorsport, that is, this year. So Luff in 3rd. Reese Hurd coming up into the mix as well. Ashley!
Oh, she's had contact, hasn't she? There's been a little bit of contact there, hasn't there?
Yeah, there has. Back on track. Thankfully, all okay so far. So Keens and Wilby is Luff, by the way, championship leader coming. Or was that Leo Richardson, the young Irish lad?
I think it was in that grey car. That car was on the grass, so they've had contact. Interesting. So that's put her really back. I'll take that bet back that I said about her winning this. She does.
Yeah, that was a kiss of death, wasn't it, when you said, thank you, Paul. Say Tim Gregory, still dicing with Henry Foote right behind her. This is Henry's home track, but comes all the way, is it a 3.5-hour drive or something from Cornwall for the Foote family?
Could you imagine?
Local track, yeah.
Oh my word, that's crazy. Look at this now. So nobody wants to lead it. Only Keens. He can't just lift and let them pass. Keens is just letting them push him along, and I mean quite literally. The lap is made and generated by this part. You're in this chicane for a long time compared to everything else because it's so fast. So if you can bounce off the curbs and get through it, you're sound. This is sound. Oh my God.
It is. So we've got Doval involved in the mix here as well. Finley Group, the Ipswich lad as well. A little bit of straight lining going on there as well. Leona Theobald in the mix. It's Chris Doval in the 19.
who is the cousin of touring car driver Mikey Golden.
And always Kwik though was whenever you put them in. Chris was a race winner in the Fiesta Junior Championship last year, took 2 very good wins and was, I think, actually ahead of Isaac, who was the junior champion, Fiesta Junior champion last year, ahead of him in the points at the moment. Jarrell Julius down in 16th with that time penalty now, which is a pity.
That must have been track limits when he
Was that when he went off on the grass, was it?
On the A303, on the way to the summer solstice down the road, lad.
So meanwhile, Keens is doing well. I think Keens, if anyone can hold on to a lead, it's going to be Alex Keens, isn't it?
I think you've called it. He's controlling this. Usually you do not get away, but he is not. He's not been phased, has he, by the faster cars that are in a train behind him. Yeah, no, fair play, because this looks all under control. But look at Wilby now. If this was any other racing, then he would pull out and overtake, but he doesn't want to be attacked by the car behind, so he's trying to get the leader and him away from third place Matt Luff, because he knows it's dangerous. You watch this, they're going to work together, but on the last lap, if Matt Luff is just there and they make a mistake bump drafting, he's going to win this.
He could do, as I say, down on power. Reese Hurd is next, then it's the number 11, Harry Smith, Luca Marinoni also, Richard Jep now down in 7th. I was getting all excited at the start. I thought we might get a Jep win or a Jep podium, but again, this shuffles up quite a way, doesn't it? Gregory in 8th place, so Keens and Wilby still out front. Let's watch Reese Hurd now, closing up on Matt Luff, both of them in relatively plain cars, both of them therefore open to people to talk to them about getting involved in their racing and enjoying what would be, with either of those 2 young drivers, a very, very good partnership indeed. And at the moment it's Luff, multiple champion Matt Luff. His dad was saying his favourite commentary ever was when you called him winning the Civic Cup.
Oh yeah, that I've got to say, that was the best thing I've ever commentated on. Oh, Santora, what's gone on there?
Gio Santora, the young American, getting his first year. Big transition, he was saying really difficult transition from karts into minis, but loving it, loving working with the Accelerate team and enjoying it. But won't be enjoying this race, very sadly, he is out.
It is, it's these cars, you've got to remember, Richard, these cars are over 20 years old. I know the parts aren't over 20 years old, but the shells are old, and you know they're bouncing off curbs. You know they're all over the shop. But again, Keens just doesn't have to defend, because if we had an onboard, I reckon Wilby in P2 is actually just going to be waving him ahead, saying, "Just get on with it."
Here comes Reese Hurd, about to make a move, managed to get a decent run out of the chicane and lines up the inside of Matt Luff to try and get the car up onto the podium. He won't be stealing championship points away. He's a guest driver, he'll get silverware, but here comes Smith as well. Harry Smith up into the mix, and Matt Luff here maybe suffering with that slightly down on power engine. It all is very much a management exercise for him this weekend to bag as many points as he can. I don't think he's expecting to go away with the championship lead. Probably won't be if Keens is out front, his teammate, but Hurd, very neat move up into third place.
Very neat. He's kind of pulled the pin, hasn't he? He's saying, if you guys don't get on with this and get on the back of them 2, we're gonna struggle here. So he's trying to just make the way into the front of this pack, because the front 2 are now getting on with it. That was a bit weird for Wilby to do that.
Yeah. Now is that either to get air maybe in the car, or maybe just showing him a little look?
No, I think you're absolutely bang on, and that's going to be a big shunt if you're not careful. Ooh, Smith.
Harry Smith.
Oh, like a bucking bronco.
It is, as Jep goes back through, so some of the big scoring points places all changing around as they come up Woodham Hill once again. And it is the battle on for third place. Matt Luff trying to get him back. So we've got 2 2s at the moment, maybe that 3 2s in the first 6. And Wilby putting the pressure on Keens again. But yeah, he doesn't want to make that move, because he knows that Wilby will come back at him in the last couple of laps, or the last lap, if that is the case. He just can't get close enough, though, at the moment to drag them away from Hurd, who I'd still put money on now as Luff gets a little bit more defensive.
Oh, look at that. And that is a person who knows there's only 4 minutes left. Marinoni Osborne wants a bit of this, and they're all starting, Richard, to make their moves, because
they want to be in the train to go 28,000 abreast down to the chicane on the last lap.
That's what they want. So Luff gets marinated. Is he going to get jepped as well as they try and come up? Jepp in 6th position in the blue and white car trying to close in. Richardson's still there as well. Leo Richardson in 8th, Henry Foote 9th. Still ahead of Ashley Gregory, rounds out the top 10. Isaac Doble, top of the two cousins, is 11th, and his cousin Chris right behind him in 12th position, ahead of Leona Theobald, who is the top of the 4 Wera Tools Racing Alliance racing cars. But the race leader is still Alex Keynes, local man based in Lippert, leading this one, reigning champion. Not very often you get the chance to say that we've got someone coming back and defending, and extra backing this year from Silver Lake, who I think were based down in Southampton and done a superb job so far this weekend. If he can go away with 2 wins, he will be a very happy man indeed.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my eyes, but the back of the lead car, the number 1, has got a little bit of a bumper moving around. I hope it stays on, because it's the bump drafting that's probably made it a little bit loose. This number 1, the Silver Lake car, is just moving around the left rear. It just looked like it was moving. It might just be because it's a Mini, and this, and Wilby in 2nd place has got, the bungs have fell off his exhaust. So hopefully that hangs on. That's the chicane strikes. Wow, okay, let's go.
2 minutes 56 to go. That means I think we're on the penultimate lap of this one, the final race of the weekend for the Coopers. They've had a relaxing day today, sitting it out. Very frantic yesterday. 3 competitive sessions on track yesterday, as we get a little bit of Wera Tools action going on. Lexi Powell.
Wow.
Lexi rejoins. Apparently her dad Steve is the star of many of her social media things. I haven't seen it, but do you know Steve from the trucks?
Yes, I do, yes. I've not seen that.
I need to get him singing on it. Sorry, Steve, dreadful impersonation. I apologise for that. I'm going to get it in the next.
There's a copyright on that.
Not going to be welcome at his pub anymore, am I? There we go. Yeah, Lexi, good recovery from her battle for the lead. It's 3-way. Hurd is timing this one well, Paul.
Yeah, look, oh dear. Look who's in now. Hurd is in. Hurd is going to do his best. I reckon he's going to make a move on Wilby, because he wants to be on the back of that lead car. This is now, you're going to see action now. This is it, down to the chicane. There'll be movement here.
Hurd, as I said, 11 wins in the last 2 seasons. This is his first outing in 9 months, and he's just come straight back, bang, straight back on the pace. And he has joined the trio, and he knows all about the timing. He'll want to pull them away from Luca Marinoni Osborne in 4th, Matt Luff back in 5th, then Richard Jepp. Here comes Hurd, starts to have a look around the outside. How's the timing clock going to go? It is going to be the last lap. Is it 1:37 left on the clock? It's 1:30. It's going to be nip and tuck, Paul, isn't it?
Yeah, going to be really nip and tuck, because they're doing 31s, 32s.
Last lap board's going out, sorry.
Last lap board is out. Oh my word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I push 7. This is going to be it now. It's going to be down the back straight. Where's the movement going to come from?
Well, Reese Hurd has chipped his way through, started down in 11th, I think I was talking about 10th place only, but 11th on the grid. He's got up to 3rd, and he knows how to win these races. 11 in the last 2 years. Is he going to make it another win today and make it 3 winning years on the bounce, and maybe tempt someone to get their checkbook out and get him out on the grid a little bit later on, because he's always entertaining to watch. But at the moment, it's Alex Keynes who's out front and controlling this one well.
Yeah, the reason I'm shaking my head at you is nothing you're saying. I'm just, all these drivers in this front pack know they're going to have to make a move coming out of Church into the chicane, and it's gonna be a little bit messy through the chicane, I think.
Well, we'll see how that one goes. Keynes is there at the moment, and if he can hold on to this, he'll be the only driver that's done that so far this weekend. Are they going to close up? We've got the battle on for 2nd now. Hurd's going to go for P2. Here they come through the final 3 corners as they come up the hill, Woodham Hill now, and it's Wilby starting to have a look. Hurd's going to have a go as well. Wilby's going to the outside run.
Yeah, this is going to be really tight. Keynes looks very strong, but you can get round the outside.
Oh!
This is going to be it. No!
Contact between the two, and he drifts out wide. It is Wilby who's gone through. Now Hurd's coming up into the mix as well. Look at the timing for Hurd. He's on the inside. This is going to the clerk's office for sure. He took the win yesterday, but they snag each other up, and here we come back and across the line. Wilby takes the flag from Hurd. Marinoni Osborne. Luff. Keynes is down in 5th. And, well, I've got to eat my words. I thought that was done and dusted for Keynes, but they were all over him for the last couple of corners and will be coming through. Do you think Hurd will get a penalty? It's only silverware for him, not points, but will be the top point scorer either way. From Hurd, Marinoni Osborne, Matt Luff will get podium points ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting... I'm very interested to see what they say in their interviews, because Yeah, there's a few people who've got into each other there, and I only seen the back end of him, but at the minute, Wilby's got that win, and he hung tight, didn't he? And he got the job done at the end. Let's see what happened. And so Wilby, red front, black bonnet. And then you've got, that looked to me 50-50. Like, one car didn't move. Wilby kind of didn't move, and to be fair, they just took the line. Keynes in the number one were together, but watch this. I thought someone was going to get turned around into the pit wall, and you know what? Fair play to Keynes in that number one. He lifted to get out of that. He didn't want that car in the wall.
No, smart move for him. Josh Wilby hasn't won a round. I don't mean this disrespectfully, but hasn't won since the second event last year. He won the opening race of last year. He's won at round 2 and then hasn't had a win. He's loads of podiums since then, so really good for him to be back on the podium. I know it means a lot to them winning in front of a big crowd here at Thruxton. Here's how they finish the Mairon Motorsport Mini Challenge Trophy. Josh Wilby takes the win from Reese Hurd, Luca Marinoni Osborne and Matt Luff in 4th from Alex Keynes. Richard Jett wins the Directors category and the rookies in this one. Harry Smith in 7th from Henry Foote. Second rookie was Leo Richardson. Ashley Gregory completing your top 10. Isaac Doble gets a rookie podium. Leona Theobald, I think probably one of the best races of the season for her, in 12th from Chris Doble and Louis Fleet. Blair Dryborough in 15th. Finn Groom in 16th ahead of Jarrell Julius. Beanie Reese, Eleanor Reese, her sister, next up from Lexi Powell. Then Josh Salvadore, the rookie championship leader, down in 21st from Adam Curtis. And problems for Gio Santora, and very sadly, as we saw, Jensen Mason as well. Championship points. We won't see these cars again until Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, and we very much look forward to that. I don't think we're going to bring the points for you at the moment. They're probably still busy getting the abacus out of the cupboard and trying to sort that one out. But yeah, good points for Matt Luff there. I think he finished ahead of Keynes, so he will remain as championship leader, for those of you keeping your eyes on that sort of thing. But yeah, looking forward to the fact that we've got an extra round with these guys this year.
Yeah, definitely. This will be the best circuit for them for the entertainment, but you can put them anywhere. They're awesome, aren't they? And I think the Donington GP round will be fantastic. These cars are so momentum-based, and trying to get them through the corners as fast as you can and not braking is, look at that. That means a lot to the Wilby team in the 95. Really good stuff. That was, I'd be interested to see what they say about that, because on first reflection, the two cars who had the contact, I thought it was a little bit 50-50, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Only from what I've seen, like, bang, straight away. But, yeah, great result there for Wilby. Great.
Well, they'll argue it out with Luke Cordell. There'll be the traditional queue outside the mini racing bus. I think we might have the championship points for you now, actually, coming up as well, which we'll do in a minute. We're just going to have a look at the celebration from our winner, Josh Wilby. 4th in the championship last year. 20-year-old from Conisborough. Really good stuff. We're going to have handshakes around. They normally do, don't they, off the end of it?
He's waiting for him.
Waiting for Reese. There we go. Good lads. Well done.
Yeah.
Been in a race, yeah. Good stuff. Well, we have got the points. Abacus ready. Points after round 12. Alex Keynes and Matt Luff actually tied now. 508 points. Luca Marinoni Osborne in 3rd from Josh Salvadore. And race winner, Josh Wilby. Harry Smith is in 6th. Chris Doble 7th from Ashley Gregory. And Isaac Doble in 9th. Richard Jett completing the top 10. In the rookie title, 48 points is the gap now. Josh Salvadore over Chris Doble. Isaac Doble next up from Richard Jett and Leo Richardson. And the Directors' Cup, Richard Jett leading from Blair Dryborough, Adam Curtis and Daniel Patterson. So, celebrations going on in Parc Ferme. We'll catch up with our top 3 in just a moment. Please stay with us.
Stay with us, more coming up after the break.
18 laps ahead of us. There will be 5 red lights that go on before they are extinguished to get things underway.
great drag drive by Sutton. We're not surprised, of course, and on the first lap, you've got the most opportunity to make up places.
And he is absolutely stalling, as now he tries to have a go at Camish, who's crawling all over the back there of Gordon Shedler and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Sutton goes through 9th, and Ash Sutton's having a go for 8th on the outside of Gordon Shedden as they come down towards Redgate. Shedden with a puff of tar smoke claims the place. Sutton tries to tighten the corner. There's a bit of a gap on the inside, but no, you don't, says Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, Shedden knew what was going to happen there. The comeback from Sutton, so he just held it a little bit on the apex. Wow, that's taking it along the inside. Sutton throws it down the inside into the old hairpin, and they'll come out side by side. If they're level all the way up to McLean's, it should be Sutton that claims it, because he'll have the inside.
Sutton is in 8th place from 21st on the grid. So Ingram, Cook, Rowbottom, Rainford, Doble, Morgan and there's a drama at the chicane because Josh Cook is off the road. Josh Cook is off the road, so that means it's Ingram leading. Rowbottom is up to 2nd. In 3rd place now it's Rainford. Doble is 4th. Morgan is 5th. Sutton's into the top 6. Sutton's about to go 5th around the outside of Morgan at Schwantz Curve, the inside at McLean's, job done. Ash Sutton for the podium from 21st is a real possibility here. Let's see. Sutton, if anything, is coming under attack. Rainford is coming back and in 4th place. You're looking at Doble out of the chicane. Coming up towards the line. This is Charles Rainford's view, and look, he is right back on the tail of Sutton.
Yeah, look at that. And Sutton couldn't drive a more defensive line. He was on the white line on the inside there. Morgan joining in right behind. It's such a struggle with the 20 seconds of boost that you have now to use it over a car that doesn't have it. It's a massive amount of boost. And through goes Rainford. Sutton is unable to defend that with no boost available to him.
Yeah, Sutton has got 3 laps left. Rainford has got 3 laps left. Charles Rainford goes back ahead. Morgan 6th in the 2nd of the category Plato Racing Mercedes, and he's having a go at that Napa Racing UK Ford of Ash Sutton now. The checker flag awaits. Tom Ingram wins round 1 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Mikey Doble 2nd. Dan Rowbottom is 3rd across the line, but Ash Sutton will be 3rd. Adam Morgan will be 4th. Charles Rainford 5th.
Well, the Mini Challenge Trophy was the latest of the live races here at Thruxton. A good battle at the front end of the action throughout. A bit of a coming together early between Wilby and Keynes, and it actually culminated in an extraordinary finish with a real fight right to the line. Josh Wilby it was who took the checkered flag ahead of Reese Hurd and Luca Marinoni Osborne. And Johnny Palmer is ready and waiting to speak to the 1, 2, 3.
Fans of mini racing have been royally treated, haven't they, throughout the day here at Thruxton, and with a slightly modern shape of mini, an outstanding finish, and somehow, Josh, you managed to finish ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, a really difficult race. Obviously, it's always great racing around here with the minis, as you've just seen then. But no, difficult race. Didn't really want to be leading going to the last lap, so I'm happy to stay behind Alex. And then obviously got the run going up into the last chicane, and then managed to get the run off to beat Reese on the exit.
It could have gone very wrong, though, heading up Woodham Hill, because you very nearly didn't make the chicane, you and Alex Keynes, tangling. How much of a scare was that, first of all?
It was a bit scary, I can't lie, but no, I managed to keep it on the tarmac and managed to make it through the chicane safely and over the line first.
And then Reese Hurd's barging his way to your right over the chicane, and somehow you got the slightly better momentum to finish like a half a car length ahead.
Yeah, no, half a car length ahead, but a win's a win, so I'm gonna take it. But no, the team's done an amazing job with the stop all weekend. It's not been my personal ideal weekend, but it's really good to end on a high.
Congratulations, Josh. It was a mega finish, and we probably should get the reverse opinion, I suppose, because Reese, had the finish line been at the chicane there, you would have won it coming out of it, but then you decided to pin a few against the pit wall. Was that your undoing eventually?
I mean, coming out of the last corner, I thought, oh, I've got him. But yeah, I just bogged ever so slightly, and he just got the better run from a side draft, but that's racing. I've been in the car for 9 or 10 months. It's the first round back, so, I mean, to come in and get to the front, I mean, I can't really ask for more.
Yeah, Richard John Neal was making the point about that, in that you've been away from the sport for a little while. So, I mean, there's nothing to liven the senses than to arrive at Thruxton to be in a mini race like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just classic race 3 minis. There's nothing much more you can ask from us lot. I mean, it's been possible this weekend. I can't thank FCL enough, my dad's, McDonald's Servicing, everybody to help out and to get us on the grid again, and hopefully we'll be back.
Tell me about your thought process through the race, though, because so many people tell me in the classic minis and the modern day minis, you don't want to be leading too early.
No, and I struggled with top end in that race, so I knew that I couldn't be at the front of the train. So I just had to hope and pray that everyone sort of battled. So going on to the last lap, I knew that Josh would go for Alex, so it was just hoping that something a bit more than what happened, but I mean, that's racing. To come out with second, yeah, I'm quite happy with that.
And you were kind of given little choice but to mount the curb there on the right hand side, and got Josh out of the way initially, but then what happened towards the line?
So we come over the chicane, and he was there, so I had to go through to the right hand side for safety reasons, and then yeah, coming up to the line, I've just moved right ever so slightly, and Luca was there, which I didn't realise, but I mean, it wasn't front to rear axle, so yeah, it's racing, but yeah.
Outstanding racing. Congratulations on being part of it, and we'll bring Luca Marinoni Osborne in as well, because I actually thought with the two of them going hard at it in and out of the chicane, you might just slip up the inside and take the win, having not really featured in the top 3 for a lot of the race.
No, I mean, I thought the same thing as you, to be honest. I thought, you know, I'm in here, and it was mine to take. So, yeah, I can't really comment too much on what happened by the pit wall, because I think those that saw it know how dangerous that sort of business can be. And I don't think anyone, such as myself, is going to be very happy when they get someone tries to put them in the pit wall. So yeah, I mean, we started from 8th, managed to make our way through the pack again. You know, from there to almost the lead is a great achievement, and you know, around Thruxton anyone can win from almost anywhere on the grid. So I was biding my time. I knew that it would come eventually. The guys at the front were always going to have a bit of a scrap at the end, and you know, big shout out to Richard Jepp and Harry Smith. You know, without them, neither of us would have been able to get up towards the front. So you know, credit to kind of them having their head switched on and pushing us towards the front.
Did you have to get off the throttle when you were nearing the pit wall? I mean, did you have to do something to stop a bigger accident?
Oh, of course. I mean, if I don't pull out there, you know, firstly I've got a championship to think about. So if I put Reese across my front bumper and put both of us in the wall, then who knows who's going to go past me and if I even finish the race. So he doesn't even score points. So I'm getting points for second. So playing the long game, I immediately thought, well, I'm going to poke my nose there. I was alongside and I had to pull out, otherwise, you know, it'd have been trouble for both of us. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult pill to swallow, but you know, it is what it is. You know, I had to buy my time, and it's important to stay switched on.
Good drive, Luca. Well done. I think it was always going to be a bit of a fruity chat with the 3 mini challenge trophy races, but an excellent event nevertheless.
Thanks, Johnny. It's a picture-perfect Sunday afternoon here at Thruxton for Motorsport, and next up the action turns up a gear because the touring cars are preparing to take to the track for the second time today as the teams get ready to do battle in round 14. We'll take a quick breather. When we return, we'll be out on the grid speaking to the drivers next.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. After the break.
18 laps ahead of us. There will be 5 rounds. Racing a really distinguished against the lead on that in the BMW. got Tom Ingram into 13th place, and he's still building on that. Sutton at the end of the first lap was his 13th. Gets up the inside and there's contact. Ingram avoids it. There's more mayhem breaking out. De Leon gets attacked there by Chilton. Josh Cook was involved. And Darryl De Leon's BMW looks on the second lap. He's to have a go at Camish, who's crawling all over the back there of Gordon Shedler and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Left for the race, Tom Ingram. He's up now to 9th place. Well, we said the top 10 was on the cards, and now look, he's at the back of the queue because he's sitting on the tail of Adam Morgan's Mercedes.
Yeah, look at Ingram. He must be on the boost to go around the outside of Morgan.
And Sutton's probably going to go for 8 on the outside of Gordon Shedler as they come down towards Rangaine. Shedler with a puff and tar smoke claims the place. Sutton tries to tighten the corner. There's a bit of a gap on the inside, but no, you don't, says Gordon Shedler.
Yeah, Shedler knew what was going to happen there, but come back from Sutton, so he just held it.
Patterson is Tom Ingram.
Wow, that's the team on the inside. He throws it down the inside into the old area. And they're running side by side. They're going all the way up to the plate. It should be Sutton and Clayton way down the inside. Hyundai flicks through the chicane. The change of direction on that car is absolutely fantastic.
Tom Ingram's now done the fastest lap of the race as he tries to catch Aidan Moffat. Sutton is in background place. 23rd Hyundai Bridge. This is Ingram lining up to have a go against Moffat. He makes that out very wide, but Ingram keeps on coming again because Josh Cook is off the road. Josh Cook is off the road. The team leads Tom Ingram leading. Robotham is up to second in third place now. Training for Dover this Morgan is fifth. Sutton's into the top six. But while they're playing, look what's happening behind. Here comes Tom Ingram. He's almost with them. Camish up the inside. He's going to get up the inside. Job done. Second place on the way to the chicane. From 21st is a real possibility here. Here they come. 3 of them for second place. It's Camish versus Carrow. Ricky goes back ahead. Ingram tries to work out which way to go into the braking zone. He does and chance his arm around the outside of Camish there, but it's game on down to Redgate. Ingram's coming under attack. Rose's level with Camish, who's stuck behind Carrow. Over the line they come. Carrow is still just outside view. 3 seconds right back on the tail of Sutton to the outside line into the corner. Tries to go all the way around the outside of Dan Cam. Goes into the big white Camish. Comes up the inside of Carrow. Fantastic racing.
Brilliant. So close. Camish is really fighting hard with 0 to use, but Tyson does great battles. It's a good system to the cars. Mairon goes right, Rainford. Sutton is unable to defend that with no boost available to it.
Yeah, Sutton has got 3 laps. His teammate has got 3 laps to defend. Ingram up the inside. Thruxton lays on the brakes. He's stepping and teammate at racing Mercedes, and he's having to go back. Ingram is on his last warning for track limits at turn 1 at Redgate corner. So Tom now needs to wind it back in. He's getting a driving standards flag. He's on a final warning. So Spencer Aldridge needs to be on the radio and say to Tom, right, okay, you're up to second, now chill. The checker flag away. Start of the season it has turned out to be for him. Round 3 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship. It's another Sutton success. Sutton wins at Donington. Tom Ingram beats Windsor over into second.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us ahead of round 14 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's just bring you up to speed with the starting positions for round 14. And after round 13, Josh Cook gained his first victory of the season. In that, he'll be on pole ahead of championship leader Ash Sutton, Dan Rowbottom, Senna Proctor on the second row of the grid. It wasn't an ideal first race for Tom Ingram. He'll start in 5th, Dan Camish in 7th. And in 10th, Aaron Taylor-Smith, who won the second race at Brands Hatch Indy earlier in the season. All to play for. It's set up very, very nicely indeed. Let's take you to the grid now and join Louise Goodman.
Thank you, Ollie. I'm down with Team Virtue on the grid. I'm right at the front of the car there. It's Bring Your Son to Work Day. That is Zach Aldridge, who is the son of Spencer Aldridge, who is, of course, Tom Ingram's engineer. Sorry, Zach mortified about that, just was on the television. Race 1. So back to P5 after that incident in the early laps. I mean, how would you call that one? Were you run wide? Did you run wide, or was it just a racing incident?
Yeah, I think there was a few circumstances that probably went against us in that opening lap. A little bit of contact between Ash and I on those opening few corners. I got a nice nudge from Ash coming up to the complex, and the same on the exit at Seagrave. Unfortunately, then from doing so, Ash managed to get to my right-hand side. So coming through Noble, he was on my right side. There was every opportunity I probably had to see him go into the. I probably had every opportunity to see him go into the hedge there, and I decided against. I'm a nice guy like that, you see. But in doing so, Ash then checked up early at Goodwood. He tried to go to his left four, which let Camish up the inside. Dan ended up flicking the curve, firing into me and bouncing down the grass. So I was lucky not to have a big shunt there, but we got through it. We dropped a ninth, recovered back and got something out of it, which was good. But yeah, not an ideal opening lap when you end up falling down the pack like that. But encouraging that we had the pace to come back through, even with a lesser amount of boost. So bodes well for this race. We've got 5 laps of the boost in on this time, which is really exciting. The car felt fantastic. So eyes forwards on trying to get ahead this one.
Well, eyes forward, I would imagine, on Ash. I mean, and as you say, you've got a lot more boost than him, or not a lot, you've got more boost than him. And I think you were best lap time was 3rd fastest in that race, so which is quicker than Ash. So it's doable, isn't it?
It is, and I spent majority of that race in a bit of traffic and in a bit of dirty air, which is difficult round here because everything, although it's not, a bright sunny day, the ambient temperature's high. It feels very muggy. So we're sat with charge temperatures coming through the roof, water temperatures, oil temperatures, cockpit temperatures, brake temperatures, tyre temperatures, all absolutely going through the roof when you're that close up behind traffic. So it's difficult to make progress. You have to try and you have to sort of try and get an overlap or anything you can, really. Yeah. So a difficult race to manage, and I think a nice headspace to be in this race, knowing that I've got a little bit more boost and the car feels good. So, yeah, we'll see how we go.
Good luck with this one. As he says, he's feeling racy. Let's go down to Paul now with another driver who was pretty racy in the earlier race.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. I was expecting to be right at the back of the grid, actually, with Ricky Collard, but he's had his penalty overturned. He got a 10-second penalty. I've just been talking to him. What was the reason for that? I mean, you've got away with that. Did you just, tell him you were going to do him in?
No, we, look, everyone at home wants to see us race, and it's an absolute credit to the championship. My teammate Tom Ingram had oil gushing off the back of the car. They didn't black flag him, which is good, and, I was sliding all over the place. I couldn't really see anything, and, we've been allowed to race. I am racing on a race-by-race budget here. I've got literally one more opportunity this weekend, a few more hours left of driving for me to secure a bit of sponsorship to try and get myself to Knock Hill. So, look, I'm just trying everything I can out there. I'm driving the wheels off this. It's great now that I'm going to have a bit more boost. It was a bit of a double penalty yesterday, unfortunately, with the mechanical problem, plus then starting at the back with no boost. But, Paul, I'm keen now, mate. We've got a full whack of boost. We're sitting P14. What do you reckon? the light button's a bit damaged after the last one. We put a fresh button on now, so let's go out there and get stuck in, mate.
What made me laugh was Ollie Bell, who's presenting this weekend. Nicky Shields is just away with other work. He was saying to me, "Who's the guy that keeps flashing his lights?" I went, "You will learn."
Yeah, you'll learn, mate. People love me, hate me. I'm never going to change. I go for every little bit of advantage I can get. People go, "Oh, it might not work." Well, it might not work 99 times, but that one time it works, it's worth it. And if I can find any advantage, I'm going to do it. I'm old school. We were talking earlier, you and me, old man. There's
talking about old men. I've got people in my ear saying I've got to throw back to Luce. I'm so funny. It's so funny. I was just getting a bit bored by that story, mate. We'll catch you soon.
Let's get involved, mate.
Ricky Collard on a mission with full boost. That doesn't bode well, does it? I've got just about 30 seconds left for a quick word with Adam Morgan. Adam, first podium for the team, last time out for Dan. Your turn this time. You got a quick car. What do you reckon you can do? Can you make it up to the podium?
Yeah, I think we can. Like you said, the car's gone leaps and bounds. We are finding stuff every time we come out, and to find big progress here at a track like Thruxton is very, very encouraging. And like I said, Dan's done a great job. Plato racing on the podio for the first time, so it's a mega achievement. And now it's my turn.
Sorry it's so short. Ricky Collard shunted on. Good luck. Have a good one. We're off for a break. When we come back, it's race 2 here at Thruxton.
Stay with us, more coming after the break.
This has all moved on a bit since the last one I played.
Lovely pitch. Imagine the echo in there when no one's in there. Right, here we go then. So you're saying, when was the last time you played EA?
I reckon the last time I played EA, or let's call it what it is, FIFA, was the last time I did this, which is, I think it was 2019.
Really? Wow,
No,
yeah, a little while ago.
I did win.
Oh, very good.
I did win that event, actually. Well, my friends would absolutely spank me on this. When I told them I'd won, a lot of them were just like, how's that possible?
Oh, that was close. I almost got through in then. Oh, here we go. He's on the counter. He's on the break. Come on. Yeah, we're back. We're back under control. Is it Rush Keeper today, is it? Or
Who won the 1989 BTCC title in a Vauxhall Astra?
1989. Vauxhall Astra. Not a clue. Any ideas on that one?
John Cleland?
It's the only person I can think of, but then I was trying to wonder, was that actually his era? It's the year I was born. I don't remember watching it much, because I was, first year of life and all that. But,
are you sure you were an avid BTCC fan as you came out the womb?
No, I actually don't know. Do you want to have a guess? We're going John?
We'll go. Oh, I would say John.
We're going
would
John.
Be my guess.
That is correct.
Oh, excellent.
Well, it's my first time up the front this year, so I have been studying after
that
each
is
event.
Shocking. Just giving you an opportunity here. Oh, he's in. He's in.
Boom, 1-0, here we go!
That was
So are we going to be toxic and watch the celebrations?
That was terrible for me.
Right, that's it. Park the bus. Done.
This is unbelievable.
Oh, I've messed it up.
I've messed it up as well. If I can cut.
2-0!
You can't.
Yes!
You just can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
You
I
can't.
literally bodied you off the ball
I
and then got through on goal.
An absolute shocker at the last minute. Instead of just clearing it,
Of course it's Mbappe.
I've tried to pass it out from the back. I'd just like to state as well that when I walked in, Charles was already practicing.
I was having a little play with the camera crew. Yeah. Well, I was 5 minutes early, so it was free practice 5 minutes.
5 minutes late, so that's 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Right, I need to make some big moves here. Oh, that's not how it starts.
So here we go then, Josh Cook and Ash Sutton on the front row of the grid, but plenty of confident drivers in behind. Round 14 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championships is about to get underway, and guiding you through 16 laps of high-octane action are your commentators Tim Harvey and David Addison.
And we are ready to go racing then at Thruxton, because the cars are now being released onto the formation lap, and as they do so, green flags there ushers everybody away. One car missing from the grid, sadly, is that of Aidan Moffat, who didn't make it out of the assembly area. There is a drama we're trying to get to the bottom of, but it looks as though the team have fired up the engine, and so Aidan is going to be allowed to join either from the very back of the grid or from the pit lane when the race actually gets underway. So Josh Cook, the man on pole position, let's quickly check in with him. Josh, this is going to be much tougher, isn't it, with one lap of boost?
Yeah, I think so. I used the TTB quite tactically in race one just to protect myself on the straight areas. So I'm going to have to see what I can do in this one. It's definitely going to be a bit more difficult, but the chassis does even feel good on this lap. So let's see what we can do.
What about you and Ash? Have you had a word about trying to pull away for a lap or two before you start fighting, or do we just throw that plan out of the window because this is touring cars?
It'd be nice to have a little plan where we could all drive off into the sunset together before we start fighting, but inevitably lap one, everybody's just going to be every man for themselves.
Let's see what pans out. Good luck.
Thank you.
Josh Cook then on pole position, and he's now down to just one lap of boost. Remember, the boost allocation now based on your race one result. So Aidan Moffat is in, but he's going to have to start at the very back of the grid itself then. So the good news is the car is at least fit to take to the track. Hopefully it will go the distance, and he's going to have a bit of work to do. He would have been 15th. He is now going to be 22nd effectively on the grid. So this is how it should line up. Josh Cook on pole position, Ash Sutton with him at the front of the grid. 1 lap versus 2 laps of boost. 3 laps for Dan Rowbottom, third. Senna Proctor, fourth on the grid ahead of Tom Ingram. Very much one to watch with Adam Morgan alongside. Then it's Dan Camish and Mikey Doble, and then everybody else from here on in has the maximum 10 laps of boost allocated to them. James Dorlin from Aaron Taylor-Smith, Chris Smiley from Darrell De Leon, Tom Chilton
And then Ricky Collard, as ever, one to watch. Gap where Aidan Moffat would have been. Dexter Patterson next. Then Charles Rainford having a pretty torrid time, but he's always worth watching, Charles. Let's see what can be done here. Lewis Selby is next ahead of Ryan Bensley and Nick Hamilton. Lewis Gilbert is on the 19th rank of the grid alongside Nick Hamilton. Alongside Gordon Shedden. And then Aidan Moffat is going to round out the grid. And it just wouldn't rev is the news we have about Aidan Moffat's car. So Aidan Moffat then will be from the rear of the grid. Fingers crossed it is all good. Now, in terms of boost, 1 lap for Josh Cook, 2 laps for Ash Sutton, 3 for Dan Rowbottom, 4 for Senna Proctor, and then all the way back to 10 from James Dorlin onwards. And around here, we've been looking at how much the boost makes a difference.
Yeah, I think this is going to have a different complexion this race to race 1. I think Cook is going to find it a lot harder, and Sutton and Ingram are going to be really charging. Sutton, we know, likes to push very hard on lap 1. You saw a shot of Aidan Moffat weaving really aggressively. That's because he didn't complete the outlap to the grid, which is used to warm the tyres before they cross them over. He had to start from literally cold tyres out of the pit lane.
So there, Dan Rowbottom lines up 3rd on the grid in the Mercedes for Cataclean Plato Racing. Ash Sutton 2nd on the grid, just out of shot. Josh Cook, the pole position driver. Who's the best place that you might anticipate fireworks from of those with the maximum boost? Well, you've got James Dorlin, the first of them, for 9th. Aaron Taylor-Smith behind him. So that second group, if you like, the full boost club, will be well worth keeping an eye on. We've got 16 laps ahead of us. It is round 14 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Lights on the gantry will go red any second to get race 2 of the day underway. Josh Cook on pole, lights out now, and a good getaway by Sutton, a good launch also by Rowbottom, but it's going to be Josh Cook that has the advantage on the inside line. Ash Sutton tries to go around the outside. Rowbottom way up the inside as Cook and Sutton clash. That opens the door for the Mercedes, but it's going to be Josh Cook just on the inside line. Sutton on the outside has got his nose in front. Cook breaks late for the complex. Rowbottom tries to get up the inside as well. Skips up the curb then. In 4th place, it's Tom Ingram, who's already gained 1 place. Adam Morgan's trying to level with Senna Proctor as well. And again, look, Sutton up the inside, but he can't quite find a way around. Ingram is on the move, though.
Yeah, a great start from all the front 3, but Josh Cook was the bravest of the brave into the Campbell Cobb Seagrave complex on lap 1, and kept him in the lead.
And they're trying to cover off the inside line. You saw Sutton feint towards it, but Cook was able to just defend in the nick of time. So the Toyota ahead of the Ford. It is the Corolla ahead of the booted Focus as they come now up towards Church for the first time, and they're already getting away slightly from Rowbottom, who is busy defending from Ingram as they go through, but Cook sideways. Cook is wide. That opens the door for Sutton. There's just about a Ford's width on the inside line. Ash Sutton's going to grab the advantage. Back into the slipstream. Gets Cook as they come up Woodham Hill towards the chicane, and at the end of lap 1, it is going to be Ash Sutton who leads. 2nd is Josh Cook. 3rd is Dan Rowbottom, and Tom Ingram is 4th.
Yeah, Ingram up to 4th and looking very quick. Look, he's all over the back of Rowbottom, trying to get past as quick as he can. He'll have seen already that Sutton's taken the lead.
Ash Sutton's start is going to be investigated after the race. Ash Sutton may have been just a little bit keen on the start, so that's going to be looked at post-race. Meanwhile, all he can do for now is press on and try and build a gap. But there you've got Rowbottom and Ingram arguing over 3rd place, and actually they're closing on Cook as well.
Well, that's the sort of Damocles hanging over Ash Sutton, isn't it? Were he to go on and win this race and then lose it for a full start, out of position start, that would have huge championship implications.
Absolutely, especially going into race 3. So there is Sutton up front. It's Cook from Rowbottom from Ingram, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Let's look at the start.
I couldn't see anything wrong with the actual movement of the car. The question is whether he was in his pit box or not.
Yeah,
in his grid box.
Yeah, if he's over the grid hatchings, then that might be the issue. But anyway, that's going to be looked at post-race. And right now, Sutton leads Cook and then Rowbottom. And this is in replay as well. This is how the lead changed. Cook went wide, Sutton squeezed up the inside. That was brave stuff by both then. Down towards the chicane at the end of lap number 2. Ash Sutton is the race leader. That's Ryan Bensley battling further back with Nicholas Hamilton. But the leaders come down through the chicane and over the timing line once again. And Sutton now is already 11 tenths up the road. He's cleared off from Josh Cook in 2nd place. But Rowbottom is hanging on to 3rd. Despite Ingram crawling all over the back of him, he's not yet found a way by.
No, he hasn't. And that Mercedes is going an awful lot better this weekend.
Been a huge commitment by Cataclean to build this team over the winter months, with Dan Rowbottom, with Adam Morgan as the drivers, and drama here for the Aidan Moffat Audi having a big moment out the back.
Well, I wonder if that was as a result of those slightly cold rear tyres.
Yeah,
Looked like
right.
it just got away from him, didn't it?
There's Cook second, and now the gap down again. Rowbottom to Ingram in 5th place is Adam Morgan, then it's Camish. Dorlin is up to 7th and leading the independents. Proctor is down to 8th, Doble 9th, Taylor Smith in 10th place. Gordon Shedden up from the back 17th, Ricky Collard is still only 14th.
Yeah, I'd expected Ricky Collard to make some progress, but at present where he started.
There's Rowbottom coming out of Church with Ingram tucked up behind him. We've been saying how much better those Mercedes are going here, and it is true enough. 3rd and 5th they run at the moment as the train of cars comes towards the chicane. Rowbottom again a little bit nearer to Cook. That is Morgan on the inside line. On the outside line is Camish. That's a change of place, and Camish goes through. That gives him now 5th place. And that's James Dorlin getting his nose up the inside. Dorlin looking really racy here.
Yeah, he sensed an opportunity with the two of them falling over each other at the chicane to get through, but the road was blocked in front of him by a big bootful of Mercedes.
They head now up towards the complex. James Dorlin looking for a way by as they get to the braking zone. That's Morgan ahead. James Dorlin, who remember before he came into touring cars had been very successful in GT and endurance events. A totally different culture of racing here. Now Rowbottom under huge attack now from Ingram, who again tries to get up the inside. They're not dropping away from Cook though. Even though they're squabbling, they are staying pretty much in touch with that Toyota, and Ingram trying to find the gap. Rowbottom's doing a really good job of defending though right now.
Yeah, Ingram right across the apex of Goodwood there. We've seen that line from Adam Morgan in particular, but it hasn't gained him anything. That Mercedes is so quick in a straight line. Lowest drag car on the grid, M Sport engine, but absolutely flying in a straight line.
But as yet, Rowbottom is not getting himself into a position where he can challenge Cook. There's not a massive gap, but it has crept up a little bit this time, so the car is going better than ever, but it's in 3rd at the moment with that Hyundai. In 4th, Tom Ingram at the wheel as they come into the chicane. Right, left, right again, up towards the timing line once more. There's the Rowbottom Ingram fight to be 3rd. This is for the last place on the podium. But again, try as he might, not only can Ingram not get past Rowbottom, but he's aware also for the championship that Sutton is outscoring him again.
Yeah, I wonder if Spenny, his engineer, has told him that Sutton's start will be under investigation, because it may just temper any attempt he makes on a risky manoeuvre if he thinks that Sutton might get penalised after the race.
Up the inside goes Ingram now. Rowbottom goes a little bit wider coming out of Seagrave. This is Ingram's best chance. It's going to be the outside for Noble, but he's got the job done. Ingram goes 3rd. Nicely done. So the Hyundai is up in a 3rd spot. And now that he's been released, let's see whether Ingram is going to be able to catch those ahead or will come under attack again from Rowbottom.
This is looking back further infield. Oh, that was Proctor just getting spat out coming through the complex. Fortunately, he doesn't make contact with the tyres, but that's why he dropped down to 9th place.
Good save, wasn't it, as he came towards Seagrave. So now the midfield pack comes towards us with Mikey Doble 8th. Senna Proctor was 9th, but has dropped a long way back. You've got Taylor Smith 10th, then it's Chilton to Leon, and more squabbles rage on. Look as they come up to the braking zone here. Gordon Shedden, a man inspired, trying to get himself through the traffic. The leaders have gone by, and now Tom Ingram is 1.3 seconds back from Cook. So Ingram is now making the progress that was slightly impeded, if you like, by having to clear Rowbottom. Shedden up the inside there, gets himself ahead of Rainford.
Yeah, Shedden went off on his own in race 1. That was why he came in the pits to have grass cleared out of the radiator, but charging now.
And both Rowbottom and Ingram are being warned about track limits, so they've incurred race control's attention, if nothing else, as now Charles Rainford, I should say, is trying to fend off the challenge here of Ricky Collard, who's going to be on the outside for Noble, but that's going to be the inside line for Goodwood. The BMW just hangs on a position, but you now know how brave Ricky Collard is, and they're squeezing up the inside line. They go absolutely toe-to-toe. Collard on the inside, goes through.
Yeah, just gets through. Rainford out on the dirtier part of the track, had to let Collard through. But he's fighting back. He's looking for a good run through Church.
And that off the road is the Adam Morgan Mercedes. That's coming out of Church. So James Dorlin is going to get up the inside, and the Restart Racing Hyundai absolutely charges by. James Dorlin going so well here. Best result of the year has been 8th, and now he's up into 6th place.
Well, that was a free pass for James Dorlin, but he deserved it for putting the pressure on. Watching for onboard Dorlin, you see the Mercedes have a little bit of a slide. Morgan has to correct. That takes the car out wide, and then he's already on the dirty part of the track and no saving it.
Josh Cook really flinging the Toyota into the first part of the complex. Campbell, then it's Cobb, then Seagrave, through which they go now. There's Ingram in third place. Tom 1.3 seconds back from Cookie over the line. James Dorlin goes by then in that 6th place. His next target is Dan Camish. Fastest lap of the race, Ash Sutton. And of course, not only would he get a point for that, he also get the lap leader point. So it's not just the points for the win here, meaning that the gap over Ingram would increase within the championship. So Ash Sutton up front. It's only 7/10 of a second, the margin that he's got, but it's enough.
It's enough at the moment, and we know how good that car is over the race distance as well, because in race 1 he only had 1 lap of boost and it maintained its pace all the way through to the end.
Did indeed. So Ash Sutton's coming then towards the chicane. This is Josh Cook's view. That car up the road ahead is Ash Sutton's forward focus. Meanwhile, round the outside here of Rowbottom goes Camish, and this is for 4th place, and Camish has done it. Gets ahead of his former teammate, so Rowbottom tries to fight back coming out of the chicane, but that was a really nice move by Camish, and not only has he gone through, but by the timing line, he's already 3/10 ahead.
Yeah, through he goes. So the Mercedes slipping back a little bit now. Interesting to watch the gaps now between Ingram and Cook. On that last lap, Ingram was a massive amount quicker than Cook. He was some 4/10 of a second quicker, and you can see visibly the gap has reduced.
Good little battle here. Chris Smiley versus Dexter Patterson as they come up towards the complex. Dexter Patterson 16th as they started the lap. He stays ahead of Smiley right now. We are on lap 8 out of the 16, and it is still Ash Sutton in the lead of this race. And there is a bit of smoke out of the back of Collard's car.
Oh, not more mechanical problems for Collard. Is that looks... is it bodywork rubbing on the tyre? Yes, I think it is, because it's getting worse as he loads up that side of the car. So he must have had a little bit of contact. It's just rubbing on the tyre. Eases off a bit down the straight. Then as he loads it up again, it rubs.
What we don't want, though, is for that tyre through the rubbing to go bang. Not around here, that's for certain. So Ricky Collard is hanging on to 13th place. Gordon Shedden is the driver ahead of him. Race leaders funnel up towards the chicane, and we'll see whether Ricky perseveres or whether he's going to head to the pit lane. Knowing Ricky, he'll probably try and persevere for as long as he can, because we know he's a brave and gutsy driver.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll keep going for as long as he can.
As the replay from on board Rowbottom's car of Dan Camish doing an Ingram going around the outside of the chicane. Nice move by Camish.
Yeah, very good move. Looks like he may have made some, well, he definitely made some setup changes to the car of race 1. Looks like they're working a little bit better at the moment. Here's the gaps right at the front again. Equidistant once again, isn't it? Very, very much the same. Then, oh, look at the concentration on Ash Sutton's face. Look how hard he's working with the wheel. Gives you an idea just how much correction and control they have to have.
At the start of the lap, he was 1.3 seconds up on Cook, and Cook's 7/10 ahead of Ingram. That gap coming down a fraction. Ash Sutton then all eyes forward here, trying to build whatever cushion he can. He had 2 laps of boost coming into this race, and he's used 1 to try to get away a little bit. Josh Cook fighting back as best he can. But it's still fascinating, isn't it, that cars with so little boost are not only able to knock out the top 3 places, but they're not being caught, and those with a full complement of boost haven't made all that much progress. Out of the chicane, Sutton. Cook's closer this time.
Yeah, he is, and I mean, despite the fact that Ingram has got 3 more laps of boost than Cook, he's not using them yet, is he?
No, that's right. So they come out now from Allard. If anything on this lap, it looks like Josh Cook is going to have another go, because the gap was down to 4/10 of a second as they came over the line. There is Cook, second in the Toyota. Rides the curb a little bit, coming into the complex now through that right of Campbell, the left of Cobb, and look, it's almost nose to tail now. Cook getting closer and closer all the time. He's got 1 lap of boost. Sutton has a lap of boost, but Ingram behind has got 4.
Yeah, well, it must be, he's got to start using them, I think Tom has. Maybe he's been hoping that the tyres will go off a little bit more on the cars in front, but he really needs to use that extra boost to mount a challenge now, because the gap has stayed the same the last couple of laps.
As indeed, it was a slow last lap by Ash Sutton, very nearly a second slower than those behind him. This is Cook's view as he goes through Church, through that right-hander, and this is Sutton still, that total concentration, flicks his eyes right and left to look in the mirrors. He wants to know where Josh Cook is, and he has a look up as well, and Cook is close, but not close enough to make a lunge under braking. Here they come into the chicane. Ingram to the eye, closer as well.
Of course, if Cook does manage to get right on the tail of Sutton, that will help Ingram straight away close the gap.
Well, indeed. Here they are over the line, so 4/10 last time. Split Sutton And Cook this time 4 tenths, and then Ingram behind a further 8 tenths back. He's nearly there, nearly.
He's nearly there, but you're watching 3 absolute masters of Thruxton here, driving absolutely on the limit.
Through the complex they go. Tom Ingram then turning his way right, left, right again. The Hyundai leaping over the curbs. The Team Virtue car in 4th place behind is Dan Camish. And Dan Rowbottom 5th, should be clear, 3.5 seconds ahead of James Dorlin. But the race leaders dive through Noble once again.
Such a daunting corner, this fast left, it's got bumps in it. It's nearly but not quite flat, but the car bounces around, you have to correct. And really difficult corner, fastest left-hand corner on the track.
Tom Ingram, final warning for track limits. It's turn 8, this part of the racetrack where he's been incurring them, but he's on his last warning. So you've got Sutton possibly with a penalty post-race. His start's going to be looked at, and you've got Ingram on a last warning for track limits.
Oh, let's hope these don't decide the race. We have got such a fine race here. Now Cook having to defend this time from Ingram,
who is thinking about a move, but he's not quite close enough to really have a go on the outside. That takes the pressure off Sutton, though.
Definitely at the moment.
Over the line. Ford, Toyota, Hyundai, the top 3. The focus from the Corolla. And there Ingram's i30N in 3rd spot going through. Camish is still 4th. Rowbottom is 5th, but dropping back. And then in 6th place, it's James Dorlin, coming under a little bit of pressure now from Adam Morgan. But for 2nd place, they're up at the complex. It is still the Toyota, the red and white and black Speedworks Corolla Racing entry. Josh Cook behind the wheel of it. And there, looking back, Ingram getting closer.
Definitely getting closer. He's 1 lap less on the boost. He had 4, didn't he? He's now on 3.
So he's used some to get a little bit closer, but now he can use boost to try to get past Cook. But while he's stuck behind, Sutton's building the gap. It was over a second again as they came over the line. Sutton's gained another 10th in sector 1.
Yeah, that little bit of defence offered up by Josh Cook allowed Sutton that bit of breathing space.
So up they come towards the chicane once more, and it is Ash Sutton, your race leader. Now Ingram getting into the wheel tracks. Now he's on for a move. Ingram to the outside line. Josh Cook has the inside. Ingram's going to have to go the long way round. He's going to be so brave on the brakes. They rub, they lean on each other, and Ingram gets fired off and Cook sideways. Ingram skips the chicane. Cook has to sort out the dramas. He recovers for 3rd, but he's lost all momentum, and there Ingram goes through. Now, should he give the place back?
Oh, such a difficult one. We always have this problem at the chicane. Who's responsible? Do they give the place back if they gained an advantage? Cook had a nasty moment over the curb, bounced the car up in the air. We've seen that take the sump off engines before. Is he still going okay? Yes, he is, but he's got Camish all over the back of him.
Yeah, he's been badly delayed, hasn't he, while he had to sort out that big slide. So Tom Ingram making contact with Cook. Let's have another look.
Well, Ingram gets a mighty run down the outside, but Cook's trying to outbrake him here. They're level on brakes just here as they make a little bit of contact. That does force Ingram off, and in trying to control the slide, obviously it slows down Cookie. He does make the chicane, but I mean, there's no way that Cook should have, that Ingram could go through the chicane, but whether he's at fault or not, I can only leave to the clerk of the course. To me, that's hard racing.
Yeah. James Cole, the driving standards advisor, may well be called in to look at it as well.
He's not here this weekend. The actual driving and standards advisor is Mr. Alan Gow.
A well-known touring car champion. Right, there's the replay of Josh Cook getting airborne, and he's lost his place to Dan Camish as well now. So Camish is ahead. Cook's trying to fight back, takes his grassy line and goes through.
Well, that almost like Camish was letting him back by for some reason. It looked like Camish was very slow then, so I'm not sure what was going on between the two of them in the run-up to that.
So let's see Josh Cook. The car, if it was hobbled after its launch over the curb, it's kind of got back to the right pace. Up front, though, Ingram is chasing after Sutton, 1.4 seconds, but we've only got 3 laps to go, and Ingram has got 1 more lap of boost available than does Ash. So the order is now Sutton, Ingram, the top 2. Cook 3rd, Camish 4th, even though they've swapped and swapped back. Rowbottom 5th from Dorlin, Morgan, Doble, Taylor Smith and Chilton 10th.
Yeah, the thing that Ingram should have done, though, is to give up some lap time for going through the chicane, because he gained a lap time advantage, which he would have had to give back in the first sector. I didn't see the lap time to see whether he did that or not.
Well, there's Dan Camish, who goes through now in 4th. Having lost that place or given that place back to Josh Cook. You're right, it did look as though there wasn't a vast amount of defence in it, but either way, what he's not being able to do is fight back. He's not close enough coming up to the chicane. So the Toyota of Josh Cook hanging on to that third place, and Ingram doing his best to chip away at Sutton's gap. They've just gone through, 2 laps to go, and the gap between them is still 1.4 seconds. I think Ash might have enough in hand now.
Might well do.
Cook still third, Camish fourth. That margin 0.4 of a second. And at a circuit like this that's about momentum, it's not easy for Dan Cam to bring that gap down. Ryan Bensley is on the last warning for track limits. Ash Sutton then accelerates his way through Seagrave towards Noble. Ingram again close, and he's used a bit more of the boost, so they're on 1 lap each now.
Yeah, they had the same lap time almost identically last lap, so nothing in it there. And both having the boost on the last lap will cancel each other out.
Will indeed. So there is Ash Sutton, the race leader. You saw the Napa Racing UK squad in the pit box, watching all the data, looking at the pictures as well as he goes through Church. There is Ingram throwing everything at this, but it looks like Ash could be on for win number 6 of the season and win number 53 of his career. There, Cook still third. The race leaders are at the chicane, ready to start the last lap. Sutton still ahead.
Lock up from Ingram coming in, still trying to close the gap. He had the right front locked up for a long way there. This is on board with Cook just looking back at Camish in the fight for third place.
Out of the chicane they go, leaders on the last lap. Gap is down a bit, down to 9/10. So Ingram is having a push, but he's now used all of his boost. Tom Ingram, 10-second penalty for track limits. Ingram, 10 seconds, and that is going to put him 5th.
Oh my goodness. So both championship protagonists are in the wars. Ingram with a 10-second penalty. Remember, he got one at Snetterton earlier this year. This is going to put him further back forward. They have got a big gap, but you say, where did you say 5th, David?
Yeah.
But it is the last lap, and of course Sutton has that start infringement to be reviewed after the race.
So Sutton leads Ingram on the road. If the message gets through to others to push, it could drop Ingram even further down. First to 5th, 10.2 seconds. So it might even be 6th, actually, given the way that Dan Rowbottom's last lap was. So, yeah, 10 seconds would put Ingram, just ahead of James Dorlin. So 6th it would be now, as there is Sutton coming into the chicane. So provisionally he's going to be the race winner, but Tom Ingram ain't going to be second unless he's as lucky as his teammate Ricky Collard and penalties are rescinded. Ash Sutton wins race 2 at Thruxton. It's a 6th win of the year. It is a 53rd career win for Ash Sutton. Tom Ingram second over the line, and now we'll see where he drops to, because Josh Cook is going to go through to be second. Third will be Camish. 4th will be Rowbottom, and 5th is going to be Tom Ingram. James Dorlin 6th, 7th Adam Morgan.
Well, hang on to your hats, because it could well be that Josh Cook is the winner of this race if Sutton gets a start penalty. So that result remains very provisional at the moment.
And there's also the reverse grid draw to factor into all of this as well. And don't forget that boost is allocated as you cross the line, so Ingram would get second place allocation because that's where he was when he crossed the line before penalties were applied. So so far so good for Ash Sutton. The team doesn't seem overly concerned, so they must be confident that he was in the right place on the grid.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, they get directed in now by, Tony Groves himself is on the pit wall to direct Ash into his box. So it shouldn't happen anymore that Person is outside and positioned on their box. And we saw the start from on board, it didn't look like he moved, so I don't know.
But there's clearly something that race control want to look at. Well, anyway, for now, we talk of Ash Sutton as the race winner, and that's another big boost in the championship. The winning independent was James Dorlin, so that's a good result for Restart Racing. James having a really good run. He was good here last year in the Toyota. He was good in free practice, and it's been another really good race for him, that.
Yeah, it's nice to see, because he is a great driver, a really good racer. Yeah. And he drove really well in that race, and that's a fine result, his best of the year.
It is indeed, and Restart Racing, another of those underdog teams, and having some good results. It's been a tough season battling against Power Max Racing, so that's a popular result and a well-deserved one. Round 14 of the championship claimed by Ash Sutton. 8.5 seconds in the end up the road from Josh Cook, and then Dan Camish for the podium. Dan Rowbottom promoted to 4th, and Tom Ingram's penalty drops him to 5th. Then James Dorlin 6th to win the independents ahead of Adam Morgan from Mikey Doble and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Gordon Shedden rounding out the top 10. 11th. Ricky Collard from Tom Chilton, then Darrell de Leon and Charles Rainford. Senna Proctor 15th after being tagged sideways early on. Dexter Patterson fended off Chris Smiley. Lewis Selby was ahead of Ryan Bensley with Nick Hamilton in 20th spot. Lewis Gilbert and a travelled Aidan Moffat rounding out the order. So now there's the reverse grid draw to look forward to, and an all-action race 3. And going into it, this is the championship gap. 64 points between Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram. Dan Camish third ahead of Josh Cook. Charles Rainford's having a tough weekend, and so also is Ricky Collard. Mikey Doble is 7th from Darrell de Leon. Gordon Shedden is 9th, and into the top 10 now Dan Rowbottom. So a bit of shuffling in the order at the bottom end, as you see there, Ash Sutton going through the technical checks, the ride height, the weight of the car, but considering he only had 2 laps of boost and plenty behind him had the full 10-lap allocation, another great drive.
Well, we saw what he could do in race 1 with only 1 race lap of boost, and so it's no surprise to see him do that in this race, but he had to work for it, no question.
James Dornin's car has come to a halt. That might be just to let cars go past before he's sent to the weighbridge. There might not be room to put him in that queue, so he might just be having to park out of the way. But again, Ash Sutton with 2 laps, Josh Cook with 1, being in the mix there, despite giving away notionally more power to those with more laps of turbo boost available. But Ash Sutton then has done it again. Another race win. 2nd in race 1, a winner in race 2. And the door opens for the championship leader to clamber out, and a happy man. A great drive. So Ash Sutton it is, winner of race 2 here at Thruxton, and he can talk about that when we come back here after the break.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
I watched race 2 back the other night from Brands Hatch, and my teammate Nick Hamilton got the fastest lap of the race until when we were on slicks in the wet. And the guy's driving with all these different assists and stuff like that with his disability, and I thought that was definitely worth a mention.
Oh, no, absolutely, mate.
Thank God he was near the front, because I was definitely doing a good job of holding everybody up. I think that was the...
Since his 6th place at Donington a couple of years ago, it's his best result.
And he didn't do race 1 because he opted for the wets or something. So he actually, that was like, we had a little bit of a practice go in race 1 with slicks in the wet. And yeah, Nick genuinely went out in race 2 with like
fair play, I think he's doing.
Yeah,
fair play indeed. No, he is an absolute
good guy as well.
He is an absolutely outstanding guy, and on the previous podcast said, you know, not doubts himself, but you know, pinches himself about whether he should be on this grid. But I think we all agree Nick is an absolute valuable member of this paddock and absolutely deserves to be on that grid.
He's so cool to have as a teammate, and I've been with him, and he said like a couple of times, he's like, "Oh, Rick, you know, he's just genuinely happy for like other people as well." Then he's like, "Oh, but I'm not getting the grip to it as quickly as you are." But I'm like, Nick, you're doing like an unreal job.
Yeah.
To be able to go out there and, you know, even just be able to compete at this level.
I think people also don't understand with a touring car that the biggest aid to going fast in a touring car is the brake pressures and the way you roll off the brake and manipulate these cars.
You've got no ABS in these.
We've got no ABS. The pressure through it, the way you roll out the pedal, kind of get the car leaning and moving. And it's the most important point of these cars. And you know, with Nick, difficult. Understand the importance of that, which makes it so much more. I think an outsider might look through the grid and think if someone's in a certain area that they're doing bad, how hard it would be to get near the back of a touring car grid. So I don't think he gets it that he deserves, actually.
Drama in round 14 right at the start as well. Ash Sutton's start is being investigated. Perhaps he moved slightly earlier than he should have. That is under investigation. After that, though, an overtake on lap 1 saw championship leader Sutton take the lead, and he wasn't for heading. The main incident happened here between Josh Cook and Tom Ingram. Contact between the two, both drivers off the track. Ingram was the benefactor of that, moving up to 2nd. However, much like at Snetterton, Ingram incurred a 10-second penalty for track limits, demoting him to 5th. Therefore, the finishing order provisionally, Ash Sutton in 1st, Josh Cook in 2nd, Dan Camish in 3rd. Let's hear from them now with Louise.
Thank you. As you say, so much to unpick after that one. Theoretically speaking, congratulations, win number 6. But as you are aware, your start is under investigation. I mean, you were aware of that right from the start, basically, weren't you? I know you reported it into the team.
Yeah, obviously I'm not quite sure what we're under investigation for. I was behind my line and I weren't moving when the lights went out. So yeah, not quite sure what that's about. So we need to do some diving. I'm sure we get pulled to the bus and find out about that. But yeah, obviously kind of went to plan, shall we say. We wanted to do Josh a bit earlier than when we did. We wanted to get in front of him off the line ideally, but he did a very good job of stopping that. But yeah, we kind of just settled in. We knew we had a good car. We had the extra lap of boost as well. We didn't quite need it to obviously complete the move with Josh. Managed to get him on the run on him out of church, and then yeah, got our head down, got the fast lap, and sort of managed it from there. But there was a phase in the middle of the race where I questioned if I had a puncture. Now I'm not sure if the other guys experienced it, but it felt like something went down, a bit of oil or water or something. But probably 5 or 6 times after that, I experienced that. So I think the gap was a bit yo-yo-y because we were all sort of understanding what was actually going on.
Well, we could see, I mean, you were having to work so hard at the wheel. Is that the phase that you were talking about?
Yeah, there was in the middle of the race it was, and literally the gap come down to Josh, and I've got a puncture. I nearly boxed, generally thinking we had a puncture, but you never box until it's actually exploded. So we hung on and it seemed to be okay at the end, but we experienced that feeling, like I said, 5 or 6 times. So not quite sure what that was, whether it's an us problem. If it is, then it's not ideal, but if everyone else experienced it, then it made me feel a bit better.
I guess good news for you was that because it was all kicking off behind you, it kind of took the pressure off for the final few laps. I think it was like 8 seconds lead at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where it ended up being. I think it was around that, but I think Tom skipped the chicane standard. It wouldn't be a year at Thruxton for him if he didn't do that. So yeah, I'm not quite fully sure what happened there, but look, good race from us. It was a clean, tidy race. See what race 3 brings.
Well, you're going to have a little bit further chat in a bit because you're going to be picking our reverse grid winner in a minute. Josh, well done. I would imagine that kind of result-wise went a bit better for you than you were anticipating it would after race 1.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Obviously lap 1 was pretty important to get going and get out front. I thought that was good. Obviously Ash had a good run through church and got the job done early. And to be honest, thought I could have just gone with him. I was edging him back in a little bit and I thought we might be in for a little bit of a race towards the end, but Ingram just steamed up behind us on that button and sort of put an end to that race. But yeah, it was pretty old school touring car race, wasn't it?
It was, and it always happens at that chicane. Just give us your version of what happened with you and Tom at that chicane.
Yeah, Tom went to the outside, had a good run. I was on the inside. He just sort of tried to pinch me, not give me enough room. As soon as we gave contact, just slid into him. But I couldn't really go anywhere. He couldn't really go anywhere. So, you know, I think he cut the chicane, but that's just part of racing. You know, it's a bit of a racing incident. We're here to race, right? We want to put on a good show. There's no point us all just conceding all the time. So I thought he did a good job. He had good pace. Pleased for the guys to bring it home in P3. And then obviously I didn't know that Tom had picked up a track limits penalty. So yeah, happy with that. But yeah, didn't expect it, that's for sure.
Well, and that incident then dropped you back into the hands of Dan. So hard work to keep ahead of him. That was a bit of scrap going on as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were just chatting about that. He obviously went for the same move as Tom, ran a bit deep. I ran a bit deep. He had to rejoin, I had to avoid him, but I bet it was good to watch down there. So, you know, it was a good hard race. I'm really pleased for the team. Hopefully we can continue the good haul of points in another one in race 3.
You're smiling more at that result than you were at the win after race 1.
That's because it was fun. We got to do a bit of rubbing, a bit of old school touring car racing. I loved it.
Good stuff. Did you love it too? Bit of rubbing and old school touring car racing?
Good fun that, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, what a difference a race makes. Plummeted really in race 1. It went the wrong way overnight. Redesigned it again for race 2 and it comes back to life and you drive onto the podium. So yeah, testament to the guys for sticking with me. I think there were a few raised eyebrows when I said, can we change it again? Especially with only like an hour to go before the start. But, you know, they all dug deep and this trophy's definitely for them. But it was some good overtakes in there, I think, for everyone. I'm looking forward to watching that one back. I don't always watch them back. I might watch that one back. But we had good fun there, me and Josh, on the last couple of laps. I thought I had him, but he's a wily fox. He just knew just to release enough pressure into the braking zone, just to fill my mirror a bit, and I just skipped the corner, and yeah. But really nice, like you said, it's good to have a proper touring car race, and don't feel like we're so reliant on pressing the button all the time was nice. But yeah, nice to be back on the podium.
So presumably you're leaving the car exactly as it is, just polishing it for race 3?
We're going to make it even better. And then Ashley's going to go pull. Where did Ingram finish actually?
P5, I think, by the time he'd... 5th, yeah.
Then well, I was going to say pull ball 6, but I still want ball 6. So if Ash could sort that out, that'd be great. And then hopefully we can finish off the day with a good result.
Well done on this one in the meantime. Right, well, let's go over to Ollie now and find out where everybody is going to be starting for our third touring car race. Ollie.
Yeah, and alongside Ash Sutton. Dan wants you to pull ball 6, by the way. I don't know whether you can do that. Obviously, the start's under investigation. What is the process now? Do you speak to anyone, or do you just have to sort of sit and wait?
There's an element of sit and wait, but yeah, we go up to the bus. We've got a case to plead if we need to plead it, and yeah, see what the outcome is. But yeah, it's all in the hands of the stewards with that.
You're flying. We'll see what happens with that. We know that Tom got track limits, and that's massive in the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, both of us could end up with a penalty. Who knows? But yeah, obviously him picking that 10-second penalty up helps us if we don't get a penalty ourselves.
I heard from Josh after the first race, actually, and he was saying it may look easy, but the level of concentration you have to have around there is extraordinary. And that camera that we had of you driving and the sort of laser focus you've got, it's extraordinary. You really have to be on your mettle here, don't you?
You do. This is the only place where you really have to live life on the edge. And that comes with a hell of a lot of concentration. Any lapse makes a mistake means a place. So, yeah, we've got to be on our A game with this.
I'd be thinking about what I've got for tea later. Good job you're in the car, not me. Right, come on then, take it away. This is the fourth time you've done it this season.
Let's hope
Dan
that
wants
we go
number
for
6.
A 6, so let's wait and see.
Dan.
That's all down to you. There you go, mate.
Good stuff. Right, James Dorlin is on pole then. Thank you very much, Ash. Listen, I'll let you go and find out what's going on with that. But James Dorlin on pole after a very dramatic race, Jade. I mean, drama at the start with that being investigated. What did you make of it?
Well, they showed the onboard as part of a replay. I couldn't see anything obvious from where Ash was sat from a jump start, but I'd love to see the outboard to see if maybe he was out of position, because that classed also as a jump start. So, like he said, it will go to the stewards now. They'll take a look at it, and you know, it's a fact type thing. You've either jump start or you haven't, so there's not much argument they can really do if they deem it a jump.
And he said he stopped and then went again, so it should. He seemed to think, just chatting there, that it should be okay.
It's whether they deem that he's had an advantage or not, and whether they stick to the black and white rules. We can see the replay here now.
Do you think he had an advantage?
It honestly depends. So I'm just trying to watch here, and it's hard to say, because rules are rules, isn't it? Yeah. You know, a jump start is a jump start. They'll look at the data, they'll look at the onboards. I can't comment, it's not obvious. But equally, you know, it's how strict you are with that rule. You know, maybe he didn't gain an advantage, but if he's jumped the start, technically, that's the rule.
That's a fact, isn't it, as you say. We saw Josh and Tom contact, both went off the track. What did you make of that incident?
To be honest, that whole race just looked like a proper old-school touring car race. You know, we had the big names up the front. They all know how to battle door to door without causing too much mayhem. Going into that chicane, Tom's gone around the outside. Josh tries to outbrake him. They make a little bit of contact, maybe a little bit of squeezing going on. But the issue was that Tom already had track limits warning. So again, it comes down to technicality, and it doesn't matter how you go off the track. The fact is he went off the track too many times and also deemed to cut the chicane, and is that then also gaining an advantage? It's going to be argued in the stewards. As we can see here, you go side by side, a bit of contact from squeezing, and then Tom basically ditches the chicane, and it's that deemed a massive advantage. The gap he gains from doing that is also something they'll look at, but essentially he got the penalty for track limits, not necessarily for the move itself.
2 races down for Tom, well, and for everyone, in fairness, but how will Tom be feeling about his weekend so far at Thruxton?
The way he came into the pit lane, he was hard onto that pit limiter. He wasn't wasting any time to get back to his pit box, and by the time I walked past his car, he was out the car, through the garage and gone. I'd say he's probably straight to the stewards now to argue his side of things. We'll see how it goes. You know, for me, and I think Josh has said the same, it felt like good, hard, firm racing. It just depends on how they deem it in the steward's office. But
yeah, well, we'll give you news on the fallout from the stewards room, and plenty to be discussed in there regarding that incident with Tom Ingram, track limits, and also Ash Sutton's start, which, for those just joining us, is under investigation. But Ash continues to dominate the championship this season. He's driving impeccably, isn't he?
Yeah, Ash is always, like, when he's got a car underneath him that is fantastic, which he's got this year, he just is so consistent with it. There's drivers out here that are of a similar caliber, but maybe don't have the package together as a whole. When Ash gets that, he's almost unstoppable, and he's just scoring consistent points. Yes, Tom is seemingly having some bad luck along the way. He got shoved off in race 1, and then obviously this sort of cloud over him in race 2. So it means that the stretch of gaps of points is getting bigger and bigger, but but Ash is just consistently scoring points and doing what he can.
Yeah, he's not letting up either, is he?
No.
Not ideal. We said at the top of the programme today how this could provide a springboard for Josh Cook's season. How impressed have you been by him so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think he came into the weekend, I don't know, somewhere top 10 of the championship. He's moved up 2 places in the first race, another 2 in the second race. So he's now, I think, 4th in the championship or something. So he's now back in the mix. However, we've got a long way to go. You know, he had a tough opening few rounds. This is where he is very, very strong. He'll try and can carry that momentum into Knock Hill. It's another strong circuit for him. So I think I like the names that were battling in that race. It was a really, really good race to watch.
Yeah, it's a proper touring car race, wasn't it? And Dan got his wish with Ash picking out the number 6 ball.
Yeah, that's going to set the online fans off, isn't it, with conspiracy theories. But, you know, it's one of those things. It's now keeping the same names in the same mix. I think we're going to have just a greater battle in race 3 as we've had in race 1 and 2.
I was going to say, what can we expect from race 3, do you think?
Well, race 3 is always frantic, even without the sort of reverse grid. But these guys all want wins. Ingram's going to be very feisty. He's going to want to score back points and prove his point. And then we've got Dorling, I think, on pole, who's a very, very good driver, very consistent. He'll have his elbows out. In true touring car style, I think we are going to have a great race 3.
Well, you'll be able to see the starting grid for race 3 on the screen there. Dorling, Ingram, Rowbottom, Camish, Cook, Sutton, and then Adam Morgan and others below. Tom will be wanting to right a few wrongs from this weekend.
Yeah, the fact that he's P2 there, you know, I know where my bet's going, to be honest. You know, he was fast in that race. We'll just see how he gets on. But, you know, Rowbottom's been feisty all weekend and fast. Yeah, it's going to be a true touring car race. It's going to be brilliant.
I can confirm, everyone, they're not weighted for P6. So just to put the online cynics to bed. Jade, thank you for now. Right, let's get back out onto the track and time for the latest instalment of the Porsche Carrera Cup with David and Tim.
Thanks. Grid is formed and we are looking forward to our second race of the day for the Porsches. The earlier race having been won by Callum Boysen, the championship leader, but he starts quite a long way back on the grid for this race. He is starting 9th, so it's going to be really interesting to see what progress he can make. With Max Coates, the man on pole position, it was a standalone qualifying session for this race yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, very topsy-turvy grid, considering we had 2 qualifying sessions, and in the first one, Callum Boysen was quickest from Will Jenkins. They say they drove exactly the same. There have been some very debatable track limits infringements, but there were plenty came up in the second qualifying. Interestingly, a lot of track limit violations from the first race earlier today have been rescinded, but it hasn't changed this grid, so we're in for a cracker of a race.
Yeah, Max Coates, who's been a race winner, is on pole position. The Graves Motorsport car of Max Coates on pole. Stephen Jelly lining up with him at the front, winner earlier on in the day of Pro-Am. Jack Sherwood is starting 3rd ahead of Jacob Toft. He's been a winner in Pro-Am this year. Will Jenkins next. He's been an outright race winner. And Isaac Phelps leads the talent pool for the young drivers, the rookie drivers. Archie Clark is on row 4 with Ollie Jackson. He's been an outright race winner and he's had 3 wins in Pro-Am. Callum Boysen, championship leader, 5 times an outright winner ahead of Jonathan Moore. Then Sid Smith, a winner last year. Carl Cavers, 4 times a winner in the Masters class ahead of Oliver Meadows and the Irish driver Michael Keohane, who was a winner earlier on in the year in Masters as well. So, as Tim rightly says, very jumbled grid indeed. And these cars around here can really stretch their legs. It's the perfect place for them.
Yeah, it's one of the, I mean, it is the fastest, but these cars with their 510 horsepower, big, wide, slick Michelin tyres, they really do get some pace on. Still a lot of driver input and controlling the weight of these cars round the back. But coming up to the chicane, they're doing 165 to 170 miles an hour, depending on the wind.
Which is quick enough, isn't it? So you're riding on board here with Archie Clark, Ginetta champion last year, his first season of Porsche racing, and a driver that is adapting nicely to the 911 GT3 Cup. These 4-litre engines, Michelin tyres, they all run on. Oliver Meadows there behind the very colourful car of Carl Cavers, and the field now working its way back towards Church Corner, then up towards the chicane. They'll slot into place on the 1x1 staggered grid, and then we're going to be in business. 22 laps are ahead of us then for this second Carrera Cup GB race of the day, the Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup Great Britain, to give it its full title. And the fans at the chicane looking forward to plenty more action then as the cars now make their way into position. So Callum Boysen, winner earlier on by 2.9 seconds. Quite often this year, we've seen Callum take the first half of the race, if you like, to either get into the lead or preserve the lead, and then the second half, the car just comes alive and pulls clear and he builds a big gap, and it happened again earlier on. But to do it from 9th on the grid, this is going to be a real test. A really interesting race is in prospect here.
Certainly is, and there was nothing like a fired-up championship leader starting down the grid to bode for a great race.
So the red and white car of Max Coates on pole position. Look to the lights, we'll get 5 red lights on. The lights will go out now. Good launch by Stephen Jelly. A little bit of wheel spin maybe though, but it's going to be Coates who leads. Jack Sherwood there slotting in 3rd place. Will Jenkins in the green and black colours gets up the inside for 4th as they go through Allard for the first time. Max Coates then, the man from the northeast of England, from Scorton leads, and Jack Sherwood dives up the inside of Stephen Jelly to try to go 2nd. They lean on each other just a little, but Stephen manages to hang on to 2nd spot coming out of the Campbell-Cobb-Seagrave sequence of corners. So lap 1 at Thruxton, race 2 of the day for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB runners. Max Coates leads the way.
Well, Stephen Jelly's done far too many touring car races to get caught out by that round the outside manoeuvre at the complex, and he defended that position well. But Max Coates is away with it at the front with a little bit of a gap as well.
Yeah, indeed so, and he's done a good job on cold tyres on the first lap of the race, because he's got 2 or 3 lengths advantage then as the cars file their way down through Goodwood Village. The exit of Church you're looking at here. Coates leading then. Bit of a gap back to Jelly 2nd. Sherwood 3rd. Jenkins in 4th. Wide go 1 or 2, including Carl Cavers, and that puts Michael Kearhine in the orange and white car ahead of him, and that's a change of lead in Masters.
Yep, change at the back. Just the 2 Masters in the race, but a swap of positions early on.
Big lock-up from Jacob Toft getting into the chicane. Has he survived it? I think he has. Comes out the other side then as the end of lap 1 has Max Coates the race leader. Jelly 2nd, Sherwood 3rd, Jenkins 4th, Toft is 5th, Phelps 6th, Callum Voy's in 9th, he started 7th he is. So the championship leader sitting on the back of his teammate. The 2 Rosalind Gold by Century Motorsport cars are together. That's Jacob Toft's under attack from 29. Isaac Phelps around the outside. That's the inside for the next part of the circuit. Nice move by Isaac Phelps round the outside for Campbell, the inside for Cobb.
Yeah, and here comes Voisin. He's got a good run through the corner. Look ahead there. He's got up the right-hand side of Tofts, and he's going to carry the speed through Nova. So good formation moving there by the Rosalind by Gold teammates. Great move by Isaac Phelps round the outside.
And Jacob Toft's under attack from Ollie Jackson, and they're both in Pro-Am. And then you've got Sid Smith behind them. Sid 11th on the grid, and he's a quick driver. He's had a tough season. Hasn't really had the results you might have anticipated. That was Jonathan Moore mowing the lawn on the outside there as the cars accelerate their way on through. Churchy gets forced out wide a little bit because he's got Archie Clark alongside him. Archie, the grandson of the rally great Roger Clark. Here they come into the chicane then to complete lap 2 of 22. Smith faints to the inside of Jackson, but no way through there.
Yeah, poor old Jonathan Moore. He got on the grass on the run down to Church, so got dirt on his tyres before Church corner, the fastest corner, and then more dirt on the tyres as he came out of the corner as well. So he's got to clean those up. We'll do that fairly quickly round here with the dry, hot track. Sid Smith, can he make the move on Ollie Jackson? Yes, he can.
Up the inside, going into the first part of the
very late braking as well.
Yeah, throw on the inside at Campbell. Jackson under attack from Clark as well here. Nose to tail they run, then coming out of the right-hander of Seagrave, and Archie Clark now in the wheel tracks as the cars sprint up towards Noble. They'll go left here. So Ollie Jackson under attack. Smith having got through, setting off in pursuit of the traffic ahead. Max Coates though leading by 1.5 seconds at the end of lap 2. He has had 2 outright wins in the past as Max, who came into Carrera Cup via the Sprint Challenge, and prior to that go back to seasons of racing Minis and Clios, so he's adapted well to more powerful rear-wheel drive GT-style cars. This is Clark's view, and Archie Clark tucked up behind Ollie Jackson. A move at the chicane might well be on.
He's got a bit of a slipstream, and he had a bit of a run as well, and there's a gap there. He sends that Porsche up the inside, locks up, they both lock up. Jackson has to go straight up, he'll straight on and have to give up a little bit of lap time, but Clark, that was a great move, really good, right on the limit of braking.
Yeah, so the reigning Ginetta champion, Archie Clark, through on the inside, really nicely done. There's your Masters lead battle. Kearhine still ahead.
Watch them both lock up, the inside right-hand tyre literally in formation, but Clark, well, he doesn't quite make the chicane actually, he has to straight line it a bit himself.
He stays ahead then as you look at the Jelly Sherwood Jenkins battle. Voisin in the meantime is 6th. so he's getting closer to the very front. Stephen Jelly, second overall. Don't forget he runs in Pro-Am, so he's miles up the road from the class opposition here.
Yeah, but as we've seen already, the difference between Pro and Pro-Am is absolutely tiny. Stephen Jelly is a former British Touring Car Championship race winner, so he shouldn't all... I mean, I know he is a Pro-Am because he does this for fun, but as an accomplished driver, he's more than capable of mixing it with the pros. Hats off to Max Coates, though. He's still got that near 2-second gap at the front and he's driving really, really well.
He is indeed. He's building that gap as well, isn't he? He's extending it from 1.5 seconds, as you say, to 1.8. There is Max. He got penalised briefly in the first race for track limit offences. Then it was a penalty rescinded, but he will need to be careful. They all need to be careful. And as I was saying in the first race this morning, longest races of any Formula Carrera Cup, and long races mean more opportunities to violate track limit rules.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Archie Clark gets a face full of roost there. If this was motocross, that would be a deliberate way of throwing some muck up. Over the curb on the way into Campbell. Will they take the curb on the left? No, just missing it so the car doesn't get destabilised, and then missing the curb on the right. These aren't touring cars. They can't float over all 3 curbs without losing traction. Then you come up to the dauntingly fast, noble left-hander. You have to lift there. Then the car can run right out to the right, or you bring it back to the left at least halfway, so you need to run through Goodwood. The car is bouncing and trying to spit you out on the left. Cut across, bisect the circuit a little bit, and then hold your breath, pitch it into Church Corner, take a little bit of curb on the inside, hope the car doesn't run out too wide on the exit, and that is all your momentum up for Woodham Hill to the chicane.
So this is Clark's view then, makes the rise up towards the chicane. You see the grandstands there, the road's still climbing as you start to turn in, just slightly raised, and then you go right, left, right through the chicane, out of which Max Coates has gone, and he's pulled away a little bit further, 2 seconds to the good. Stephen Jelly doesn't really have to be racing Max either. Yeah, okay, he'd like an outright win, but he wants to win his class, and in order to do that, he's got to keep the likes of Sherwood and Jenkins at bay, so as Jacob Toft can't get up to the tail of him.
No, it's a good opportunity this, though, for Will Jenkins to steal back some points on Callum Voisin in the championship. They came into the championship meeting 6 points between them. After race 1, that gap extended to 8 because Callum Voisin beat him on the road. But there's an opportunity for him to get some points back on him. He's 2 places in front of him at the moment.
But Jenkins is dropping away from Jack Sherwood, although Will made a valid point yesterday, which was that he has not raced since Carrera Cup was last out at Snetterton in late May. Since then, Jack Sherwood's had a couple of outings in Carrera Cup Swiss Championship. Callum Voisin's had 3 events in Carrera Cup Italy, so they're just like a little bit more race sharp coming into the weekend.
Yeah, and there is absolutely no doubt that the more seat time you spend in a Carrera Cup car, the more instinctive and dialed in you are.
Well, Max Coates is another one that hasn't done a vast amount of racing since Snetterton, but he leads now by 2.1 seconds as you look at the Keohane Cavers battle to be the leading Masters driver. And Michael Keohane, who last raced here in Formula 3 probably 2 decades ago, is staying ahead of him now as they go around the right of Allard once more. This is for penultimate place, but significantly it's for the class win. And the gap last time over the timing line, 0.374 of 8 seconds. So the race leaders are on to lap number 7, and it's just Michael Keohane fending off Cavers here in Masters. Pro-Am still Stephen Jelly, the leader there.
Yeah, in actual fact, on the last lap, Jack Sherwood was the fastest car on the grid, so he's really flying, isn't he?
And there he is, look on the back of Jelly. So this is for 2nd place overall. So Jack Sherwood, if he can get past Stephen Jelly, might be able to have a go at bringing down the gap to Coates, but Jelly is not going to give up that 2nd place without a fight. So they make the run through Church Corner, the climb now out of Brooklands, up Woodham Hill. And look at the gap that Coates has pulled.
Yeah, but in these cars, it's really hard to drive right on the limit without making a small mistake because the cars literally are dancing all over the place. They're heavy, they're powerful, so that's what Jack Sherwood is hoping for. A little mistake, and was right on the back of Jelly now. Jelly wasn't too good out of the chicane that lap. Sherwood takes that tight inside line at turn 1 with a little bit of curve. Is he going to launch it here up into the complex?
Jack Sherwood, ex-single-seater racer, first year of Carrera Cup, whereas Stephen Jelly has raced these cars on and off for a long time, in and out of touring cars and switching between this and the BTCC. But Jack Sherwood, who's been really feisty all season, is right there looking quicker, but he needs to get on with this, and Stephen Jelly defends as he's perfectly entitled to do out of Noble. Sherwood thinks about an inside line, but Jelly's already there.
Yeah, just couldn't get any closer, could they? They were literally inches apart. And that's at 130, 135 mile an hour. So great skills being shown by these drivers.
Absolutely right. And there is Sherwood, who just drops back a little bit. The danger, I guess, of being stuck behind Jelly for corner after corner is that your car starts to get hot, so you have to get a little bit of cool air through the front. Will Jenkins is there in fourth, but that is your race leader. Max Coates is absolutely dominant. Okay, yeah, he was on pole position, but he wasn't there by default. It's not a reverse grid. That was done on merit out of Q2.
Now the Graves Motorsport guys hanging out that lovely pit board to hang out, P1, and laps to go. That's what they're showing at the moment. He needs to just keep his rhythm, keep dialed in, manage the tyres, because the tyres do degrade over the length of this race. 22 lap race is a lot for these cars, so managing your rhythm and the tyre life really important.
There is Jelly versus Sherwood, and is Will Jenkins getting a little bit nearer to them in fourth place. His last lap was a 14.7. Last time through, Will Jenkins, quickest man out of the top four. Sherwood alongside Jelly. He's going to be on the outside for Noble, the inside for Goodwood. Side by side they run. Brave stuff. Look at Jenkins buying into all of this as well. On the inside is Sherwood, and not only is Jenkins there all of a sudden, but so are also Phelps and Voisin. Change for second place. Sherwood has done it. Brave racing. But now Jelly is open to attack from Jenkins to the inside, and second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, they're all together diving into church.
Yeah, I do have the feeling that Jelly's had the best out of his tyres more than the others, because he just didn't have the lateral grip coming through the complex, and Sherwood was able to turn inside him and out-drag him on the way to Noble. And, well, I mean, look at the 2 Century cars. They're queuing up behind Will Jenkins, who leaves the door open a little bit. He's going to be slow out of the chicane.
Made a small mistake, didn't he? The car slid. He corrected it, but he stayed ahead of Isaac Phelps. Callum Voisin has not yet jumped ahead of his teammate. It's every man for themselves in this, even though they are teammates. There's no suggestion that Isaac's going to let Callum go by, so Callum Voisin is going to have to fight his way past Isaac Phelps, who in the meantime is looking to get past Jenkins. But Jack Sherwood now up into second place, 3.6 seconds back from Max Coates. Let's see whether he can bring that down. And Jenkins' car also looking very leery.
Yeah, he left a couple of black lines there as he put his foot on the throttle, coming through Cobb Corner in the middle of the complex. No traction control, obviously, on these cars. They will have it next year. They'll have traction control and ABS on the new 0.2 992 Carrera Cup car, which is currently being used in the Super Cup.
And that was Phelps getting just a little bit crossed up, little snap of oversteer coming from Goodwood towards Village. He corrected it, but it's cost him a length also against Will Jenkins ahead. So the lead gap was 3.6 seconds in the first sector of this lap. Slightly quicker was Sherwood in the second sector, slightly quicker was Sherwood. So it is starting now to be reduced, and there is time left in the race for Jack to get up with Coates. Max has just gone over the line, so the leader for Graves Motorsport, Max Coates, goes through, and the gap is now 3.9 seconds. In fact, it's gone up strangely, despite the early lap pace of Jack Sherwood.
Yeah, I'm sure that that Callum Voisin's just getting a little bit frustrated now. I've seen him flashing the lights at his teammate. He wants to get stuck into Will Jenkins, his championship rival.
But Isaac Phelps wants to get past Jenkins as well, and he doesn't want to be giving up a place, so this is a legit fight. Voisin now gets him alongside. Good move coming out of Seagrave, but he gets crowded out. 2 wheels on the dirt going up towards Noble, and he has to slot back in behind Isaac Phelps. He thinks about another gap on the inside, but oh no, you don't.
These drivers are left foot braking in these cars. He had to dab the brakes as Phelps moved just across in front of him to take his line through Noble. All the cars now sporting the Aspire Pre-Flight Hospitality sticker on the front bumper as a championship sponsor.
Max Coates then aspiring to a first win of the season, and he leads. He comes up towards the chicane. There's your Jenkins versus Phelps versus Voisin battle, which is still 4th, 5th, 6th. They get to the chicane. Behind them, Sid Smith is 7th. Jacob Tofts is 8th, 2nd in Pro-Am. Ollie Jackson 9th, 3rd in Pro-Am. But leader goes through. Max Coates 3.5 seconds ahead. So the gap that time did come down. Coates has done the fastest lap of the race, but Sherwood has got a little bit closer.
Yeah, on that lap he was about 4/10 quicker, Sherwood, than Coates, but Coates could be just managing the gap at the moment.
Yeah, it could indeed. As you say, it's a long race and it's a hot day. It's quite breezy, but the temperatures are going up. The overcast sky that we had earlier on now has given way to bright sunshine, warm sunshine, so that cloud has burnt off. There, Phelps, if anything, this lap looks like he's fallen away a little bit from Jenkins, and Jenkins can concentrate on Jelly once more.
Yeah, it's almost like they've decided to take a deep breath again, haven't they? That hats off to Stephen Jelly, because he composed himself. He could have fallen very quickly down the order, but he hasn't. This is back to the Masters battle with Michael Keohane leading Carl Cavers. They've never been very much further away than they are at the moment. So both battling, all battles in the classes.
Yeah, Michael Keohane back into racing. Go back, as I say, 2 decades or so. He was one of the leading drivers in Formula 3. Went to Formula Renault 3.5 equivalent, the Nissan powered category of that era, and then had a long layoff and has only come back to racing this season, going well. This is the Oliver Meadows-Jonathan Moore fight. Oliver Meadows just ahead. Elder brother Michael was a Carrera Cup GB champion, here these days running the Argenti F4 team. And over the line goes Oliver Meadows with Jonathan Moore stepping up from Sprint Challenge, proving that Porsche pyramid works, and he is right there on the tail of Meadows. So a good little battle this between the 2 Pro-Am drivers. 4th is the fight in the Pro-Am class. Jonathan Moore through the complex, and Oliver Meadows staying ahead of him as the cars again come up now through Seagrave.
There's a lot of black lines, a lot of rubber been left through that complex as the guys try to hold a tighter line to get a better exit while still putting the power down. Phelps is mounting another attack, I think, on Sherwood now.
So race order, Coates leads the way, Sherwood 2nd. Jelly 3rd, and Will Jenkins has got a penalty of 5 seconds. Will Jenkins 4th on the road, 5-second penalty for track limit abuses. That's what the exclamation mark means. And you can see now, look, that Voisin has got ahead of Phelps and he's all over the back of Jenkins. So he's going to gain the place on corrected time. He wants to do it on the track as well, just to be safe, just in case that's another penalty that is rescinded like it was in race 1 for some drivers.
Well, that's really unfortunate for Will Jenkins, but track limits are track limits, and he's going to incur that penalty. So the points he could gain if he stayed in front of Callum Voisin, he's not going to. Callum Voisin, who spent what he said was one of the best motorsport experiences of his life at the Goodwood Festival of Speed just recently. He was there as a guest of Porsche, of course, driving the Cup car up the hill, mixing with all of the luminaries in motorsport that gather at the Festival of Speed. And he certainly put on an impressive display, and even to the extent of flat out up the grass past the house, something I mentioned to Harry King, who said even he would have lifted at that point. That's saying something.
So there is Will Jenkins then, and when we put the penalty on at the end of the race, it's going to drop him down the order. By how much we will see. So he certainly doesn't want to be giving up places on the track, especially with that penalty to be applied. And right now, Coates to Sherwood, I said it was 3.6, it went up to 3.8, but now it's down to 2.9. So Jack Sherwood is closing up a little bit. In the timing tower graphic, you can see the onboard shot from Archie Clark. He's coming up to the chicane, and there was Jenkins pulling out to try to make a move against Jelly, but then thought better of it. However, he has got a lot closer all of a sudden.
Yeah, like I said, just a little mistake, and the old rivals can pounce on you, and it's just not possible to drive 22 perfect laps as Voisin locks up, nearly rear ends Will Jenkins, and that allows Phelps to get closer. Look how Sid Smith has joined the party as well. Sid Smith's right on the back of Isaac Phelps.
Yeah, Sid Smith's having a really tough season. We know he's good. He's been a race winner, but it's been a struggle for him this year for Sid. Jelly goes through Noble then, goes a little bit wider there to the inside of Jenkins, went Voisin, but he wasn't really able to get there and commit in time. But he's got a tighter line looking again. Jenkins' car just drifts out a little bit wider, scoops it back up, heads for an apex, fends off Voisin. Close this.
Very close. Who's going to get the best run through Church? A dab on the brakes, then back on the throttle to balance the car. Try not to run out wide. That's where track limits can really catch you out if you try to carry too much speed.
So down they come towards the chicane once more. Max Coates still leading the way. Gap went up last time, and now there is a penalty being given to Carl Cavers for track limits, and I fear the list is just going to grow and grow as the leaders go by. Coates to Sherwood, 2.8 to go.
Well, it's a long race, this 22 laps, but you're not allowed any extra track limit infringements just because it's a longer race, so there's more chance of you being caught out.
So there, the race leaders are at the complex once more. So 29 is Isaac Phelps, and he is running 6th on the road. Sid Smith is the man behind him, and there was confirmation of Carl Cavers' penalty. So quite a lot of black and white driving standards flags have been issued. That's the warning to the drivers to stop abusing track limits and just wind back the pace and the zealotry a little bit. Phelps and Smith then absolutely together, and that's for 6th and 7th overall. But Coates looking strong up front.
He's really held this race together very well. Nicely in his rhythm now, maintaining good lap times. Driving beautifully, the Graves Motorsport driver. And nobody loves winning more than Max Coates. If he manages to pull this off, he'll have the biggest grin on his face.
And again, he's somebody without the largest budget in the world, so this will certainly help, and especially keeping him in the championship, because the Carrera Cup cars do go to Croft, home circuit, so he really wants to still be in the championship when they get there. Coates to Sherwood then as they go across the line. It's still 2.8 seconds. Max Coates looks like he's steadied the ship now, and he's stabilised this gap over Jack Sherwood there in 2nd place. The best that Jack has had this year has been a 3rd. He could be on for his best result, but Max hasn't had a victory this season. His best result, a 3rd place. So again, that looks like it's going to be much improved upon. There's Archie Clark, who we've been riding on board with, and we do so again into the complex.
Yeah, nice to get on board on a Carrera Cup car. The camera below the mirror there is the judicial camera. All the cars carry it, so that's what that is. But Archie Clark driving very nicely indeed. Oh, it's just a lunge on Will Jenkins from Voisin. That was the most serious attack we've seen. It is a passing place if you can absolutely send it up the inside, but Will Jenkins just had that covered off.
Did indeed. That was another big effort. You see how Jenkins has now, by having to defend, fallen a long way back from Jelly. So you've got Stephen Jelly leading Pro-Am and looking secure in 3rd, and Jenkins now just defend all the time as the cars again come up the hill. Phelps still under attack from Smith, but no chance for an overtake there. But Voisin, yes, looking any moment now to try to capitalise on Jenkins' slightly fading pace and make the move. He's going to get the position anyway on corrected time, but even so, he wants to do it on the track.
Yeah, another shout out for Jack Sherwood, because he's absolutely gapped this group once he got past, and he's 3 seconds up the road from Stephen Jelly. But still 2.8 seconds behind Max Coates. Last lap, identical lap times, 15.4, 15.4.
Voisin clambering over the curb as he tries to find a little bit of a gap against Will Jenkins. Now, he's made this move before, hasn't he? A tight line out of Seagrave and makes the move into Noble. He's going to do it again because he's on the outside for Noble, but the inside for Goodwood, and this ought to go Voisin's way. He runs it as wide as he dares. He's on the inside, and actually, no, Jenkins fends him off. Fantastic. Will Jenkins is not going to be denied there, but he is here. Look, he goes wide. He finds the dirty part of the racetrack, and he drifts out wide. Voisin is through.
Well, that was one each, really, because Voisin got put out on the dirt coming through the left-hander and Noble, but then Jenkins went in too deep and got on the dirt himself through Goodwood. But out of it all, Voisin goes through as Sid Smith attacks Phelps.
They come now up towards the chicane once more. So Sid Smith trying to make his move against Isaac Phelps for 6th place. He's on the inside line, and Phelps can't really find the gap, can he? Yes, he can. Forces the issue there. That was bold, and he's gone back ahead coming through the chicane. So Isaac Phelps retakes the place, but the order now is Coates to Sherwood, and it's still 2.8 seconds. Jelly 3rd to as ever thus. Voisin up to 4th. The penalised Jenkins 5th on the road, and it's still Phelps 6th.
Yeah, and of course, that's allowed the others to catch up behind as well. We've now got a group that includes Jacob Tofts and Ollie Jackson.
Yeah, that's for 2nd in Pro-Am. Tofts just ahead. Ollie Jackson, remember, was an outright race winner earlier on in the season when he was victorious in the 2nd race at Donington. And that was the reverse grid race on the basis that we had Sprint Challenge there, so there wasn't time in the programme for 2 qualifying sessions. But Ollie Jackson very experienced racer as well, right on the back of Jacob Toft, but again a little snap of oversteer from Jackson's car. Jacob Toft up from the Porsche Sprint Challenge Series for the Caymans, the 718 Caymans, but he has been a regular Carrera Cup GB esports racer over the last 2 or 3 seasons. This, though, is Max Coates, and this has been an absolutely perfect drive. There aren't many Coates on display on a hot day at Thruxton, but this is one, and Max Coates comes out of the chicane clearing the lead.
Oh, you enjoyed that one, didn't you, David? Yeah, absolutely fine performance, and you know, you have to take your chances when you get them. He qualified on pole by not infringing track limits in qualifying, and he's taken the opportunity in fine form.
So here he comes then, 3 laps to go and counting as Jack Sherwood hustles on. He's brought the gap down by a couple of tenths, but it's sort of too little and too late, isn't it, as you see Jelly and Voisin go through. Callum Voisin 4th, but it's still 3rd in class, so he'll get the points for that. And now Phelps gets himself up past Jenkins, so Will Jenkins' race is unravelling. He's losing places on track, and there's the penalty.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. This is where it can all go wrong with 3 laps to go.
So the car's through, and there Sid Smith tries to squeeze up the inside of Will Jenkins too. You can't argue with the fact that he's so determined. He knows how to defend, but the car just does not have the pace. They're being caught by Jacob Toft as well, aren't they? So as they go now towards Goodwood, and then Village, and then Church Corner, the gap between Jenkins and Smith, and then Toft coming down. And one fears for Will Jenkins in all of this, because as the pace ebbs away, there are more stacking up behind him, and therefore more places to lose when you add on the 5 seconds. Yeah,
unfortunately, yeah, exactly. The more that are close behind him, the more places he's going to lose. It's a disastrous race for Will Jenkins and his championship challenge, having started, as we said, in front of Voisin in the race, an opportunity to have closed the points. It's actually gone the other way.
Yeah, big frustration then. So the leaders go through, 2 laps to go. And Max Coates is now 2.2 seconds ahead. So Jack Sherwood has pulled back 4 tenths, but he ain't going to be able to do 2.2 seconds in 2 laps. Isaac Phelps has now got a 5-second time penalty, and it's for the dreaded track limit abuses. So Isaac Phelps, one of those ahead of Will Jenkins, but if they're both penalised, Jenkins doesn't benefit at all.
No, exactly. As long as the positions stay the same, they will stay the same wherever they're repositioned after the penalties applied.
So there is Jack Sherwood, who makes that run now to Church, and in the first sector of the lap he was actually a little bit slower than Max Coates, but he was likewise in sector 2. Maybe Jack now thinking, no, I'm not going to do it, let's just bring it home in second place. And Max Coates is about to start his last lap here, having dominated this race at Thruxton.
Yeah, he's managed this race beautifully, built up a nice gap, then managed the gap, looked after his tyres. Obviously he's running in clean air, can drive all his own lines, minimise the tyre degradation by being as smooth as possible, but a fabulous drive by Max Coates, thoroughly deserving this win. Fastest lap as well to boot.
Race leader there, Max Coates, goes by 2.7 seconds. The advantage, Jack Sherwood chasing in second, Stephen Jelly third then, as the cars again come up towards the complex, and Will Jenkins has had a tough race, no doubt about it. Interesting as well, the Pro-Am car of Jacob Toft's behind. He's really shaken off Ollie Jackson.
Yeah, just in the last lap or so, because they were very much together fighting over that second place for Pro-Am, but not here on the final lap.
So the cars are on their last lap, and it is the Graves Motorsport car of Max Coates then that's going to take, it seems, race honours. And the field then now powering on once again up through the long fast sequence of Goodwood Village Church. Out of that now comes the race leading car of Max Coates, and about to make the run into the chicane. So for Max Coates, it is going to be a third victory in his Carrera Cup GB history, but it is going to be his first of the season, and probably the best drive we've ever seen from Max behind the wheel of a Porsche. Max Coates wins at Thruxton, a great drive by the man from Scorton. Second is Jack Sherwood for his best Porsche finish. Stephen Jelly third to win Pro-Am, and Callum Voisin fourth to increase his advantage in the championship. The rest come pouring over the line, and Will Jenkins ends up 10th, Isaac Phelps ends up 8th with their penalties to be applied, and Michael Keohane here, he's going to be ahead of Carl Cavers irrespective, because even though Carl is right behind him, he's got a 5-second penalty for track limits as well. So Michael Keohane takes a second Masters win of the season. So a good drive that by Max Coates. and a lot of the work done early on, in a sense, because he got away while they were squabbling behind him, and that was brave stuff on cold tyres.
Yeah, and he pushed hard, got that fastest lap, got a gap, drove his own race, kept his rhythm, and a fine performance. But Jack Sherwood gave valiant chase. He definitely closed the gap down early on, but then it stayed very stable. But a fine result for Jack. And Stephen Jelley takes Pro-Am and an overall podium.
Max Coates wins round 8 of Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup Great Britain from Jack Sherwood. The gap at the flag, 2.795 seconds. Best results of the season for Max and for Jack. Stephen Jelley, he takes a second win of the day in Pro-Am and therefore a 4th of the season. Callum Voisin's 4th place increases his championship lead. Sid Smith 5th ahead of Jacob Tofts. Ollie Jackson ahead of a penalised Isaac Phelps, with Archie Clark 9th ahead of another penalised driver, Will Jenkins. 11th going the way of Oliver Meadows, Jonathan Moore 12th, Michael Keohane 13th, and winning in Masters ahead of Carl Cavers. So as far as the championships are concerned, Callum Voisin is now 10 ahead of Will Jenkins in Pro, but Max Coates now is up into 3rd ahead of Isaac Phelps and Jack Sherwood. In Pro-Am, Stephen Jelley 13 to the good from Ollie Jackson, who's only 2 ahead of Jacob Tofts. And then in Masters, Carl Cavers has been the rather dominant driver there. Michael Keohane 40 back, and Henry Dawes only doing a part season. We've not seen him since he was victorious at Donington at the start of the year. Isaac Phelps, though, has stretched the margin just a little bit within the talent pool for the young drivers. So well done, Max Coates. He is going to be a very happy man indeed, no question about that. The cars have already come down the pit lane, but there you can see the delight of the team, and Max as well behind the wheel. Tim made the point in the race about how delighted Max would be if he were a race winner. Well, he is, and it's going to be a very happy Max Coates that will get out of the car in a moment. There he is, door opens, just, and out he clambers. Max Coates wins at Thruxton. He's absolutely over the moon about it. Well done, Max. And let's see, yes, still finding everybody and anybody that he can give the thumbs up to. You can see how much it means. Max comes into this with limited funds to go racing, and he's a very, very happy man, and hopefully that'll rustle up a bit more budget to let him carry on. Goes and has a word with the opposition to say well done. Right, Max Coates is your winner, and he might still be grinning when we come back to him after the break.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
4th place, Mercedes and Gordon Shedden as well, as they pick their way through the He's back on the racetrack, and I think they come towards Lodge Corner, and Aaron Taylor-Smith, the race leader, and then contact between Ingram and Sutton. And Sutton gets fired wide. Ingram is going to go through. Doble is going to go through as well. And Ash Sutton is in danger of tumbling back down the field if he's not careful. He's trying to regroup as best he can. I wonder whether Ingram is trying to let him have the place back.
He is. Ingram's trying to let him have the place back, but in doing so, he's backing himself into Doble. But yeah, I mean, Ingram knew he couldn't keep that place after the contact.
Did the right thing, didn't he? And now there's more drama. That's Osborne, isn't it? Tobogganing his way across the grass. Is he going to miss everybody? Yes, he is, somehow. What a save that was.
Oh, that was a heart in the mouth moment. Never like to see a car go on the grass on the inside and returning across the track.
The lights are red, the lights are out. We go racing, and a good start is made by Sutton. Not really a great start by Josh Kirk, I'm going to say, but it's going to be Dan Camish that leads down to Old Hall. Sutton gets out his elbow, please, and he gets it on the inside. The car's round Old Hall for the first time with Adam Moore. inside. Mikey Doble, he said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line and contact between him and Cook. And Sutton gets turned completely sideways. Well, he said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line and contact between him and Cook. And Sutton gets turned completely sideways.
Well, a few moments ago here at Thruxton, the latest instalment of the Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup, and it was a Max Coates masterclass. Limited funds, but my word, he proved his talents there. A lights to flag victory for Coates, who never looked in any danger. Coates took the checkered flag out of Jack Sherwood, with Stephen Jelly completing the podium in third. Best results of the season for Max and Jack, and we can hear from them now with Louise.
Debating whether Max would still be smiling when we came back. The answer is yes, absolutely. I think that smile's going to last a while, because that was a result to be proud of, wasn't it? A race to be proud of.
Yeah, I think it'll be here for the next 2 weeks until we land at Donington. So hopefully I can just make it bigger and bigger and bigger as the season goes on. And yeah, more performances like that is exactly what we need.
Controlled at the start and then just off up the road.
Yeah, you know, we went kind of aggressive with our tyre strategy towards that race. So I knew as long as I kind of got through the first three, I just needed to bang in a couple of quali laps early doors. And I think once I'd kind of built that gap, it was just about managing it from there. So yeah, chuffed to bring home a win for the Graves Motorsport team. And this one feels, you know, I've had two previously in Carrera Cup. And this one just feels more special because it's done from a pole position that's been earned rather than given with the reverse grid. So this one feels really sweet.
So do you think this is going to kind of in a way set you up for the rest of the season?
I hope so. I mean, you know, Tuesday of race week at round one, I wasn't racing. So, you know, the first three all came quite quickly off the bounce. So it's about trying to sort of catch up and be there. So hopefully this sort of sets the momentum going this way, and we can continue performances like this throughout the rest of the year.
Fantastic. Congratulations. It was a great result. Well done. Really pleased for you. Justin, I mean, a good result for you as well. And once you got into P2, there was nobody really troubling you, was there? Very well controlled.
Yeah, it was a bit frustrating seeing Max kind of just off in the distance. I kept catching him a bit, but just didn't quite have the tyre underneath me to get up to the back of him. But happy with P2. Been a bit of a tricky weekend, and to come away with P2 and P5, I'm pretty chuffed with.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the tyres, actually, because the guys talked about that in commentary. It did. Were they going away a little bit more than was ideal, should we say?
Yeah, I used a lot to try and get past Stephen. We had a good battle, but just pushed a bit too much and didn't quite have it left in me to go after Max. And you know, that's just experience. I'm sure I'll learn from this and be able to manage it better in the future.
Nonetheless, though, let's not take anything away. That's still a really good result for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you know, anyone wants to win, but yeah, P2, pretty happy with it. As I said, it's been a tricky weekend, so to salvage some good points is a good outcome for us.
When you leave a race weekend with a smile on your face, so well done for that. And Stephen, well done to you as well. Not just the class win, but P3 overall too. So good race for you.
Good weekend. The car's been good. Team Parker have been fantastic. Obviously, all of us have been quick. So yeah, just great to be here. Thanks to XQS, everyone who's making it possible, because it's just a pleasure to be here.
Just talk us through the race. I mean, obviously you sort of dropped a place at the beginning.
Yeah. Obviously Max just left really. Just decided head down, and he had loads of pace, and I gave it everything, and he just had a bit more pace. So off he went. I tried to keep my head down. I had a couple of lockups. There's a big difference at the pace from the start of the race to the end of the race. The lap time difference is so massive. It's a completely different lap to drive from one side to the other. And when it swaps over, you can easily get caught out with a lockup and things like that. So a little bit of that. So just drove in myself a little bit. Brought it home. So
I guess it's times like that all your years of experience really come into play.
Yeah, you'd think so. And then you lock up and think, oh, donkey. But yeah, it doesn't get any easier. And all these young guys keep me honest. Like, I'm old enough to be some of their dads, and they're all flat out from the get-go. And if you're not turning into church flat out, these young guys are definitely going to be. So yeah, it keeps you on your toes.
Well done. Do one for the oldies. I'm in that club too. So, right, we have got more mini racing coming up next, and this time it is Paul in the commentary box with David.
Louise, thank you very much indeed. We are looking forward to our second mini race of the day. The Mini Miglias, the Mini Libra class as well. These are the bigger engine cars, 1300cc, a little bit more modified, but the quality of racing is still absolutely outstanding. Louise has just touched on oldies. It's rather depressing to think, Paul, that there's a whole generation at Thruxton these days that have never seen a Mini on the road of this shape.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, I just about got in there, but you said that, and it's so true, isn't it? These cars are, you know, they're so old now, but so fantastic, and this should be one of the best races that we see today.
Well, the Mini 7 race was a cracker earlier on. Just to finish off that story quickly, it was Dan Munro that crossed the line first, but he was penalised for overtaking under a yellow flag, so Ross Billison took the race win. Here, though, Nick Padmore is going to be the man on pole position. Nick Padmore has already been a race winner this season. The grid is based on the driver's best lap time from the race yesterday that rather sadly had a sizable accident for Rupert Death on the very last lap. The car was really badly damaged. Rupert okay, but decidedly shaken, and we wish him well, but he's certainly not going to be on the grid for this. So Nick Padmore then lines up on pole position, as you see from the side of the car, BRDC member. His father Keith used to be a mini racer going back a long time. Colin Peacock, who's done a huge amount not only on track for the Mini 7 Racing Club but behind the scenes as well. He lines up on the outside of the front row. Joe Ferguson will be third, and Sam Summerhays, another race winner this year, is going to start fourth. And then there's a second grid here, the Mini Libras, which aren't quite Mini Miglia spec. They're a little bit modified in different ways, but they're going to be equally entertaining. And we know that these just sort of hunt in packs, don't we?
Yeah, exactly that. And it's going to be like the 7s that I watched before. It's just going to be packs of cars, slipstreaming. Look at the size of the safety car compared to these minis. That is brilliant. Love it. Nick Padmore, last thing he said to me as I went through the collection area was, don't watch my start. So I think he's a bit nervous about his start, but I'm sure he'll be fine. What a sensational driver he is.
He is, yeah. Other winners, Aaron Smith, Ian Curley, who you might remember from the British Touring Car Championship going back many years, and Kane Astin as well. Kane's had a couple of wins. Ian Curley has won twice as well. He won yesterday. So there, Nick Padmore in the Swift Tune car. Many of these are with a Nick Swift tuned engine, and it's going to be a really good 20 minutes, that's for sure. So Nick Padmore is on pole position, Colin Peacock with him at the front, Joe Ferguson starts third, and Sam Summerhays, one of this year's race winners, fourth, ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown, the optician, and Aaron Smith, who is going to start sixth. He's been a winner this year. No Rupert Death, but there's Matthew Ayres on the grid. Then, starting on row 5, a man to watch, ex-touring car racer Jeff Smith, Kane Astin alongside. Jeff hasn't had a win this year, but Kane's had a couple. Then Joe Polly, daughter of hot rod legend George Polly. Ian Curley, winner yesterday, double winner this year, and a previous champion. He will start 12th. Josh Canning is 13th on the grid, ahead of Rick Turner in the ex-Andrew Jordan car. Then there's Thorburn Astin, Kane's nephew, Steve Ewell alongside. Rob Howard is next after a cooked head in the car yesterday after a bit of contact. Sean King alongside. You've got Josh Evans and Mark Sims next. Mark's been racing these cars probably since they were created. Then Martin Wager. His father Richard was a stalwart mini racer, and Martin's carried on the tradition. And Damien Harrington, who was last year's 7 champion. We saw him in the 7 race, but retired with dramas. He's on this grid as well. Peter Hills heads the Libra class ahead of Phil Harvey in his Motley Mini. Hugh Turner has had a class win. Julian Proctor is next, the road surface operative, no less. Tony Ayres and Steve Trench are at the back of the grid. So take one big deep breath, and here we go for 20 minutes. It is always a spectacular class of racing, this, and many of them with long CVs of mini racing. Ian Curley, for example, was the Mini 7 champion back in 1994. And yes, he went off and did a bit of Clio and lots of touring car stuff, but he's been brought back to mini racing. There's something about these cars that hooks you in.
Yeah, exactly. And Curley is, whenever I see these cars or speak about Ian Curley, I always think about these cars. And also the same with Swift Tune engine builders as well. But they're just fantastic. You're dead right, actually. There's going to be some people on this grid going, Dad, what are these things? And they'll hopefully turn around and go, probably some of the best racing you're going to see today, son.
If they're a proper father, when they get home, they'll put the Italian job on to watch and educate a bit more, won't they?
Yeah.
So, Nick Padmore in the white car is on pole position, gets a bit of air in quickly. Also, he might be saying, am I in the right place? But Nick Padmore then, Colin Peacock alongside. other champions that we've had. Kane Astin, he was a Mini 7 champion back in 2009, 2015 Mini Miglia champion. Aaron Smith won the Mini Miglia crown in 18 and 19 and 20 and 23. Jeff Smith's won the Mini 7 championship 3 times. He was a Mini Miglia champion in 2024 as well. So you see what I mean about people coming into mini racing and staying. It's going to be lively, it's going to be good. It is the Goodyear Mini Miglia Challenge. It is round 8, supported by Mini Spares. The green flag at the back means we are good to go. The lights on the gantry go red, and hold on to your hats because it is time to go racing now as they rocket away from the start. Nick Padmore doesn't make the best getaway, gets well and truly mugged. Up the inside there goes Phil Bullen-Brown, and it's going to be Colin Peacock who leads. Is it going into Allard? Sam Summerhays goes round the outside. There are minis absolutely everywhere, and a demon effort being made by Aaron Smith, who comes charging up the inside. He gets a face full of Peacock, so to speak, and Colin leads into the complex.
Oh, good stuff from Peacock, and Padmore's had an absolute nightmare. He's nearly at the back of the Group 1, isn't he? Unbelievable stuff. Brilliant. This is where you're going to see a pinch point now.
Well, Nick Padmore did say, don't watch my start, and the reason was he was about as quick away as a dead slug. So he's now got a load of work to do as Colin Peacock hangs on to the race lead. They come up towards Noble for the first time, and from this point of the circuit onwards, really, you're flat all the way to the chicane.
Absolutely flat out. Look at that, 2 and 3 abreast into Goodwood. You've seen the touring cars do, but that's side by side, and a hip and shoulder. He should get away with that, but wow, this is where you've got to be real careful on cold tyres.
I think the shoulder was against the hip of Joe Ferguson there, who went out wide, and there are others desperately trying to hang on to their cars as they get through this ultra-fast part of the circuit. But Colin Peacock, he's into his 60s now. Colin, you wouldn't think it. He's having a great first lap, but he's got them queued up behind him. Aaron Smith is right there. Then you've got Joe Ferguson. There's Phil Bullen-Brown in the mix as well, and Jeff Smith in the white cars trying to buy into all of this. Jeff Smith on the outside line. Jeff doesn't normally brake at the chicane. Here he comes, 4 abreast, diving into the corner. Aaron Smith will lead at the end of lap 1. Joe Ferguson is second. It's Phil Bullen-Brown in third place. It's Jeff Smith fourth. It's everybody else fifth.
Wow, there must be some kids in that grandstand with their minds blown as we've got 2 cars backwards. Oh, no contact, please.
Rob Howard is one of them. That's 72 Rob Howard stationary. Had a tough day yesterday. Got tangled up with Josh Canning at the chicane, and he's got tangled up again. Right, Aaron Smith leads, but not for long. Joe Ferguson licks the stamp, sends it up the inside, through he goes, and Aaron Smith, with 18 minutes on the clock, he's probably prepared to let him go for now. But Jeff Smith, who started 9th, to be 4th at the end of the opening lap, that's not bad for an old chap.
Oh, he's done all right there, Jeff, isn't he? But he's always been good round there. I remember him being fastest in testing in the British Touring Car Championship in his old Honda Civic, but this is a different thing to be driving round.
Martin Wager in number 49, the immaculate black and red car going through, the same livery that his father used to carry, and Martin also had problems yesterday, and there's problems there, sadly, for Julian Proctor, the Radstock driver. He is stranded trackside, got a bit of damage, I think, hasn't he, on the left rear there?
That's been hit pretty hard, isn't it? Is that a tyre stack or something? But look at the leaders. There's some proper bump drafting going on here. This is going to be wild. Ferguson is hanging on to it, but he is getting a bump draft, isn't he, from Smith?
Dad, why's that car got 8 wheels? No, son, it's 2 minis, absolutely nose to tail. Joe Ferguson is the leader, and look what's going on for third, because you've got a whole queue of them in the safety car deployed. So it's going to be calmed down a little, but the safety car called by Stacey Lauday, the clerk of the course, and that's to get Julian Proctor's car out of harm's way. So safety car calls. Let's hope it's a quick one.
Yeah, that is good to see, isn't it, that everybody has slowed down, because a lot of cars on our package at Toka have got the radio system with the signals inside the car. Wow.
And there you can see there is tyre damage, so I think Julian Proctor has gone around either with help or on his own, but he's hit the tyre barrier and damaged the left rear. So you're right, tyres were involved.
That's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because that looks like quite a bit of damage to the tyre wall. If they can just get it stacked up against the barrier, hopefully we'll only have a couple of laps behind the safety car.
I seem to remember the last time we had minis at Thruxton, it was a curtailed Miglia race as well, and hopefully it won't go the same way. But it does give us time to catch our breath. So Joe Ferguson is the race leader, the Great Dunmow driver, the Ferguson Motorsport car, from Aaron Smith in second place, Jeff Smith, the unrelated Smiths, second and third. Jeff Smith, their next touring car driver, in third place. And then in fourth now is Matthew Ayres. He's up from 8th on the grid. We haven't really touched on the Libra class, but that's being led by Hugh Turner at the moment. And trying now to get this car of Julian Proctor out of the way as quickly as possible. It's only the one car to move. Toka's red flag is now shown And maybe that is for the best, because if they would have so many laps under the safety car to repair barrier damage, they wouldn't get much of a race in. So if we can stop it, and even if it's only a 10-minute restart for the sake of argument, then at least we can go racing.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be a good call, that. It could be for a number of things. It could be something we can't see. It could be that barrier has actually been hit really hard and the post has moved, so they need to take a bit of action on that. But hopefully everything is okay and we can get back racing. Because like you say, this is, this can be the best race of the card today, and I don't want to see it just on the safety car. That's going to take a while.
Yeah, and I think in fairness, if you've paid, and they have, a fair chunk of money to come and race at this event, you want racing laps, not safety car laps. So, 7 racing laps are better than 9 safety car, for example. So yeah, Stacey Lauday, who has raced himself as the clerk, he is making the decision, so we'll stop. And then once that tyre barrier is sorted, we can go again. So Joe Ferguson was the leader, and it'll be the order at the time of the red flag for the resumption of the race. So the cars slow right down, they make their way back towards the start and finish line. One of the things that the Mini 7 Racing Club has been able to do over the last few years is really ramp up car presentation, and it's very, very hard now to find a scruffy one.
Yeah, exactly, because at the end of the day, it is club racing, but it is at the highest level. When I walked across from the studio where they had all the cars here in the collecting area, I was well impressed. It's not like a mark on any of them. No. Hack's car's my favourite.
I can't think why. Jeff Smith then, there, number 46, with the door open, trying to get a bit of cool air into the car. The safety car stopping them coming into the chicane.
Yeah, interesting. They're obviously waiting for radio comms, aren't they? Usually you will either be directed into the pit lane for a red flag, and that means something different, and we don't know how we're going to restart. They're waiting, aren't they, to re-grid them?
Yeah, and they're waiting for a grid, I suspect, to be published by Craig Smith and his team at TSL, the timekeeping force next door to us, and once that's been produced, then they know where to put the cars. So rather than waste time moving twice, if you like, they'll just pause them, and hopefully it won't take that long to sort out the dramas. Hopefully Julian Proctor himself is not too shaken by that impact into the tyres. Now, you have driven Mini Miglias, not raced necessarily, but you have track tested them, I know, and they are serious bits of kit. They're quite modified under the skin, aren't they, these days?
Yeah, actually, I was very surprised when I drove one for the first time. It was with Matt James, actually, at Motorsport News at the time, and he said, do you want to come and have a go? I said, yeah, I'd love to have a go. And I was really glad I did, but I tell you what, I was very surprised at was the fact that they moved around more than the front-wheel drive touring car that I was actually driving at the time, which I think was a Chevy Cruze. And I went around Rockingham and I scared myself to death. Look at that. That's the angle that you should be driving at them all the time.
Yeah, get your wheels in line. Get your wheels in line. So you've got the red one of Colin Peacock, the blue one of Joe Ferguson, and the white one is Jeff Smith. If we can get them all together, then you have got the Italian job, haven't you?
I was well impressed with that first lap from Jeff Smith, but you kind of expect that from Jeff. He could have actually took the lead, I think, if he'd have been really, really on it. But no, he loves these cars, and they move around a lot at the rear, and that's what you want. But I was really surprised, and like you said, I was talking to some of our camera ops in the studio about the cars, and I said, I bet you a gearbox in one of these be a good 20 grand or something. They're proper expensive.
Proper race cars, these, aren't they, nowadays?
Yeah, really good.
And the quality of driving also is excellent. And I made the point in the 7 race with Jade that this is a club, and the attitude of drivers is very much club focused, but these aren't largely multi-millionaire AM racers like you might get in a GT category. You've got electricians and plumbers and mechanics, and they know that if they damage their car, they ain't going to be able to repair it for the next race. So the bloke they're alongside is in the same boat. Yeah. So let's not make contact.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what, but it's impressive how close they can get and not be firing into the side of each other. And sometimes it does happen, but that's the lovely thing about club racing in general. I think doesn't, we don't hear enough about it. It's just really nice to see. But yeah, these guys really want to put on a show. They'll be itching for it down at the chicane, ready to get re-gridded. But I think Jeff Smith might be a bit of a loser in this. He's going to go back to where he started, isn't he?
Well, let's see. It might be that you can start the order from that 2-lap mark, which would put him third on the grid. However, we will await confirmation because, as you made the point, Paul, the car's still being held at the chicane. 1 or 2 more incident vehicles have headed out in the direction of the first corner. So there's the car to move, there is the barrier to sort out as well, and also just make sure that Julian Proctor himself is okay, and then we can get back to racing. The marshals get a well-earned sit down for a couple of minutes and have a drink. That's out at Goodwood. I went and stood for touring car free practice at church on the Marshal's post there in the background at 15 yesterday. It's a scary place. That's only in free practice.
That's not for me, that, mate. I know it's difficult when you're actually driving yourself. It's hard work, but to watch it is really scary.
Absolutely right. Well, apologies for the delay. We're under a red flag here at Thruxton while we sort out a drama at turn 1. And fingers crossed, we'll be ready to go racing when we come back to Thruxton, the other side of the break.
Yo, where you going? More coming up after the break.
Fourth place. Mercedes, as they pick their way through the He's back on the racetrack. And I think they come towards Lodge Corner, and Aaron Taylor-Smith, the race leader, and then contact between Ingram and Sutton. And Sutton gets fired wide. Ingram is going to go through. Doble is going to go through as well. And Ash Sutton is in danger of tumbling back down the field if he's not careful. He's trying to regroup as best he can. I wonder whether Ingram is trying to let him have the place back.
He is. Ingram's trying to let him have the place back, but in doing so, he's backing himself into Doble. But yeah, I mean, Ingram knew he couldn't keep that place after the contact.
Did the right thing, didn't he? And now there's more drama. That's Osborne, isn't it? Tobogganing his way across the grass. Is he going to miss everybody? Yes, he is, somehow. What a save that was.
Oh, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment. Never like to see a car go on the grass on the inside and returning across the track.
The lights are red, the lights are out. We go racing, and a good start is made by Sutton. Not really a great start by Josh Cook, I'm going to say, but it's going to be Dan Camish that leads down to Old Hall. Sutton gets out his elbow. Piece, and he gets it on the inside. Fifth. The car's round Old Hall for the first time with Adam Moore. Mikey Doble, he said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line, and contact between him and Cook, and Sutton gets turned completely sideways. Well, he said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line, and contact between him and Cook, and Sutton gets turned completely sideways. Welcome back to Thruxton. We are under a red flag in our second Mini Miglia Challenge race of the weekend, round 8 of the championship. Race winners this year having been Aaron Smith, Sam Summerhays, Ian Curley twice, Nick Padmore and Kane Astin twice as well. We've had an incident at the first corner which involved Julian Proctor going off and making contact with the tar barrier. He got out of the car, but there you can see the damage to the car. The tyre barrier is also being repaired, and I think Julian, having got out of the car, was quite sore. He went in backwards by the look of it, and the last thing anybody wants to risk is any sort of back or neck injury. So an ambulance was scrambled to take him to the medical centre to make sure he's okay, which you can understand. That's going to happen really in any incident, large or small. Yeah, definitely, and you can see the tyre marks where he's gone off. He's actually, like you say, he's caught the back end of the tyre wall, but the damage doesn't look that bad, but you can see he's actually bounced quite far backwards onto the grass, so there's obviously been a lot of energy. And remember, David, these cars are so small and they don't weigh that much that the driver becomes a big percentage of the weight of the car, and that hurts. Does indeed. And if I say that some of the drivers on this grid are not, how can I phrase this? They're not as young as F4 drivers. Is that the politest way of doing it? Yeah, I'd say so. Go with that? Maybe their bones are a little bit older than younger people. I know exactly what you mean. Factor that into the equation as well. We're down to 10 minutes for the restart, but that, in a sense, is better than the cars trundling around behind the safety car and having one racing lap. So, actually, although it's going to be a shorter start, it'll be a safety car restart as well. That eats into your 10 minutes. At least they'll get some racing laps. Yeah, and exactly. And with this kind of racing, like 10 minutes is literally, it was a sprint race anyway, but now it's going to be a super silly sprint, so we'll see what happens. So the car is being led away. Where are they going to put that? They're going to put that behind the barrier somewhere. They won't take that all the way back to the pits. No, they can take too long. They can get into the paddock up through the complex down the runway, I think, so that's probably the plan. So it's going to be a 10-minute race, but with a safety car restart. So in other words, the safety car will bring them over the line, the clock will start, so 6.5, 7? Yeah,
still, that is, like you say, better than nothing. And the good thing is that they will start where the red flag went. So
correct. Yeah.
So Jeff will be sound.
Yeah, the race will be resumed, if you like, rather than restarted. So you carry on where you left off, which is what it would be had we had a safety car.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly that.
So the safety car will lead them away. There it is. You can see down at the chicane, and the queue is there, ready to go. Some people have had time for an ice cream.
Could do
All right
with
for
that.
some.
I'm surprised Tim Harvey's not in the background whipping that out of his hand.
He's moving his way down the bank. You know.
Yeah. Probably just, we better have a tissue on that.
Right. That's your next stop, please. Yeah. So we are just about ready to go. And on instruction, the safety car will start moving again. And then we'll be in business for the resumption of the Mini Miglia Challenge. Really good as well to see another big crowd at Thruxton. So we're back in business. The safety car is on the move. The race is on, in quotes. But of course, it's safety car conditions you can't overtake. But what we'd like here is the world's fastest ever safety car lap to give us more mini racing laps.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, they got to warm these tyres back up. I think this was the right call. I think if you put the cars back on the grid, you're just going to have another safety car, in my opinion. So, yeah, at least we know where we are, and we know who the runners and riders are, and some people may have already shown their hand. So I'm going to be very interested to see where Ferguson can get away, or whether he's going to have some help from behind with Smith, Aaron Smith, and then you've got Jeff Smith in that white car as well, having a look at him. So, oh no, Sims is out.
Mark Sims, unfortunately. I wonder whether that's been a legacy of overheating while it's been stranded. It doesn't want to restart, or it's got a problem in the heat, maybe. Just looking at the order, Ian Curley, who won yesterday, is 9th. Kane Aston is in 10th. Nick Padmore from pole is 8th. We've kind of got a reverse grid race all of a sudden here, because there are some big names there out of position.
Big time. That is very interesting. And they've only got, they're going to only have 7.5 minutes to get this done. How much? There's no information on the screen where the Toka turbo boost is for these cars.
Yeah, they bring their own success ballast. Safety car in this lap, so we're going to go racing this time. And Joe Ferguson it is. Aaron Smith behind him in second place. He's another absolute weapon in a Mini Miglia. Former Carter and Aaron Smith, who works for a Land Rover dealership. Very, very feisty indeed. So there's an awful lot to look forward to in this race, no question about it. 123 is Hugh Turner, the surveyor, who is currently ahead in the Libra class. Right, Joe Ferguson's stacking them all up. Don't waste too much time here, Joe. We want to crack on with this. We want as much racing as we can possibly get. And on Goodyear tyres, Goodyear, through Mickey Butler, massive supporters of the Mini 7 Racing Club. It's a relationship that has lasted for a long, long time. And Mickey says it's always the first contract to sign, because he loves the mini racing, he loves watching it, loves the feel of the Mini 7 Racing Club. And they are a great bunch of people. Their awards dinner every year rewards so many people, not just champions, but best performance, most unlucky driver, you name it. And we're ready to go racing, and we weren't far off in our prediction of 7.5 minutes, were we, for a green flag? So here we go again. Safety car will peel in, and it is Joe Ferguson from Aaron Smith from Jeff Smith as we go back racing at Thruxton. We pull the pin once again as they come out of the chicane. Green flag flies, and although Joe Ferguson leads into Allard already, Aaron Smith is having a look to get up the inside line there. It didn't work. The white car of Jeff Smith is in third place. Here we go again. Is the lead going to change at the complex? Take a big deep breath. Here comes Aaron Smith. Not going to make the move though.
Wow, Ferguson braked so late, but he got the car turned in, didn't he? Just missed the apex a little bit, but Ferguson, brilliant stuff. Jeff Smith in that white car, in that 46, he is looking super fast, but he's got company now.
He has, and the company is Matt Ayres, number 58, and then behind them is Phil Bull and Brown. Colin Peacock is behind him, bit of dust being kicked up in the background. That's nothing to worry about. But where's Ian Curley got to? He's not making progress, and Jeff Smith's in the middle of a big wobble coming through towards Goodwood. Phil Bull and Brown commits and gets up the inside, so Jeff Smith rather bullied out of the way. That's a fifth.
I think he missed a gear. He lost so much momentum. Like you say, the wiggle, I think, was where he was in a neutral. Right. Looked like he'd lost momentum, but he's back on track and he's going again.
And then number 2 is Ian Curley with a lot of work to do. Yesterday's race winner, and look at this, it is still Joe Ferguson ahead of Aaron Smith, but they make the run up Woodham Hill now. Joe Ferguson's right foot nearly through the chassis of the car, trying to squeeze every last element of power. It's 3 wide for third place as well. Jeff Smith coming back into the party, and he's up to third, so he's managed to clear the traffic.
The biggest understatement of the century was Mark Cross in my ear directing, saying, there's a battle for third behind.
In fairness, he wasn't wrong. Over the line, there you go. Phil Bullen-Brown now has got Matt Ayres alongside him. Colin Peacock has fallen back a little bit into the clutches of Nick Padmore. Now, Nick yesterday left it late, but then started to make progress late on, didn't quite time it right. What can he do here? We've only got 5.5 minutes effectively to go. Padmore, the white and blue car on the outside, puff of smoke, up to the complex.
Wow, look at Padmore looking for that switchback into Nash. Sutton moving, been pushed wide. He's going to lose momentum, but brilliant stuff from all these drivers not to have contact, especially there. And these wheels protruding, you wouldn't want to be in the top of someone.
Right, Jeff Smith still in third spot. Jeff hasn't had a win this season, and he desperately wants to change that. Nick Padmore making progress further back. Ian Curley, I am a bit worried about. Lack of pace, it seems, today for the man that dominated yesterday. He was always in that leading group. But Ferguson and Aaron Smith, not only are they squabbling, but they've got away. Jeff Smith's going to have to really dig deep, isn't he, here, to get back up with them?
Yeah, definitely. But there's still time. The only thing I will say is that Aaron Smith and Ferguson have worked so well together. They haven't really had to defend from each other. And as he said that, Smith's going to take the lead because Ferguson had a little wobble on the way in, and Jeff Smith will be looking and going, yes, please, boys.
But Ferguson manages to stay alongside. Here they come. Smith has lost his third place to Phil Bullen-Brown. There's 4 or 5 of them for third. They're side by side for the lead. Aaron Smith up the inside line, breaks as late as he does. He's done it. He's gone by. Aaron Smith leads. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Smith up front. Second as they come across the stripe is Joe Ferguson. And then for third place, who do we fancy this time to be up into third place? It's Matthew Ayres, who is in third. Phil Bullen-Brown fourth. Colin Peacock fifth. And Jeff Smith, he's down to sixth.
Wow, Jeff Smith looked like he was a dead cert to be challenging this top 2, but now he's in the pack, isn't he? So this is really, really hotting up. They're going to be watching every time they come past the pit lane. How many minutes are left? When should I make my move? But it is on now.
And the fastest lap, Kane Astin, and he's 8th. Some of that's with a tow, I'll grant you. There is Kane in the grey and yellow car, getting onto the back of Nick Padmore, who's on the back of Jeff Smith, who, by the way, is on the back of Colin Peacock, who's on the back of Phil Bullen-Brown, who ain't that far behind Matthew Ayres. Padmore lining up to have a go at Jeff Smith. Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that is right. But black and white flag for Matthew Ayres actually in the 58, so they'll be having a look at him, and it'll be through the chicane. I don't know how you can have track limits in one of these cars. You do well to use most of the track.
It's true enough. So you've got this battle for the lead and this next wave for third place, which involves the white car of Jeff Smith, the white and blue car of Nick Padmore, Kane Astin at the back of the pack. Aaron Smith still leads, but he can't shake off Joe Ferguson. These cars, don't forget, have all the aerodynamics of a block of flats. You can run together closely, they can slipstream, and because Thruxton's pretty wide and they're diminutive cars, you can go 3 abreast. Look, because they are doing for third place up to the chicane. Hello, Jeff Smith's found the accelerator once again. He's not found the brake because he goes all the way around the outside for third place.
Oh, that's super impressive, and he actually got on the brakes a little bit more, but that's going to really, really cause him a lot of grief. He's going to be in a sandwich. That's great stuff. Brilliant racing. Love that.
Up the inside goes Matt Ayres. Round the outside goes Phil Bullen-Brown. So 3 up and 2 back for Jeff Smith. Kane Astin is having a go. Here comes Nick Padmore round the outside line as well. This is all well and good, chaps, but the top 2 getting away.
Yeah, Padmore isn't battling here for a 5th or 6th place. He's battling for a podium at least, or a very win. And Jeff Smith wants to be up there too, but they've got to start working together. Otherwise, they're going to be stuffed.
Absolutely right. Can you do me one very quick favour? You just nip downstairs and hide the checkered flag. This is too good to finish in 2 minutes' time, isn't it? Here they come. Padmore then in the white and blue livery, right on the back of Smith. This is your lead battle, and it is Joe Ferguson then, who has not been a winner this year, crawling all over the back of Aaron Smith, who won the first race at Donington way back at the start of the season. Then you've got Matt Ayres in third, brackets for now, ahead of Bullen-Brown, Smith, Padmore, Astin, and Colin Peacock has dropped 8 places now. Phil Bullen-Brown goes up the inside at Church, and Jeff Smith tries to go up the inside as well. He's done it for 4th.
He's done him, and he's opened up the door, hasn't he? And Jeff Smith thought, I'll have a bit of Padmore now on the outside. Padmore's going to do both of them, and he's going to be in the tow as well.
And have a look at Kane Astin in that grey and yellow car, because he's getting a tow from everybody. The lead gap has opened up. That's not allowed, Aaron Smith. Joe Ferguson is second, and for third place, all of a sudden, Colin Peacock is third.
What?
He was 8th at the start of the lap, and he's third. Fantastic. Well done, Colin. 4th is Bullen-Brown, 5th is Astin, 6th is Ayres, 7th is Smith, 8th is Padmore, and now Phil Bullen-Brown gets back up the inside of Colin Peacock. What a race!
Oh, what a race is right. Look at this, and that is the battle to try to get on the podium. This is absolutely unbelievable. Peacock, how's he done that?
I'll get back to you on that. I'm not sure. Peacock with his tail up, that's for sure. Now trying to gain ground. This is Rick Turner in the ex-Andrew Jordan car versus Josh Canning at the chicane. They bounce and they survive. Right, good, they're still going. We've got a minute to go, and it looks as though Aaron Smith has done enough to secure the win. But as for third, not a clue.
Not a clue. Padmore's going to fancy being on the podium. Oh, coming off again.
Yeah, his sat nav slightly different from everybody else's, clearly. Damien Harrington's going to get past him. Right, lead gap's coming down. Joe Ferguson is not giving up, and they might just squeeze one more lap out of this. For third place, it is Phil Bullen-Brown ahead of Colin Peacock.
Oh, yeah, watch the switch back here. Is he going to try and get down the inside? So if he holds himself up too much, Kane Aston's going to be a bit of this, and everyone else.
Absolutely right, because you've got Padmore all over the back of Aston, and then there's Jeff Smith. Right, it's side by side for third, it's side by side for the lead. Ferguson's trying to come back on the inside, 13 seconds to go. Checkered flag might be being made ready. Hopefully we can get one more lap out of it. Smith is up to third. He's done his demon move again into the chicane. Matt Ayres is behind him. The clock's hit 3, 2 seconds, 1 second. The checkered flag is at the ready, and the checkered flag is going to be waved at Aaron Smith, who takes the race win. Second is Joe Ferguson, and third is going to be Jeff Smith across the line. Matt Ayres is fourth. Colin Peacock fifth. Then it's Phil Bullen-Brown, and Rick Turner gets turned around by Damien Harrington at the chicane. Move on, look the other way. Kane Aston was 7th, Nick Padmore 8th, Ian Curley 9th. That Summerhays was 10th, and oh dear, Rick Turner trying to hide in the little parking slot in the chicane. That's a bit like the Italian job with the handbrake turn and put it in the parking gap, isn't it? Great fun. What a shame we had the red flag, but when we got racing in, brilliant stuff. Aaron Smith, well done.
That was brilliant stuff from Aaron Smith. I thought he'd pulled the pin too early, and he got the job done, didn't he? So Aaron Smith, well done to you, but great racing. Jeff Smith, though, fair play. One more lap, I think we would have seen some proper fireworks.
Poor old Rick Turner needs the help of the marshals. What happened here, Paul?
So Rick's not really... He's just gone for his line. He didn't know that Harrington was down the inside of him. That's a shame, that, but I've been there. But he doesn't really like that... he doesn't really like that chicane too much, does he? That's 2 incidents he had there.
It is, and he's going to be given a push start to try to get into the end. Go on, Rick. There'll be a big, big cheer if he fires up.
Has he done it?
Nearly.
He's probably done 20 grand's worth of gearbox. He needs Nigel Mansell to push it along for him.
I think because the pit lane entry is on the right, this might be give up time. Oh, Rick Turner, so close. Right, we've done our bit, say one marshal's post. Now it's over to you lot.
Go on. Oh, get him over there.
I can vouchsafe for having run round here this morning that there's a slight decline towards the line, but it's not that good. It's not. Oh, he's got it going. Well done, Rick. He has got it going. Fabulous. So he is going to finish 22nd, but he gets to the end. Good on him.
And a headwind as well.
So Aaron Smith, the race winner from Joe Ferguson. What a race. Aaron Smith wins round 8 of the Goodyear Mini Miglia Challenge. Joe Ferguson second and Jeff Smith takes third. Fourth goes the way of Matthew Ayres, Colin Peacock fifth, Phil Bullen-Brown is sixth, and after that the top 10 rounded out by Kane Aston, Nick Padmore, Ian Curley and Sam Summerhays. 11th went the way of Martin Wager from Steve Ewell. Thorburn Aston was 13th, Joe Polly 14th from Josh Canning, and then you had Sean King and Josh Evans. Damien Harrington 18th, but he might get looked at. Hugh Turner won his class and Peter Hills chased him home in Mini Libra. Then it was Phil Harvey and Rick Turner made it home 22nd, which was last place, but he made it home.
Yeah, fair play to him. Do you know what was really nice is him trying to get across that line, wasn't it? So really good stuff from him. I really enjoyed that. It was a shame about the red flag, but we got what we thought we were going to get.
Absolutely right. Some excellent racing. Cars making their way then into Parc Fermé. Aaron Smith, well done. His dad is another prime mover within the Mini 7 Racing Club, so it'll be a popular result all round. And he will clamber out of the car in a moment. Jeff Smith will be there for third spot, and already as the minis arrive, there's Joe Ferguson. He will feel a bit frustrated. He was so close, wasn't he, to a win?
Yeah, he was. I thought that, honestly, Aaron had gone too early, but he timed it to perfection. Something happened, didn't it? There was a moment somewhere, because that gap went wider, and then all of a sudden it was closed up again. So yeah, it was great though, and that slipstream round here really counts, and he's made up, so he should be.
Well done, Aaron Smith. Mickey Butler from Goodyear is there. Jeff Smith congratulates them as well. Right, we've got more racing to come at Thruxton, but more importantly of all, Paul and I need a lie down after all of that. Time for a break, and single seaters the other side of it.
You're watching the Kwik British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, we're here at the annual BTCC season launch at a glorious Brands Hatch. I don't think we've been blessed with this type of weather for our season launch event for a few years. We're just setting up our amazing photo shoot with all of the cars for this season lining up behind us. It might look simple, but it actually takes a good hour or so to set up. Jacob behind us is already up in the cherry picker at the height that we need for him to get the great shot, and we've got ITV ready with the drones and other camera work. It's a busy part of the morning, but after this we go into tracking laps and then move on to the test and welcoming our fans along, where we're expecting, by the sounds of it, well over 10,000 people today, so it's going to be a great day.
So I always find it quite fun because you kind of know how you're ranked in terms of like the organisers, you know, depending on what row you're on. I always find that quite funny. If I'm way down the back, I'll probably be like, oh, I've obviously not had a great season the year before.
This is my home circuit, so I was up very much the crack of dawn still. I think I left my house at like 6 a.m. Got here just before 7 for the early morning shots.
We had to have all the cars on the start and finish straight for grid photos, so they were all lined up 4x4 with all the drivers stood next to them with their helmet. After that we do some tracking shots where we drive around 4 abreast, try not to crash into each other and get some cool shots of the cars all out close together, looking shiny before the season starts. I saw some bumps actually, so I was on the second row, so I feel like as my career's advanced I've got further and further up the grid, so maybe next year I could be on that front row, but I did see some wing mirrors rub.
The photographers look like they're hanging on for dear life, hanging out the back of some car trying to get the shot. And the circuit just about takes 4 abreast, but our mirrors, our brand new cars, the team has just polished them all with new stickers on, they're brand new. We're like inch by inch perfect going down the straights in first gear, which is really horrible like this.
It's not easy because we get way too close and way too competitive and usually start leaving door marks and stuff on each other.
Yeah, it all wasn't perfect. We were 4 wide around Brands Hatch, very tight and twisty, and there was a few scratches on my car for the media shots. So yeah, I think it's just to show how close the championship's going to be.
5 days of top-class racing at glorious Goodyear.
Scandinavia surges to the lead. Scandinavia. Kirat has stolen the Sussex daylight robbery.
Turning into a cracking year, isn't it, mate?
Ultra tough. Well, will land another Group 1.
Do you mind moving over here, madam? The horses are coming down.
We are set for 4 fantastic days here at York.
It has worked perfectly for Godolphin in the Juddmonte International. Mini Hawk beginning to power away in the Yorkshire Oaks. Explorer takes it up for Australia in the Nudthorpe.
There is so much to look forward to.
Schwalleman, winner of the Ebor in 2022, wins the Lonsdale Cup.
Well, we saw a brilliant King George yesterday at Ascot with Kalpana winning it, and we've got 2 brilliant summer festivals to look forward to on ITV Racing over the next few weeks. Glorious Goodwood gets underway on Tuesday through to Saturday, and York's Ebor Festival will be live with us on ITV Racing from the 19th to the 22nd of August, and we've got some outstanding equine talent to look forward to next week. Trawlerman versus Scandinavia in the Goodwood Cup. We've got an enthralling Sussex Stakes between Bow Echo and Stad Locking Horns again taking on the Elders, and Diamond Necklace in the Nassau. Plenty to look forward to, and duels on the Downs coming your way next week at Goodwood. We had a duel on the track in the Mini Miglia Challenge a few moments ago after racing resumed after a red flag, and winning the battle was Aaron Smith from Joe Ferguson. But the fight for third was enthralling, and it was Jeff Smith that won that. Ding dong. We can join Lou, who's catching up with the 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Ollie. Hugely entertaining race, as always. How much did you enjoy that one? It's always better when it ends with a win, isn't it?
I mean, it was absolutely awesome from my point of view. We was having a great battle there, me and Joe, and I was just like, come on, like, we've got to get away here. And yeah, I mean, I can't ask for more. Like, it was fantastic.
You managed to break out quite a lead at one point. Paul was speculating about the fact that you might have gone too early, but you controlled it well.
All we had to do was just keep not fighting, and like we'd just make progress. All the time we could see them fighting in the background. It was like they was never going to come to us. So it was like, right, just keep your head down, let's go.
Well done, well done. And Joe, let's bring you in here at this point. Just that little wobble after the restart allowed Aaron to get past.
Yeah, it keeps cutting out. I've got a fueling issue with the car. Every time coming through church, right at the top end, spluttering, and I timed it to perfection, popped it out, and it just spluttered, and I just dropped right back. And thankfully enough, we were far enough ahead of the rest of the other drivers to bring it home second.
Bad luck for that one. Right, we think we've got time for a very quick word with Jeff Smith. Jeff, it's typical Minis. It was like, could have been any one of 7 people who got the P3 at the end of that race, but well done, it was you.
Yeah, I just got the toe at the right point, and if you do that, you just fly by everything. It's like you've suddenly got 20 horsepower more. Maybe Mr. Gow helped me out, I don't know.
Very much doubt that. You're still loving your racing, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Turned 60 in March, and yeah, still loving it just as much as I ever have. Big thank you to Mini 7. Pyro for prepping a brilliant car, and Swift Tune for an amazing engine.
Well done, good stuff. Lovely to see you out there still. Right, and out on track now, we've got some of the youngsters. It's the F4 drivers, so let's go over to Phil and to Richard to talk us through this one.
Thanks, Lou. Here's the grid then for round 18 of the Wera Tools F4 British Championship. Jabba Al-Sabah, first pole for him and for Excel. Lewis Wera alongside Theo Palmer, Ethan Jeffel with row 2. Dries van Langendonk and Ethan Lennon on the 3rd row. Row 4, Jarrett Clark and George Proudford-Nolder. Then it's Tommy Harfield and Adam Alazari. Joseph Smith and Cameron Nelson complete your top dozen. Chiara Battig and Scotkin Lindblom from Henry Mercier and Piotr Oriovsky. Then it's Roman Felber and Leon Headfors on row 9. Following them, Timo Jungling and Kit Bolowski. Mate Kovahidze is next with Cash Felber. Then it's Ethan Carney and Jackson Walney on row 12. Alfie Slater and Sun Anju with Hani Sadiq and Daniela Sutton completing the grid. We've also lost Cole Hewitson. We were talking about Carrera Ferrand, who left us off the first race, and I saw Cole Hewitson on his way from the circuit. Very disappointed, but not bitter, and still quite cheerful as ever Cole is with his mum, but they decided to go home and try and make the best of the rest of the day, I think.
Yeah, good idea. I mean, what a shame for him not to be doing the final race of the day, but his teammate here will be supporting him, who's on pole, and this is the fastest lap of qualifying, so Al-Sabah has done a fantastic job there, and let's see if he can do the job for Excel.
Question being asked for whether he's quite far forward. Are we talking the wing, or are we talking the front wheels?
No, he's fine. The single seaters, it's the front wheels, so he's actually too far back at the minute. In Porsches and in other categories, I know that you've got to have the whole car behind the white line, but the yellow line is for the front wheel to be lining up with.
Here we go, ready for the start then. Al-Sabah and Lewis Wera on the front row of the grid. Al-Sabah's first. I'll tell you what, the nerves held up well there for Jabba, but it's a very, very quick start around the outside, and Al-Sabah coming under pressure as they go through Allard for the first time, and the Excel driver is now being challenged for the lead by Joseph Smith. Got a quick start again, didn't he, Joseph Smith here? Had a penalty on the interim bit, which we'll talk about later on. He's got up to P2, but Al-Sabah, the 16-year-old Q80, rapid start, good defence as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think he managed. Oh, there's that Slater. Is that Lennon? Oh, Lennon. I think it's. Oh, no, that is Slater, I think. 27. Yeah, he's quite a bit of damage there as well. So, yeah, real shame for him. But, yeah, back to Well, who got back up to second, I think, from that poor start that he had. Dries van Langendonk, I thought, had a good start as well. But, oh, no, it's not. It is Lennon, yeah. Lennon is out with a lot of damage there. Real shame for him. He's had so much pace this weekend. And we're on board with Jeff Hall here, who's had a better weekend as it went into the weekend. As he got into race 2, he got a 3rd place, but a terrible first race. But look at that, Clark down the inside of Van Langendonk. He made some contact early on and got a penalty in race 2, but that was a great move down the inside and made a great move on Dries.
Yeah, he did. He had a good go, didn't he? And I bet Dries was a little bit worried there that the meeting might end up with another bit of contact, but hopefully all the drivers through that. Coming into the yellow flag zone, rather than safety car, hopefully, fingers firmly crossed, Phil, that we get an incident-free race. We don't want to finish under a yellow or have a red.
It looks like he's slowed down quite a lot, though, doesn't he, the leader? But, yeah, maybe they're trying something different. Oh, no. Okay. Jungling as well. He's had that's an unusual place to have an off, if it is an off, or is he just parked it there? As we can see, Jeff Hall here in 3rd place, all over the back of Werrell, as Werrell is trying to attack hard on Al-Sabah, but safety car is out.
Just as I said, we wanted an incident-free race. We get one. There is Ethan Lennon. He's out of the car and okay, which is the good news for Ethan, who, of course, has won 2 reverse grid races, one at Donington Park, the first event of the year, and also the one that we didn't see, one of the last time out at Zandvoort took a win.
They are just looking at his legs. Obviously, he's had a nasty impact as he's gone into the wall. His left leg has obviously hit something in the footwell, but Jeff Hall, great start from there, bad start from Wera. And sorry, we're on board with Jeff Hall. We were earlier, weren't we? Has it changed? This is Smith, isn't it? Has it changed to Smith for this round?
It is Ethan Jeff Hall made the start. We thought it was Smith that made the.
Yeah, we did, didn't we? Yeah. But it was Jeff Hall was all over the back of him there. Matt almost got the lead, but then Wera got a good run coming off the second part of the complex and back into P2.
So many drivers capable of winning in these F4 races now. I mean, obviously, Wera, Ethan Jeff Hall was in the mix well, and you've got to add Al Sabah to the mix now with his pole position qualifying. His best result so far, Phil, Al Sabah, have come in reverse grid races, so this is new territory for him, psychologically, if nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's fantastic for him. We are actually quite surprised that he's managed to keep that lead as well with that much pressure. And the amount of top drivers who have won races, leading championships, these guys all behind him, look, all fighting for the lead, and he managed to keep them all behind him. But that little bit of contact there, I'm not sure. I think was that with Palmer, one of the high-tech cars.
Possibly, yeah.
And there's just there's not enough room there to be able to stay out the wall. So real shame for Lennon there. We'll see this once again as they're coming out of the final part. There's just the tiniest bits of contact, and it just sends him hard into the wall. And that's why I think they were looking at his leg. That his left ankle has obviously taken a hit. But and then we've got Jungling as well, who's out the race.
And fair play to Timo Jungling. So many youngsters just walk away. He's there helping his mechanics get the car back. You know, I always admire that when the youngsters help out.
Yeah, no, it's impressive stuff. It's good for them to be involved, and it's good to be a team player. And yeah, he's there's not much damage to that car, is there? So it's not sure exactly what happened to him. But yeah, not good for the JHR driver. But he's going to be. They might leave that car, you know. It's out the way. It's hard into the wall, so it's...
Yeah, you've got the huge runoff there, so the chances of another car going in the same spot, you'd have to say, are small, but you just never know. So the decision won't be taken by race control lightly, for sure. They will want to get the racing, and they'll be mindful, Phil, of the races we've had so far. Obviously, we had the stoppages yesterday, and we finished under red flag conditions, didn't we? We're not abandoned those. Half point. It was half points in the end, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I thought it might be with only there was 8 minutes left of that race.
Yeah. And then we had the finishing under a safety car this morning. Yeah. So the officials are, you know, one of the things that the first concern is always driver safety and the safety of everybody as the race continues. Second concern is trying to give everybody, the spectators and the drivers, value for money in terms of what they will see on the racetrack. So Ian Watson and Andy Butler and all the team of the BARC, British Automobile Racing Club, actually based here at Thruxton, of course, will have everybody's interest in mind to try and get them the best value and the spectators' best value that they can.
They might
car coming in. Apparently,
so they're going to leave the car out there, but they'll probably leave some yellow flags for a lap or two, just to keep reminding the drivers that there is a car in the barrier. But they will take them in after a while because they'll have to let the race, carry on as it is.
Yep, so that's the decision. And now Al Sabah, who's so far has had pretty much everything thrown at him. He had a very frenetic start, had a good start, fended that off well. Now he's got to do, I think, his first safety car restart as well, with Lewis Wera, erstwhile championship leader, in the mix as well. Ethan Jeff Hall, he's got star-studded lineup behind him, isn't he? So it's great that he is in that club of drivers at the front now.
Absolutely, yeah. It's never easy to do a start the way he did. He got off the line perfectly off pole. It's definitely not easy to do a safety car restart because you just don't know when to go. You don't know how far to let the safety car get in front of you. You don't know how fast to go or slow to go. You don't know how much weaving to do. Especially if this is all talking about your first attempt. And then the biggest thing is, when do you actually go? So let's see, as he's weaving up to the final chicane, the best thing to do is just make it look like you're still weaving, and then as soon as you do one of your weaves, get back on the gas and try and catch the guy in second out, which is exactly what he's just done. He's done a good job, but it looks like Wera has gone with him.
Yeah, Wera was, I think, up to the challenge there, wasn't he? So he hasn't lost too much time, and he will certainly be keen to add to his tally of wins. Will Lewis Wera, third place Ethan Jeff Hall, Dries van Langendonk, and we've got 3 of the top 4, Phil, are all rookies, and that is how strong this year's first-year driver crop is.
Absolutely. As well has a big lock up there as he's breaking into the complex, and as they come through the second part, Al Sabah still doing a fantastic job.
George Proudfoot-Nolde in the mix there, dicing with Josie Smith. Tommy Harfield just ahead of him as well. Happy with his podium in race 2, the reverse grid race, Tommy, but hoping for a little bit better over the course of the season. Al-Azhari getting stuck in there and about to make a move.
That was a bit of contact there as well. I think that was with Smith. Yeah, I was just getting Smith and Jeff all mixed up earlier. It was yeah, Smith was a fast starter early on in the weekend in the second race, and this time it was Jeff Hall. As we see Mercier here battling with head force, I think that is.
Yep.
Yeah, he's that's 14th and 15th. So it's just fighting all the way through the grid with all these 30 cars. Well, 28 in this race. As we can see, a move on the lead. Well, trying to go down the inside. There's a lock-up from Alzabar, but he's managed to keep the lead, and now he's going to be under pressure from Jeff Hall.
What a great view we've got of the lead battle in British F4. Werrell pulls across to the inside as they head round Allard. Is this defensive? He's still attacking the race leader. Ethan Jeff Hall senses a gap. Can he go for the inside as they come up in towards the complex? Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave corners upcoming, and he's side by side for P2 at the moment. Can he do it? Werrell's going to hang on to it for the moment. Werrell's still trying to defend and challenging for the lead at the same time.
Yeah.
He really has got his hands full here. And Ethan Jeff Hall wants to make better with what happened yesterday, but he also is going to be mindful for the black and orange right behind. Well, no, he isn't. He's going to worry about trying to get up into P2 at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, he's doing a great job of deciding which the thing to do. Either go for the move on the outside, go into the complex, or back out and try and get the run off the complex and get a good run into Noble. But he has actually lost a little bit of time through Goodwood, so that's going to be under pressure from Dries van Langendonk. But then you've got Clark as well, who's all over the back of the McLaren driver. So this is a great fight all the way down to 5th, 6th, 7th. Hartfield's there as well in the mix. As you can see further back, we've got Clark that's trying to pass Dries. Jeff Hall, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he is. That was on lap 5, so we'll see whether he can improve on that again. He's very much in the battle with Werrell for P2. Van Langendonk a little bit further back. Clark's little challenge on Dries didn't really come to anything on that one, but he's nibbling away. That's what you've got to show, the constant pressure on the drivers in front. Now, looking at the grid for this one, I mentioned yesterday, this is the first weekend of F4 we've had this year. We haven't had a double pole sitter. So that's how competitive the session was. I think 7,000ths of a second between first and second in this race. So Jabba Al-Sabah, superb run, but everybody else keeping him honest, and they're doing so in the race here. Werrell the chaser, who's in the best position here? It's got to be race leader.
Yeah, it definitely obviously is, but I think Alzabar is doing an amazing job. I genuinely thought he might get swallowed up quite early by the guys who have all been winning races and fighting for the championship, but he's doing a great job. But I think Jeff Hall is the one that's looking the most racy. He's obviously going to want to get some points. It's one of the Fortec cars. I think that's Carney. Oh, big spin there. Is that...
That's Sun Andrew,
That's Alex Sun, yeah.
Sun, yeah.
He's had a big moment as he's come through Goodwood. He should get going again, actually. It wasn't, I don't think there was any contact. The grass is very dry, so plenty of grip on there. But yeah, going back to Jeff Hall, I feel like he was the most racy, although he's made a mistake because he's dropped back from Werrell, and now Van Langendonk is all over the back of him. So Werrell is going to have some space, some breathing space now, and able to go for the lead.
Yeah, as soon as these battles change, it just changes the complexion of the race as Jarrett Clark starts to have another go as well. And we've got
Palmer around the outside.
Yeah, Palmer in 7th, yesterday's race winner. He's going to have that Thruxton confidence, isn't he, from the win? And he does, passes Jarrett Clark.
Clark's now got a good run off the complex, though, so he should be able to repass him before Noble. So it was a great move from Palmer, but yeah, he was out of position, but now he's going to go down the inside, trying to squeeze, but then Clark's got the inside for the next corner. As you can see, Hartfield defending hard there as well from Joseph Smith.
And there's no overtaking in F4, apparently. People haven't been watching properly, have they? Those that say that. It's a great formula, so competitive. We're going to see them at Donington, I think, next time as well. The GP circuit, one of my favourite configurations on the calendar. It's almost like we get the best circuits at the end, last part of the year, which is superb for us. But look at Al-Sabah, regardless of how this finishes, superb performance this weekend, getting pole, soaking up the pressure from the start. He's made a mistake there. Look at the momentum he's lost now. And Lewis Werrell is going to feel his way up the inside and try and get the lead. But Al-Sabah goes wheel to wheel with him. Werrell's got the line here, though, surely.
Oh, fair play from Alzabar. He's squeezed him so tight, didn't give up, and he's managed to keep that momentum through T1. He's put himself under a lot of pressure here now, as well as going on the outside, which is the inside for the next spot. Please, no contact. We want to have a great race to the end here. Absolutely fantastic drive from Alzabar.
Yeah, proper F4 racing, and look, it's changing the complexion of it all again. Ethan Jeff Hall starts to close up again. Our onboard camera back with P2. This is going to maybe affect what Lewis Werrell can do in terms of Al-Sabah, the race leader at the moment, but he's so far soaked up everything that's been thrown at. He's been under a huge amount of pressure. The restart, the start itself, and the challenge for the lead as well. And he's coming through this with flying colours at the moment.
He certainly is, yeah. That little mistake did hurt him, but he's now going to come back to that corner that he made a mistake at, and he's going to be thinking, I need to take it a little bit easier. I can't carry too much speed through the first part because it hurts the second part and I lose momentum. So he will brake a little bit earlier. He will try and get it back onto the apex through the right. We just went a little bit wide again. He just needs to tidy himself up through the last chicane there. But no, he's done a good job, and now he's going to push Wera back into Jeff Hall.
Yeah, superb F4 racing at its best. The Wera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Remember, this is an international single-seater category. It's why the drivers come here to the UK to have a go at this, and Werrell's having a go at the race lead, looks one way, then gets it all back in line. He'll be having a look in the mirrors at Ethan Jeff Hall. He's got our onboard camera. He's in third place at the moment, but it's Al Sabah still under pressure. They go on to the fastest part of the circuit now. What can Wera do? He wants to get back into the championship lead. He wants to get back into second place in the championship at the moment, because remember, it's Theo Palmer second in the standings as we come into this race, and Palmer not that far back as well in sixth position, but it's the 83 car that continues to lead. Tell you what, we can't really write off Dries van Langendonk as well at the moment with 10 minutes to go, because he's in a very healthy fourth place over Jarrett Clark.
Yeah, I was just thinking that he's all over the back of him, and I feel like he's just waiting for something to happen here. Jeff Hall, I thought he would have made a move on Wera by now, but it's just obviously so hard to pass around here, even though we've got such a good slipstream. The best place is obviously into the two heavy braking zones, but the difficult thing is for the final chicane is you've got to go to the outside. The next one is the complex. As you can see, there's a battle there between Clark and Palmer.
Yeah.
So Palmer, who is second in the championship, he's trying to make another place up. As you can see, another lock-up from Wera, another running wide there for Al Sabah. So I feel like Jeff Hall is just watching this happen, and then again Dries is looking what's going on ahead. There's going to be some action. We've got 10 minutes to go. There's mistakes happening. There's a lot of tyre wear. This circuit is so hard on tyres. We've got a spin there from Belovsky. Oh, and Sun has now run into the into the side of him. That's going to be another safety car. That's not a nice accident at all. And that was just a small mistake. You've not got a great deal of grip there. I think you need to pull over and get the car out of the way. That's a heavy hit. What a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame for Daniela. Had a joint best result in race 2, and you know, we've talked about the massive step that Daniela's made up from Fiesta racing. I know Tommy Harfield did it, but had more testing as the battle goes on for the lead as well. And here comes Wera, fires the car down the inside, can't quite get the overlap, grabs the curve, and they'll come into complete another lap, but it's Al Sabah still there with 9 minutes to go. I reckon we'll get another safety car as they cross the line. Now, is the safety car a good thing for Al Sabah here, or a bad thing in your opinion?
It's not a bad thing at all, I don't think, because he's under pressure anyway, so it just gives him a little chance to reset.
Run down the clock a little bit for him.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, the clock will count down, and he'll be gaining time in the lead still, but the car's out the way there. The Fortec car of Belovsky is gone. Sutton is out the car, so maybe they will run a yellow flag for a little while. Oh, we've got puncture there for Mercier. He's having a nightmare after such great pace at the start of the weekend.
Yeah.
It's all action.
That's a shame. So not a good lap for Chris Titman Racing, with 2 cars effectively coming out of it. Great pity. Chris was in good form this morning when I had the chat. Safety car board is out, as you can see, and it's going to slow things down. That is Roman
Felber.
I nearly said Belinsky. That was a few years ago, wasn't it?
Then you got Belovsky as well.
Yeah. We were talking about Roman Belinsky a while back, and particularly about here with his Jessa Junior days. But
that was Sadiq as well. He's in the pit, so
it's all got a little bit bananas, hasn't it?
It certainly has.
So yeah, we'll have a safety car or a hydration break, call it what you will. Actually, they're not rehydrating, are they? To be perfectly honest, but
no, not in this. It's a shame with another 8 minutes to go. I'm sure that we can get this cleared up quickly and get this race back underway, because we definitely want to see some more action. It's been fantastic
so far though, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely brilliant, yeah. I am well impressed with Al Sabah. His spatial awareness every time they come into the 2 chicanes, the last chicane and the first complex, is so good. He's aware of where that car is behind him. He's leaving just enough space, but also, you know, leaning on them hard enough. So yeah, very impressed. As we see here, oh, it's his teammate that's given him the puncture. So that spin happened there, but further ahead, I think that's Peter from the CDR car. Big contact there as well for Sutton.
I don't think Daniela could have done anything to get out of that either.
No, she was trying to avoid it, but yeah, there's a little bit of contact. So Mercier loses front wing. No, sorry, Peter loses his front wing, and gave Mercier the puncture, whilst his teammate Sutton is hitting the Fortec car. That's literally three CDR cars
gone. Yeah, there is Daniela. She was funny this morning. I was having a chat with her this morning, just as she was getting ready for the first race, and I said, "How's Mum and Dad?" And she said, "Oh, Dad's just gone past in his pajamas." But apparently Dan says he wasn't in his jammies, apparently.
Oh, well, is that just what he wears?
Apparently, yeah. I won't tell you the story about Rachel. We'll be thrown off air, but anyway, lovely people. And yeah, disappointing for them, which is a shame. But Daniela doing a good job, you know, with her background, coming up from Fiesta Junior, big step. No testing over the course of, you know, not lots of testing. Tommy Harford, when he came in from Fiesta Juniors, had a fair bit of you know, sort of running in the season before, and BRSCC Fiesta Scholarship winner originally as well, Daniela, and always a smile for us as well. I don't think she knew the camera was on, but clearly okay.
Yeah, she'll be fine. Yeah, obviously she's having the hydration break, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely.
Water. But yes, let's see if we can get this race back underway. So there's 6 minutes left. We are going to have another lap of the safety car by the looks of it. And let's see what Alzabar can do. But yeah, so far so good. Let's see if Jeff Hoare and Van Langendonk can do anything about Wera.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as they get going. Our race leader, as I said, just 16 years of age, comes from Kuwait. It's done a little bit of racing with F4, the UAE F4 Championship, which tends to take place in the winter. Third in the rookie standings at the moment, so you know, kind of arrived really on the lead scene this weekend. Bases himself in London and looks after himself very well indeed. There is Daniela's car getting ready to be taken back. They've got a few weeks break, I think, with a little bit of testing in between there now and the next one as well.
They're out at Donington on Thursday, I think, all the F4s in preparation for the next round.
So the cars that are damaged this weekend, there's a lot of work to do to get them out very quickly,
Thursday,
not just about the next round, is it? Oh,
yeah.
okay, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, so it's yeah, the teams, I mean, they do it over a weekend, don't they? Look at Argentina yesterday. Sure. They managed to fix all their damage. Obviously not for our newcomer to the championship, Carrera. He obviously isn't out, but yeah, the teams know exactly how to rebuild these cars as long as there's not too much damage to the tub, which is the carbon fibre chassis. If that's cracked, then that's got to be sent away to Tatus and fixed, and yeah, and then they've got to rebuild it again. But this is the only car I think that's in the way, so I'm hoping that once we've got Sutton's car out of the way, then we can get this race underway again.
Yeah, shame for Daniel. As I mentioned, she'd had a joint best result in race 2, scored points by improving on the racing start position, so got points on the championship board and did well. So at least there are good points for her to take away from this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. I think I see that Mercier is back out. So Sutton's teammate Mercier had a puncture from his other teammate. He's back out at the back of the grid now, so see if he can fight through. But let's see if Alzabar can do another one of his mega restarts. He's gone.
Yeah, that looks a little bit better this time. He thought, what could I have done better from the previous time? Oh, and what's happened there with Werrell?
Yeah, that's given Alzabar a mega start there, because Werrell has just been caught out, made a terrible restart, and now he's going to be under pressure from Jeff Hoare. So Werrell is struggling for grip there. Jeff Hoare is going to have to attack soon if he wants to try and chase that leader down, because Alzabar has checked out.
That could be a defining moment of this race. They'll be greeted by the green flag next time as they come around, but this is open space now for Alzabar. And to be fair, that's not a gift of a race for him, because he's earned that top slot through what he's done in the early part of this race, plus the qualifying. Here's a way down the road, and Dries van Langendonk going for third place. Now this is a turn up for the books. I thought that the challenge was going to be on for P2, but it's third and fourth place. What can Dries do? It's the Mercedes driver versus the McLaren Junior now.
It certainly is, yeah, but then you've got Clark and Palmer as well coming in hot, so can Clark do anything about Dries, or can Dries do anything about Jeff Hoare? But absolutely, it's McLaren v Mercedes. That's happening a lot in F1 at the minute, and we'll see if it's going to happen again in the F4 race.
It could well do. Look at the lead that Alzabar has got. This is going to be big news for XL. and of course took a win last year. Was it Chase Fernandez with Excel took the reverse grid race?
I think he did,
reverse grid at Donington Park. But this is the first time, I think, that they go for a win fastest off the front. And Alcibar's looked like that. He's been getting better and better. He's bedded himself in the car. And you look at driver development and development of results that he's done, this is perhaps not a surprise because he's been climbing up the order all season.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's very impressive. But Wera has been released by these two because they're battling. So if Wera can get his head down, he might be able to do something and be able to chase Alcibar down, because these two are still battling hard, which they have been all year. Oh, you can see Jeff Hall just had a bit of a moment on the final part of the complex. Now Van Langendonk has got a run. Is he going to be able to throw it down the inside going into Goodwood? We'll have a look. It doesn't look like he's got enough momentum there, but he has got the right line to get through Goodwood and have a go into up into Church and then up into the final chicane.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can do it. Certainly he's got to be mindful of his mirrors with Clark as well. And Dries will know that he wants to score some points here. I'm not saying it's going to hold him back. He'll go for the position if he can do it, but there will be a little bit of mindset thinking. Not a great win, not a great weekend so far, as Clark starts to have a run. Yeah, here comes Clark, and he's got the right line here with 3 wide. Is Clark going to get the move?
Yeah, they're all just trying to be a bit more sensible this time, aren't they?
Yeah.
A lot of these guys, they need to just keep collecting points rather than doing some silly moves. But yeah, Jeff Hall is definitely struggling for speed at the minute. Van Langendonk is all over him, and Clark is just wondering what to do and when he should fight, when he should go for a move.
Here comes Dries again, has a quick look, real cat and mouse here in F4 as they come into the complex once again. And Dries Van Langendonk trying absolutely everything to get past the man who nudged him out of the way in race number 1, accidentally of course, but he still had the penalty as Dries championship. He'll be championship leader regardless after this race. He's got such a good lead in the championship, which surprised me. When you think back, race 1 was half points, but Alcibar's still there. I tell you what, Wera is getting on the case of Alcibar again, isn't he?
3 tenths behind him, so yeah, he was 7 tenths a lap ago. He's now 3 tenths, so he might be able to do something, especially when he doesn't need to worry about his mirrors anymore. Obviously with Jeff Hall out the way, and you've got Hartfield here, as well as, that's Palmer, isn't it? So they're battling hard all race. As you can see, once again, and slipstream is coming into play as they come up the hill into the final chicane. Is Dries going to try and send it round the outside? I don't know whether it's going to work. He's there, though. He's there. He's done the inside. And now Jeff Hall runs wide. That's going to give him the place. Is Jeff Hall going to squeeze him onto the grass? They're still side by side. Van Langendonk's got the momentum, though. Is Clark going to try and get past Jeff Hall?
That makes you wonder. The last black board's going out. He's got through. Now Jarrett Clark's going to squeeze through as well. What is Ethan Jeff Hall going to feel about that move at the chicane?
I mean, they were side by side all the way in there. I don't know if there was any contact, but here we go. A move on the lead there. Werrell has a big slide there, so he nearly got past Alcibar, but Alcibar's covered it off once again.
Jabba Alcibar, the race leader, has done lots of hard work, so he's going to be absolutely gutted if he can't get it to the flag. But we'll see whether Werrell can take the battle to him in the last lap here at Thruxton. What a great way this should be to finish our British F4 Championship weekend. And it's Alcibar still there. Werrell might get the run, as you said, Phil. That last run up the hill, up Brooklands Hill, into the club chicane could be key and will be key.
It's flat out through Church, so it's going to be very difficult unless any moment happens for Alcibar, but Werrell is not quite close enough. He's not going to get the slipstream. It's not going to be effective enough as he comes into the braking zone. I think Alcibar's got that one covered off as long as he makes no mistakes, as there's big moves going on for Hartfield. Oh, a little bit of a moment there. Is Alcibar going to keep it? Yeah. It looks like he is.
Here he comes out of the chicane. It's a maiden win from pole position, and hard-earned, well-earned for Jabba Alcibar. The 16-year-old Kuwaiti takes his first win. Another first-time winner. 11 different winners in the championship this year. Lewis Werrell second. Dries Van Langendonk third place from Ethan Jeff Hall. It's a rookie podium completely. So it's a double podium for the rookies. Alcibar, Werrell, Van Langendonk, Jeff Hall fourth, Tommy Hartfield in fifth place, and the top 6 wrapped up by Theo Palmer.
Absolutely amazing job from Alcibar. This is one of the best drives I've seen from a rookie who's managed to keep a lot of the big players behind him. And obviously with Werrell, Van Langendonk and Jeff Hall in second, third and fourth, I'm mega impressed with Alcibar.
We've seen he's earned that result, hasn't he? From earning pole position, from getting it off the line well under huge pressure, 2 safety car restarts, which he held exemplary, and soaking up the challenges throughout the course of that race. Magnificent performance.
Yeah, big credit to Excel as well. That's their first win of the year.
Yeah,
they deserve that, especially with obviously losing a car in this race. Hewitson not racing. So, yeah, fair play to Excel.
super result. Round 18 of the Wera Tools F4 British Championship here at Thruxton. Jabba Al-Sabar, a first win for him. Congratulations, young man. Lewis Wera in second from Dries van Langendonk. Ethan Jeff Hall fourth from Tommy Harfield and Theo Palmer. Joseph Smith in seventh ahead of Cameron Nelson. Chiara Battig came through up into the top 10. She's ninth from Adam Al-Azari, completing the points scorers. Ethan Carney 11th from Leon Headforce, then Jackson Wolney from Alfie Slater and Cash Felber. Mate Kovahidze in 16th from Hani Sadiq and Henry Mercier. Peter Oriovsky in 19th and Sun Anju Alexson, if you want to call him that as well. 20th from George Proudford Nolder, then Jarrett Clark. Problems for Roman Felber, Kit Malowski, Daniela Sutton, Scott Kin Lindblom. So that's our race result. Standings as we head into a little break for F4. They won't be with us at Knockhill, but Dries van Langendonk 41 points clear. Lewis Werrell in second from Theo Palmer, so Werrell back up into P2. Palmer third, Ethan Jeff Hall in fourth from Scott Kin Lindblom. George Proudford Nolder still in sixth from Adam Al-Azari. Ethan Lennon, Tommy Harfield and Jabba Al-Sabar complete the top 10. In the rookies, it's Van Langendonk from Werrell and Al-Sabar. Cameron Nelson in fourth from Timo Jungling. Leon Headforce completing the top 6. I think in the teams championship, it's still going to be High Tech, who still lead and had a good lead coming into this round as well. Cars coming down into Parc Ferme. Celebrations are due and winners' interviews. We'll have those for you in just a couple of minutes. Please stay with us.
Stick around, guys. You're not going to want to miss what's next.
We'll start with you, Josh. First memory of BTCC as a kid, and also if there was a car in BTCC history that you would love to drive, what would it be?
We'll go backwards because it's easy. I want to drive an E30 M3. That's
great choice.
That's the one I would like. And my first memory of touring cars, I can't really remember, to be honest. You know, obviously being on the Toka package, you're often, when you're like in Clio Cup or something, you're really focused on what you're doing rather than watching the touring car races. But I must say, I do remember the Rockingham, Matt Neal, Jason Plato scuffle. Like, that was amazing.
Charles, your first memory of the championship and a car you'd love to drive?
Obviously, we'll remember that one at Rockingham. That was great. Really, I mean, when I first started watching it properly was 2009 with Colin Turkington in the RAC B&W. That was, you know, some of my earliest memories properly of watching British touring cars with my dad. But certainly, like, it was almost full circle then when I then went into West Surrey Racing. I had Colin coaching me last season. You know, I was pipping myself against him in some test days, and yeah, it was really, that was a really, really cool experience. And that's my earliest memory of British touring cars, really.
And would it be that RAC car that you'd like to drive, if you could drive one?
Oh, sorry, we had that as well. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say an E30 as well, because that's really, really cool.
Tough.
I know, you're out of it. So I'll go the 318i Super Tourer, because that was really cool.
I knew he was going to stay on brand. wouldn't move away.
It's got to be rear-wheel drive, isn't it, for me?
And Nick, yourself?
So I never really watched British touring cars when I was a kid.
I don't blame you.
I was busy following Lewis and watching Formula One, and it was my friend actually that was a huge touring car fan. He was watching all the season previews and reviews and all that sort of stuff. And there was like Anthony Reid, and he was in the MG,
yep,
which was like black with like the green stripe over the top.
Another great West Surrey car.
Yeah, it was West Surrey. Yeah, it was.
And that's all I can remember as a kid. That's my first thought of it. Yeah, I had no idea about British touring cars, and now it's a massive part of my life.
Well, a few moments ago, we rounded off the Wera F4 Championship weekend with a stop-start race with safety cars, but overcoming the challenge for a maiden win was the 16-year-old Kuwaiti Jabba Al-Sabar. It was an outstanding drive, and he led a rookie podium alongside Lewis Werrell and Dries van Langendonk. And Johnny Palmer's standing by to chat to them.
Finish, wasn't it, from Jabba Al-Sabar, despite the pressure for the young Kuwaiti driver. You're grinning from ear to ear because, I mean, that really is a meaningful win, I get the feeling.
We had such a hard first half of the year. Now to come away with a win is amazing. It's such a good feeling.
Especially because there was actually some late pressure because you'd gapped Lewis and then he was starting to pressurise you in the closing stages. So were you starting to worry at all?
All under control, mate. Don't you worry. It's all under control.
I mean, where did you feel you were most likely to be caught. It seemed to concertina into the final chicane there.
I wasn't even thinking. It was just such a hard race. It was so hard, but we came away to win, so can't say much about it then.
The safety car as well, and those interruptions, we had a few of those earlier on in the day as well. You have to have the ability to think on your feet and not let that affect you.
Yeah, it was fine. Like, time's going down when we have safety car, and I thought I managed it pretty well, but lacking a tiny bit of pace, but we came away with a win, so I'm not going to complain a single bit.
And nor should you. Congratulations, Jabba. Let's have a quick word with Lewis Wera, who, well, you gave it a late charge. You'd actually dropped back off Jabba for a little bit, but then kind of found a second wind.
Yeah, I mean, overall this weekend's been very tricky. Got taken out in race 2 earlier on. So just wanted to keep it on the road this time, really, and yeah, got a decent start, kept second and stayed behind Jabba for a little while. Well, I think Ethan was quicker than me at the start, so I was more worried about him than Jabba. But then, yeah, the restarts were all good for me, apart from the second one. Tried to get it a bit too good, I think, and hit the second curb in the chicane and went on the grass. So it let Jabba have a bit of a gap, but I caught back up, but couldn't quite do it, but back on the podium at least.
Absolutely, and that's the key thing. Well done, Lewis. And we'll have a quick word with Dries van Langendonk, who left it pretty late to go around the outside. But I mean, it was so clean. It was such a good overtake at the chicane there to bag third from Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, definitely wasn't the easiest race. Again, struggled this weekend, bad luck, and yeah, it's nice to finally finish a race and finish on the podium. So yeah, happy. I think, you know, the chicane was a really good move, and happy that I still got a podium place. Obviously it was tight, but I saw him make a mistake at T7, and I got a bit of a run on him down the back straight. So yeah, happy with the result.
3 rookies on the podium, and actually that little overtake that you made at the end means the gap's 41 points now for the overall championship for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously what I wanted after this last race, especially after a weekend like this, just to still, you know, bag those points in. So yeah, really happy.
Dries van Langendonk, congratulations on 3rd position. So that's the F4s dealt with. We have 1 race to go, Ollie.
We sure do, Johnny, and it's a big one. The touring cars are preparing to take to the track for the final time today as the teams get ready to do battle in round 15. We'll build up to the final race of the day right after this.
Stay with us, more coming after the break.
This has all moved on a bit since the last one I played.
Lovely pitch. Can you imagine the echo in there when no one's in there? Right, here we go then. So you're saying, when was the last time you played EA?
I reckon the last time I played EA, or let's call it what it is, FIFA, was the last time I did this, which is, I think, was 2019.
Really? Wow, yeah, a little while ago.
I did win.
Oh, very good.
I did win that event, actually. Well, my friends would absolutely spank me on this. When I told them I'd won, a lot of them were just like, how's that possible?
Oh, that was close. I almost got through in then. Oh, here we go. He's on the counter. He's on the brake. Come on. Yeah, we're back. We're back under control. Is it Rush Keeper today, is it? Or
who won the 1989 BTCC title in a Vauxhall Astra?
1989. Vauxhall Astra. Not a clue. Any ideas on that one?
John Clone?
It's the only person I can think of, but then I was trying to wonder, was that actually his era? It's the year I was born. I don't remember watching it much because I was, you know, first year of life and all that. But,
are you sure you were an avid BTCC fan as you came out the womb?
No, I actually don't know. Do you want to have a guess? We're going John?
We'll go. Oh, I would say John.
We'll go John.
Would be my guess.
That is correct.
Oh, excellent.
Well, it's my first time up the front this year, so I have been studying after each event.
Shocking. Just giving you an opportunity here. Oh, he's in. He's in.
Boom, 1-0. Here we go.
That was
so are we going to be toxic and watch the celebrations?
That was terrible for me.
Right, that's it. Park the bus. Done.
This is unbelievable.
Oh, I've messed it up.
I've messed it up as well. 2-0.
2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0.
You can't.
Yes!
You just can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
You
I
can't.
literally bodied you off the ball and then
got
got through on goal.
An absolute shocker at the last minute. Instead of just clearing it, I've tried
It's Mbappe.
I've tried to pass it out from the back. I'd just like to state as well that when I walked in, Charles was already practicing.
I was having a little play with the camera crew. Yeah. Well, I was 5 minutes early, so it was free practice 5 minutes.
5 minutes late, so 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Right, I need to make some big moves here. Oh, that's not how it starts.
A good getaway by Cook. Lots and lots of wheel spin from Senna Proctor, who bogs down, and that enables Dan Rowbottom to get round the outside. Ingram is on the outside of Cook. Sutton is up the inside of both of them. He's going to try to get past Ingram. He goes for a gap that's not really there. Sutton was blocked, but look, he's absolutely side by side with Ingram. I said he'd be attacking around Noble. He's gone all the way around the outside. Checkered flag at the ready, and Josh Cook wins race 1 here at Thruxton. Good getaway by Sutton, a good launch also by Rowbottom, but it's going to be Josh Cook that has the advantage on the inside line as they go through, but Cook sideways, Cook is wide. That opens the door for Sutton. There's just about a fourth width on the inside line. Ash Sutton's going to grab the advantage. Ash Sutton's start is going to be investigated. They rub, they lean on each other, and Ingram gets fired off and Cook sideways. Ingram skips the chicane. Cook has to sort out the dramas. Tom Ingram, 10-second penalty for track limits. It's a 6th win of the year. It is a 53rd career win for Ash Sutton.
Still one race to go, but it's been Sunday already here at Thruxton, as it always is. And a quick reminder, you can catch highlights of the best of today's action in our BTCC highlight show. That's coming up on Friday at 6:30 on ITV4. But ahead of our finale, a dramatic day. Stewards have been busy, and we've got fallout from race 2. No further action taken on Ash Sutton and his start in race 2.
Yeah, we sort of expected that. I said we saw the onboard and there was no real active movement. He said that he thought he might have gone, stopped, but within his marker. So they've looked at it and seen that there was obviously no advantage gained.
I don't think any of us were really expecting Josh Cook to receive a place penalty, but they looked into an incident of the chicane on lap 13 and deemed that he gained an advantage there. So as I say, he's received a place penalty for that.
Yeah, the strange thing is neither driver had an issue with it. They were both out the car sort of laughing about it because Dan Camish made an error into the chicane. It was all a bit of mayhem. Josh's options were either drive into him or drive around him. Dan actually thanked Josh for not driving into him and has been penalised for it as a result. I think it was more the team doing it than Dan himself. Very frustrating for Josh, as I can imagine, because, like I say, neither driver saw an error with it. It was just tit for tat, and they both laughed and cracked on, and now one's been penalised. A real shame.
Behind us, Tom Ingram. To our right is James Dornan. This
Yeah.
is a massive opportunity for him to gain his first BTCC win.
Yeah, so James has been strong in most other categories, or all other categories he's raced in. He's, I think he started on pole or the front row at Thruxton before, but I think he bogged down at the start. This is his next best opportunity to get a really strong result. He's a very consistent, smooth, level-headed driver, so I think if he can get the car off the line, he'll do a brilliant job. However, we obviously know that we've got Mr. Feisty Ingram here, who's had a torrid day so far in some respects, so he'll be keen to move forward, especially as the cars, although very different liveries, are the same make and manufacturer. There'll obviously maybe be a bit of teamwork going on.
Well, he'll be Rev, Tom Ingram behind us, as they all will on the grid, and we can head out there now and join Louise.
Thank you very much, Ollie. Just have to dive in. James getting a bit of a cool down. It's been a good day for James so far. P9 in the first race, P6 in race 2, and that's resulted in a front row start for this one, a pole start for this one. What can you do from here?
Hopefully win. That's the plan. So far the weekend's been going really well. To be honest, we're still lacking a little bit of lap time compared to the top 5 from race 2, but we made a few little tweaks. Hopefully it's better, but it's certainly going to be a struggle. So I'm just going to make it as wide as I can, and hopefully we can end with another trophy.
I mean, you had a pole position earlier in the year, but on the wrong tyre that time, wasn't it, at Brands Hatch? And I know I was talking to Peter Jones earlier on. He said your confidence has been getting more and more in this car, so you can pull something out of it.
I'll always try and pull something out of it, for sure. The car's great. I'm really happy with it. Like I say, somewhere we're losing a little bit, which I'm not quite sure exactly where that is, but I'm really confident in it. It's very loose around the back, but you have to have your car like that around Thruxton. So first goal is just get off the line and try and lead the first lap, and then hopefully some chaos happens behind.
I mean, an overall podium would be a fantastic result, but I guess it's the independence that you've really got your eyes on, isn't it?
Yeah, that's our race, and you know, we're the smallest team on the grid, so
It's always going to be tough up against the top guys, but we're certainly taking the fight to them, and I won't make it easy.
Fingers firmly crossed for you. Paul, who you got down there?
Yeah, thank you, Lou. Yeah, got Gordon Shedden down here, and Gordon's been very polite, actually, and moved his net in. Gordon, you're having to engineer this weekend backwards, aren't you? And what a shocking start to the weekend you've had, but to get up here, mate, in the first race, proper effort.
Yeah, thanks. It's not been the most straightforward weekend for a number of reasons, but we just keep chipping away at it and trying. I thought it was a decent effort to get here from the back in race 2. A little bit unfortunate, I guess, maybe to miss out in the reverse grid, but you can't rely on that. So, I'm hopeful that it's just going to be quite an interesting race. Hopefully there's enough things going on up there that gives us an opportunity to keep a few more places forward.
And the car's pretty good. You're quite happy with how it's fit. You've got some fast old boys around you. I've just had a quick look up and down the grid.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot better in the last race. It's probably the first time this weekend where it's actually felt kind of connected, shall we say. So we've tweaked it again. It's kind of worth rolling the dice a little bit. So we'll try and improve it. There's no point in sticking with what we got from starting here. So we've gone again, and we'll go hard at it from the start to the very end.
Top man, we'll be watching out. Just make sure you get your belts tightened. Your hands device has gone a little bit twisted there, mate. But good luck. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I've moved over to the other side of the front row now, alongside Tom Ingram, who, well, I was going to say it's not been a bad day, but it's just, I guess, been a bit frustrating, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think frustrating is probably the right word. That we've been there all the way through, but it's just not really yielded anything for us so far. So yeah, it's been a bit of an uphill battle today. We've been fast, just sort of obviously caught up in a drama in both races really, but obviously first in that first one, and then obviously in that second one with the track limit issue. So yeah, a day that's not yielded as many points as we'd like it to.
I saw you up in the naughty bus after race 2, as you say, track limits. But how difficult is it to manage track limits through some of the faster corners here?
Yeah, this space is always really tricky because we've got a track limit. There's a track limit camera, sorry, because it's not done by sensors, it's done by cameras at the exit of Church, which is such a difficult corner because we've got wind gusting around here. Once you've committed to going into Church, your trajectory is kind of your trajectory, and if you're going off, you're going off. So it's such a difficult corner to manage that you've only got to be, 300 millimeters off on your initial turn-in, and you do track limits on the exit, and you can't really check it out once you've committed. So that's where most of mine were, and then we obviously had the issue at with the chicane as well. So yeah, not ideal, a difficult one to take, but look, rules are rules, the same for everybody. It's just that clearly I wasn't able to keep within them.
Yep, they are indeed. Rules are rules. He's a big boy, he can take it. Right, hopefully better result or a smoother race for Tom in this one. It's our final touring car race of the day here at Thruxton, and that's coming up after this break.
You're watching the Kwik British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
I watched race 2 back the other night from Brands Hatch, and my teammate, Nick Hamilton, got the fastest lap of the race until when we were on slicks in the wet. And the guy's driving with all these different assists and stuff like that with his disability, and I thought that was definitely worth a mention.
Oh, no, absolutely, mate.
Thank God he was near the front, because I was definitely doing a good job of holding everybody up. I think that was the...
Since his 6th place at Donington a couple of years ago, it's his best result.
And he didn't do race 1 because he opted for the wets or something. So he actually, that was like, we had a little bit of a practice go in race 1 with slicks in the wet. And yeah, Nick genuinely went out in race 2 with like
fair play, I think he's doing.
Yeah,
fair play indeed. No, he is an absolute
good guy as well.
He is an absolutely outstanding guy. And on the previous podcast, said, not doubts himself, but pinches himself about whether he should be on this grid. But I think we all agree Nick is an absolute valuable member of this paddock and absolutely deserves to be on that grid.
He's so cool to have as a teammate, and I've been with him, and he said like a couple of times, he's like, "Oh, Rick, he's just genuinely happy for like other people as well." Then he's like, "Oh, but I'm not getting the grip to it as quickly as you are." But I'm like, Nick, you're doing like an unreal job.
Yeah.
To be able to go out there and even just be able to compete at this level.
I think people also don't understand with a touring car that the biggest aid to going fast in a touring car is the brake pressures and the way you roll off the brake and manipulate these cars.
You've got no ABS.
We've got no ABS. The pressure through it
the way you roll out the pedal, kind of get the car leaning and moving. That's the and it's the most important point of these cars. And you know, with Nick, difficult stand.
Yeah.
The importance of that, which makes it so much more. I think an outsider might look through the grid and think if someone's in a certain area that they're doing bad, how hard it would be to get near the back of a touring car grid. So I don't think he gets the respect that he deserves, actually.
Oh, well said, boys, well said.
Okay, we're all set for our final race. Will James Dorlin secure a maiden victory from pole? Will Tom Ingram end his day on a high, or could Ash Sutton continue his dream season from P6? All those questions will be answered in the company of Tim Harvey and David Addison.
We are ready then for the 15th round of this year's Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. We reach halfway and James Dorlin on this reverse grid will start on pole position, and fans getting their vantage points sorted, ready for the final 16-lap race of the day. It's been a really busy day here at Thruxton, the circuit's biggest car meeting of the year. It's been a big crowd as well, and we're looking forward to seeing what pans out in this final race, of course, with the jumbled grid on the reversal and the different boost allocation, which is based on how you cross the line. So even allowing for the odd penalty or two, like Josh Kwik being given a one-place penalty for the incident with Camish, the BMWs of Charles Rainford and Darrell de Leon being switched around. It is the boost allocation as you cross the line rather than on the amended results. So Ash Sutton blasts away. Ash, it has been a very good day indeed, hasn't it? A second place and a win. What's this race got in store, do you reckon?
Well, hopefully not chaos, David, but yeah, I mean, it has been a good day. Obviously, second and win. It'd be nice just to get a decent amount of points, but the TTB will sure play its part, make it very difficult for me to make any progress, but we'll be doing our best.
That said, you've not had much boost all day, and it's not really affected the pace or the progress, has it?
It hasn't, but now I'm surrounded by a lot of fast cars in front of me with a similar sort of deficit, so they're not going to want to give it up. And I've got a lot of hungry drivers behind me with full deployment, so this is going to be a tricky one, but like I said, we'll do our best.
Let's see what pans out. Ash, good luck. Sounds like a man trying to manage expectations to a degree, doesn't it? Because he certainly had a good day with limited boost so far. James Dorlin starts round 15 on pole position, and Tom Ingram with him at the front of the grid. Then Dan Robotham will go from third and Dan Camish fourth ahead of Josh Kwik, and then Ash Sutton. Adam Morgan is on the fourth row with Mikey Doble for company, and then you get into the realms of the drivers with the maximum boost. Aaron Taylor-Smith, Gordon Shedden ahead of Ricky Collard, and then Tom Chilton. Charles Rainford starts 13th, double winner this year, ahead of Darrell de Leon. Then it's Senna Proctor and Dexter Patterson ahead of Chris Smiley and Lewis Selby. There's Ryan Bensley 19th ahead of Nick Hamilton, Lewis Gilbert and Aidan Moffat to round out the grid. And that is how they will form up at the end of this formation lap. Bear in mind the way, as I say, that the boost is available. James Dorlin has 6 laps to the 5 of Tom Ingram. Dan Robotham has 4, Dan Camish has 3, then Josh Kwik and Ash Sutton, and Adam Morgan will be next with the drivers away from that on the full allocation of boost. So the drivers then now make that run up towards the chicane. But let's just focus on James Dorlin for a moment, because this pole position is an important one for him. We know that the car, the Hyundai's shape is good around here, but he has 6 laps of boost. He's got more than some, less than others. He's not going to have an easy ride of it, but he does have the ability.
He certainly has the ability, and he certainly has the car. He's been going very well today, but it won't make him happy to look across to his left and see that man Ingram there, because he knows what a fierce competitor Ingram is. He knows what a good starter and a good first lap exponent Ingram is as well, and he'll also know that Ingram is hungry for some big points out of this third race.
Absolutely right, because it has been, as he was saying on the grid, a day that just has not quite delivered. And it's one thing if your day doesn't deliver, but when it delivers big time for your main rival, it's that double whammy effect.
Dan Rowbottom, having had his first podium of the season earlier on in the day, starting third on the grid. He could be a dark horse here. 4 laps of boost available to him as the cars now slot into position on the grid. So Dorlin, pole. Last driver is going to be Aidan Moffat. He's had a rather tough day at the office. There he is, coming now down towards the chicane. So James Dorlin will be on that pole position for a little while yet. The engineers on the grid just getting the cars in place.
Tom Ingram actually had to reverse. He actually had to reverse on the grid. He was too far forward, but unfortunately his engineer made him go backwards, and he found reverse and got in the right place.
So there is the Team Virtue Hyundai, and Tom Ingram is in place, in other words behind that white grid hatching, and now we should be pretty much good to go. The last few cars trickle out of the chicane. Thruxton looking a little bit different in the background now with the demolition of the old aircraft control tower, but the lighting gantry is set ready. Green flag is shown. 5 lights will go red. Round 15 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship is underway. A good getaway by Dorlin. Good start as well by Rowbottom, but Tom Ingram is able to fend him off, and Ingram's going to try to go around the outside of Dorlin going into Allard. James tries to defend, and Rowbottom goes the other side of the Hyundai. Then Dorlin gets rather forced across in front of him. So Ingram leads, Rowbottom on the outside line. Dorlin tries to fight back on the inside. He gets into the back of Ingram, knocked him ever so slightly wide, but Tom still hangs on to the race lead. Dorlin is fighting. He doesn't get much room on the outside, but it's Ingram, Dorlin, Rowbottom the top 3.
Well, that was ever so close. In fact, Dorlin got the best reaction initially, but Ingram was able to go all the way around the outside, but Dorlin really fought him hard. Rowbottom got a good initial start, but then ran wide at the complex.
And has been mugged, hasn't he, by both Camish and Sutton, who are on their toes early doors. Dust kicked up then as they go through Goodwood for the first time. Josh Cook now comes up to have a go at Rowbottom. Morgan is next, so Robo has lost places over the first few corners of the lap, and it's Ingram leading. Dorlin is second, and then you've got the Camish and Sutton fight to be third, with Camish going a little bit wide coming out of Church. Ash gets the run on him. He's alongside. He's ahead virtually as they come up Woodham Hill then. So the 2 Fords are going to be overlapping. Ash Sutton has got the inside line, and he's got third place as well.
Yeah, how is Ash Sutton able to do that? Turn tighter than his teammate. Oh, there's contact at the back. That's Smiley into the back of Rainford.
Rainford's miserable weekend continues, and that's Aaron Taylor-Smith, and there's a Mercedes off the road as well. That looks as though it might be the car of Adam Morgan, but Aaron Taylor-Smith is in the tyres. This is going to be a safety car, I would have thought, to neutralise things. And as the cars go across the line, Ingram's start will be investigated after the race. Tom Ingram's start to be investigated post-race. So, yet again, like Ash Sutton, he is going to be, from race 2, he's going to be looked at the end, so the story will rumble on for a little bit longer yet. So there is Adam Morgan. It was his Mercedes that got caught up, and he is trying to get going again. Safety car called.
He's on the entrance to the pit lane, though, but facing the wrong way. So there was obviously an incident going into the chicane, which saw Aaron Taylor-Smith off, and then there was Lewis Selby. Oh, no, your rear toe link's broken, mate, so you can't steer the car. Might be able to drag it back.
That's further around the lap, though, isn't it? That's a separate incident that he's had somewhere. Right, that's Morgan's race affected with damage. Aaron Taylor-Smith, having been lodged in the tyres, has got going, and actually, therefore, the 2 cars that triggered the safety car are now out of the way.
Yeah, ironically. I'm not sure they're going to be able to change that bumper quickly. They won't have one that can quickly go on. It's not a quick fix like changing the nose cone on a car. But we've got some replays. This is coming up to the chicane. Aaron Smith. Oh no, that was Smiley just into the back of Rainford. What's going on further ahead? Couldn't see the start of that.
Thought Aaron Taylor-Smith had got a little bit sideways. Let's see, because you've got this is Josh Cook's view. The Mercedes ahead is Rowbottom. There's Morgan. So Morgan makes contact with Cook. That fires Cook wide over the curb. And as he comes back, I think there's a bit of a 3-into-1 situation.
Yeah, exactly.
That shed going past, but Taylor-Smith's already been biff left. Replay at the start.
From on board with Ash Sutton, couldn't see anything further ahead. We didn't see anything from Ingram, that's under investigation, but Sutton goes round the outside of turn 1. His teammate Camish is up front. There wasn't the best of starts actually from Ash Sutton. He's normally off like a scalded cat, isn't he? Now we approach the complex and he defends the inside, carries good speed through. Now watch up ahead. The Mercedes of Rowbottom gets hung out to dry on the outside, and through go Camish and Ash Sutton as he loses momentum on the exit.
Yeah, Camish through. This is Sutton going by.
And then further round the lap, obviously, Ash Sutton gets, if we stay on board, we'll see, look how quick he is through there. Now, if we stay on board, he manages to turn underneath and inside Camish as we go through Church. Absolutely incredible. Lap 1, the trust that he has in the rear of time. Oh, just through there. That is absolutely millimetre, inch perfect judgment.
Ash Sutton up the inside, then he gains the place. And this is Rowbottom's start.
Well, we saw what happened to Rowbottom. Initially, he makes a good start, but he's going to get hung out to dry a little bit further round the lap. It all got very tight here on the exit of turn 1. There was a little bit of rubbing. He's trying to go round the right, but then Ingram pushes a little bit on the exit of the curve just to ease Dorlin over. And at this point, I think probably Rowbottom's thinking I'm in a good place, but now it's about to all go wrong as he loses momentum, runs wide, and gets swamped by the Napa Racing Fords.
So Camish through, that was Sutton going by. We are still under safety car conditions, incidentally, while we get these replays at the start. Looking back from Dorlin's car.
Yeah, good initial reaction, as I said, but then the car just doesn't keep the momentum going, whether it bogged down a bit after the initial bit. But Ingram's already gone round the outside. He's going to get a little nudge there that just pushes him out. Fortunately, Rowbottom wasn't already on his right-hand side, or he could have been collected as well. And then we come into, it's a bit odd watching it from behind, isn't it? That's better, we're watching from the front. He was trying to get up the right-hand side of Ingram, but at least he manages to follow him through, whilst Rowbottom on his left gets hung out. How fast Ingram is on cold rear tyres.
And that, I'm afraid, is Ryan Bensley, who has just come out of the pit lane.
Well, that has either broken suspension or the wheels partially come off, but it's going to require a lift, so we're going to be under safety car for a little bit longer.
So let's try and piece together the opening lap again. So this is Dan Rowbottom coming up to the chicane. And you look back, there's the Toyota of Josh Cook. Morgan alongside, that's Taylor Smith off the road. So Cook comes across, hits the Toyota, and Morgan got caught up in it as well.
Yeah, just turns the car around on the exit, so the 3 into 1 won't go.
Right, so we are still behind the safety car. The road was clear. Ryan Bensley had just gone back out and triggered the outlap legend on the timing screen, but then as you can see, the front right corner has broken somehow. And the car is stranded. Let's have a look here. He comes out of the pit lane, but the wheels already collapsed off the car.
Yeah. I don't know whether that just didn't go on properly or there's some suspension problem, but obviously he's come out of the pits and presumably they were doing some work on the car there. So
if that were a GT race, it would get looked at for an unsafe release from the pit lane, but hopefully it was something mechanical rather than finger trouble. So the cars are still under safety car conditions here. And Ingram, Dorlin, Sutton, Camish, Rowbottom, Shedden is the order. So as the cars go towards Goodwood and Village, let us, while we have a chance, try and look at the start of the race again.
Yeah, so Ingram is under investigation like Sutton was in the last one. Let's have a look from this angle. We know he was behind his line, but I can't see anything wrong again with that one. We know he was behind his line because we saw him reverse up way before the lights came on or anything.
I would say there was ever so slight movement. But the movement that Ash Sutton was found to have had in the previous race was deemed to be the car going into gear.
Well, it was going to get, it was loading the clutch up. As he loaded the clutch up against the brake, the front of the car, he was saying, lifts up. But I'm not sure that's going to become the standard excuse now, isn't it, for any kind of movement on the line.
Down to the chicane they come then, behind the safety car. Tom Ingram, race leader. And he goes over the line ahead of James Dorlin, with Ash Sutton then in third spot. Those that are in the pit lane, Lewis Selby with the broken suspension, Aaron Taylor-Smith with the damage sustained with what was quite a hard hit into the tyre barrier. And Ryan Bensley's car is taking a little bit of time to retrieve. As you say, it's going to need a lift, but we haven't yet got that car into the air. monitors Tom Ingram before the race, having reversed that you mentioned.
I don't see that's a problem at all, because they weren't under start procedure at that point, were they? They hadn't had the 5-second board, they hadn't had the lights come on.
No, not by that stage. So race control will have a look post-race at Tom Ingram's start process. And as the field turns through on this 6th lap of the race, it's going to be extended, of course, to this maximum of 3 laps because of the safety car. Lewis Selby are trying to get the car back out, but it's going to be many, many laps down, even if they can. Now, who else has made progress early on? Josh Cook was, of course, tied up in that drama at the chicane, so he's fallen to 14th place, winner of the first race of the day. There is Ryan Bensley's car being moved rather gently without trying to incur any more damage to it. But once that's clear, then we ought to be able to go back racing.
Yeah, so good now these cars are all fitted with the lift points at the front of the roof there, just behind the windscreen, which is about the balance point for a front-wheel drive car, but it means they can be lifted very easily by the marshals.
So Ryan Bensley's car out of harm's way. Let's have another look at what happened to people up at the complex. We know Lewis Selby came to grief in that part of the racetrack. And as the cars go through... Ryan Bensley, I think, got into Selby, didn't he?
Yeah, well, that would explain the broken left rear and the broken right front.
Yeah. So Selby tries to rejoin, and suddenly the car doesn't want to go in any direction that he does. And Ryan Bensley comes to the pit lane, and maybe it was a case of, yeah, that looks all right, and send him out, and it didn't look all right at all.
Now, you can see the effect of rear toe there, very accurate.
Yes, quite. And that's another replay of Cook getting involved with Morgan. Oh, so Morgan was hit by Mikey Doble. That's what turned him around.
Yes, yeah.
Right, that sorts that out. And Rainford and Smiley rejoin as well. Anything else to investigate?
Well, Rainford and Smiley for track limits, obviously, for going through the chicane.
Adam Morgan's car with its front damage back into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, I think that's now a lap down anyway, so even if it does rejoin, there's very little to gain in terms of points.
Yeah, there has been good progress by that team this weekend, though. The cars have looked much more competitive here. This is on board with Dan Rowbottom. He's obviously still in the race, but he's in 5th place, having started in 3rd.
And Adam Morgan out of the car, out of the race. So another frustrating day for Adam. It started okay with a 6th and a 7th, but net result, I'm afraid, is that is him done. So we have lost Taylor Smith, we've lost Selby, we've lost Bensley, and we've lost Morgan. And there you can see the Toyota being hoiked out of the way. As soon as that's in a safe place, then the process for the resumption of the race can commence. So the gaps, for the moment, immaterial. But Ingram, Dorlin, Sutton, Camish, Rowbottom, Shedden, the order. Collard is 7th, Proctor is 8th, Doble is 9th, and Chilton is in 10th place. And they haven't had a lot of opportunity, really, to use much boost yet. So the field behind the safety car going up now to the complex. And one incident effectively had cleared itself, and then a separate incident comes after that. Safety car in this lap then, so we're going to go racing at the end of this lap. And Charles Rainford, notionally, has done the fastest lap in his efforts to catch up after being delayed at the chicane, but that's all going to be improved upon when we get back up to race pace, and we will go racing again at the end of this lap. Tom Ingram leads, now tries to get the tyres back up to pressure and to temperature, and then we'll be ready to go once more. As the safety car charges around Goodwood Village Church, the yellow flags will be withdrawn, and then once the lights go out atop the safety car, the weaving has got to stop. That's what it did for Gordon Shedden yesterday, it's what it did for Aaron Taylor-Smith at Alton Park. So the lights are out, that means you stop weaving and you have to get ready to restart the race. So Tom Ingram now stacks everybody up behind him. He will decide when he's going to flog the throttle and go, and then we'll be back racing with Hyundai's 1 and 2, but from different teams. Ford 3, 4, Mercedes 5, Toyota 6, Hyundai 7, Ford 8, Audi 9, Hyundai 10.
Yeah, well, let's see what happened. We had trouble in race 1 with Josh Cook on the restart. I think Ingram might go a little bit sooner, as soon as he gets to the first go board.
Let's see, because he trickles out of the chicane. And has Tom Ingram accelerated? Not yet, but he does now as they come up towards the line. So he left it late again, but he goes. And Ingram is about a length and a half clear of James Dorlin as they go through Allard then for the first time on the restart. Sutton's trying to go with them and also gain ground while they're compacted ahead of him. You've still got Dan Camish in 4th place. 19 laps will be the new distance.
Watch Sutton here. I think he might chuck it up the inside as we come through the next part. Has he got a run? No, he hasn't. That's one of his favourite overtaking places, but no room on inside of Dorlin on this lap.
But Dan Rowbottom is going backwards, look, because up the inside has gone Ricky Collard. Gordon Shedden is there as well. So Rowbottom's had a tough restart by the look of it, and he's struggling as the leaders go now through Goodwood up towards Village. And look at the way that Ingram has checked out.
Yeah, he's so good on restarts on sort of slightly colder tyres, although it's not really a problem here, but he's so good from the get-go. They are allowed to use boost on the first lap after the safety car, unlike in previous years. But this is his, look how good once again. That is incredible how he hangs onto the car, turns it tighter, which would normally promote some oversteer, and carries the speed. Fantastic.
Big lock-up by Ingram, but Sutton's up into 2nd place. Dorlin leading the independents then. He's there in 3rd. Then it's Camish behind. But it'll be a jumbled order after that, with Rowbottom having lost places on that lap. And now, look, Camish is on the move up the inside of Dorlin, and he goes through on the inside line, going down towards Allard. So Camish 3rd. Ricky Collard's having a good run in all of this because he started 11th on the grid, and Collard is now 5th. Rowbottom's down to 6th.
Yeah, good old Ricky comes good on a reverse grid race when there's plenty of action coming. He loves a fight and he loves to get stuck in. So yeah, up to 5th.
So the race leaders then on this 10th lap of 19 now, and Ingram will have been told that it's Sutton behind him. So the good news is he's ahead. The bad news is there are no cars between him and Sutton, so Sutton is still getting the next best number of points.
Yeah, and watch Collard now. He's desperate to keep with those Napa racing cars. He's looking for opportunity, flashing the lights like crazy. He said even if that works 1 in 100 times, it's worth doing. See how quick he is through here. Both in, that's track limits for Ricky, certainly, and he hasn't gained any advantage out of it because it slowed him up. The 2 Napa racing cars just in front of Camish and Sutton look very close together.
Out of the chicane they come then, so Tom Ingram goes through, and he's now done the fastest lap of the race. There's a point for that, don't forget, as well. Sutton 2nd, Camish 3rd, then Dorlin is 4th, Collard 5th, Rowbottom is next, Anna Proctor's up to 7th at the expense of Gordon Shedden. There you've got Josh Cook trying to regroup a little bit further back, but Charles Rainford's gone ahead of him. I wonder whether Cookie's car's got a little bit of damage as well. He's not got much boost to use either, but equally, neither has Ash Sutton, and he's running in 2nd place.
Yeah, we're looking back now from Dorlin again, once again at Collard. Wait for the lights to flash, I bet they do. There you go. Oh, he's got a good run here. This is into Noble, though. He's had to follow, couldn't get an overlap. Will he be able to get up the inside on the exit of Goodwood? If he got out a bit wider, he might have been able to cut in earlier. He's going for that move, going to cut back. Can he get an overlap? So close.
It's not quite happened there for him, but now Ricky goes to the outside line. That's not going to work either. Then he tries to get the tight line through Church, and now he is going to be alongside, and he's sideways. Well, hell, that man, fantastic, and he's gone by.
Wow, well, he learned from the last time through there, didn't he? Went in a bit wider, cut inside, held the slide. He had to keep his foot absolutely flat on the throttle to hold that with the front-wheel drive car. Brilliant driving, Ricky.
So through the chicane they come. Tom Ingram then goes by. There's a mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag for Josh Cook as well.
Okay, well, Tom Ingram's got the fastest lap. He's sensibly used one of his 5 laps of Toka Turbo boost to use to while the well, that was very aggressive over that first curve, wasn't it? But he wanted to get that fastest lap, so used it while the tyres were their freshest, and he had a clear lap in front of him, and he set that fastest lap.
So the race continues with Ingram the leader, Sutton 2nd, 3 seconds being the margin. And then you've got Dan Camish in that 3rd place. This is Josh Cook, who looks like he's heading for the pit road now with dramas. Or in fact, he's been in and he's going back out. The mirror is all damaged, isn't it, on the left-hand side? There's a bit of tape as well, so flapping bodywork, I suspect, was what the issue was.
Yeah, that's been sideswiped, hasn't it? Look at Ingram. That was almost like a four-wheel drift as he came through there. He's got to be careful of track limits again, but he's... this Proctor now going past Dorling. So Dorling just hasn't had that race pace. He said they were missing a little bit of it. Well, now Proctor's gone through.
Yeah, indeed, so he's dropping away a little bit, and the danger is that the more places Dorling loses, the closer he is to being caught by the independent opposition. Out of the chicane go the race leaders then. It's still Ingram to Sutton, 3.3 seconds. Camish runs third, Collard fourth, but Proctor is now fifth ahead of Dorling. Rowbottom has faded to seventh, then it's Shedden, Doble, Moffat to round out the top 10. Moffat's rebuilding his day, isn't he? Because he started, don't forget, 22nd, Aidan Moffat, and he's up to 10th place.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we're now on board with Rowbottom, who's actually the next one to challenge Dorling.
And Ingram is being warned about track limits as well. He's under investigation for his start. He's being warned about track limit abuses. Tom, it could get away again here if he's not careful. A day that promised so much, and the pace has been there.
Well, he won at Snetterton, didn't he? And he knew he infringed track limits too much then. He knew the penalty was coming, but, you know, with a gap that he's got of 3.3 seconds, he must be able to manage that. Look at the damage on the side of Josh Cook's car. That's a lot. He's going to retire the car, I'm sure.
Toker will not like, never mind a flapping bit of bodywork, a flapping window is even worse in a sense because it's got sharp edges. So that's heading for the pits, and a big slide by Rowbottom. He just avoids the green bit, but he's got Gordon Shedden behind him. This is for 7th place, and then Mikey Doble running behind them, and Aidan Moffat rounding out the top 10. It's been a fantastic drive by Moffat from 22nd on the grid, and there he is. He could gain further places by the end.
Yeah, he could. He's really going great guns, but you saw an example there of Rowbottom coming through Church, why the driver really can't predict where the car's going to end up, because you're committed with your entry speed. You don't know what the balance or the movement of the car's going to be across the bump. You just have to go with it.
So the leaders go into the complex once more. This is lap 14. It's a 19-lap race, remember, extended because of the safety car period. Dan Rowbottom is the next one to be warned about track limits at turns 8 and 10. In other words, coming out of Church and that part of the circuit up towards the chicane, through the chicane as well. So Ingram, the race leader, he's 3.5 seconds to the good, but with the start under investigation, this could turn out to be just another outstanding day for Ash Sutton.
Yeah, it could.
We keep making the points round by round, don't we, about how luck is a vital part of this, and if it's been an unlucky Ingram, it's been a very lucky Sutton in comparison.
It has, and the other saying is you make your own luck, and certainly Ash has driven beautifully this weekend and made some really good passes as well.
And Tom Ingram throwing everything at it. He knows he's got to try and reduce that points deficit, but gone over the line in terms of track limits once too often in the earlier race. This is Rowbottom under attack from Shedden, and then there is Mikey Doble right with it. The Audi showing good speed here as they come out of the chicane, but Rowbottom now having dropped down the order, remember, he started third, having to fight this rear guard action, and oh dear, Aidan Moffat, having gone so well, is out of the race.
Oh, what a shame. He really was going well. The Audi's in this race showing some pace, real pace for the first time. Here's back to the leader. That's your gap. It's still 3.5 seconds.
Camish is third, and then Ricky Collard up into 4th place now. But Ash Sutton, another bank raid of points today.
And looking cool, calm and collected in the car.
Yeah, as he presses on. So the fact that others around him have got more boost doesn't faze him. Remember I said after the conversation we had on that green flag lap, he sounded like he was managing expectations. Has he ever? There's Rowbottom just getting onto the dirt. Is he having to put everything on the line now? You're right, the cars have worked better this weekend, but right now that's a struggle, isn't it, to keep the Toyota at bay. Rowbottom, remember, started in this with only 4 laps of boost, and right now he's only got 1 lap left, whereas Shedden behind him has still got 4 laps of boost.
Yeah, well, every time Rowbottom comes through that corner Church, it looks like he's taking his life in his hands. He's going defensive here to the inside. Can Shedden get all the way around the outside, or is he going to actually end up losing a place behind? No, he's managed to hold off Doble.
Yeah, but only just, as you say, as they come out of the chicane. Rowbottom is just ahead. Shedden trying to line up for a move on the inside at Allard. And as they get to the corner now, Gordon Shedden has the line. He's got the overlap and he's gone through. He's way up the curb, but Shedden goes by and Rowbottom forced a little bit wide, and that opens up the door for Doble. You're on board with Rowbottom. Look right, Doble is coming. He might be able to dive up the inside under braking. Can't quite do it. Doble gets onto the tail of Rowbottom, and behind the pair now Tom Chilton.
and Dexter Patterson in the second remaining Audi that's running.
So the cars go to Noble. Ingram still leading. He's getting away ever further, 4 seconds. And we've got just under 4 laps to go of this halfway point in the championship season, the 15th round. This will be the end of the first half. I know we've had our summer break, but it's a slightly uneven split this year just because of the way the calendars fell. And Tom Ingram looking still for a second win of the season. Is this going to be it? It will depend on that start investigation post-race.
Well, Sutton is not going to challenge. He's going to just make sure he brings this car home. He can allow Ingram this moment of victory. He's hardly lost any points as Shedden and Rowbottom get to touching each other on the way into the chicane. But Shedden goes through.
He does indeed, so that drops Rowbottom to 8th, puts Shedden up to 7th, and Gordon Shedden's on his final warning for track limits at turn 10. So although Gordon has gained a place, he still needs to be careful. Rowbottom might inherit that back, the way that things are going right now. Doble's having a good run, 9th. Chilton is there in 10th. 3 laps to go here at Thruxton.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think Sutton is fairly comfortable. He's not being challenged from behind by his teammate, Dan Camish. He doesn't want anything to go wrong with the car, so he's just going to bring it home.
Battle on here. That is Nick Hamilton getting ahead of Lewis Gilbert. This is for 15th and 16th. Gilbert had briefly gone ahead. Hamilton fights back. What's really nice about this is to see Nick having a really proper fight with people, because sometimes he gains ground if other people have problems he inherits, but here he is having a proper battle. So this is showing his racecraft, and it's good racecraft. He's staying ahead.
Yeah, he'll be enjoying this immensely, I'm sure, will Nick, who in the break had the pleasure of a 2-seater Ferrari Formula 1 ride driven by his brother. How amazing would that be? I think he had a grin on for a week.
And a really good fight going on here as well. Lewis Gilbert, new to the championship then, slotting in behind him. Tom Ingram has gone through with 2 laps to run. Hamilton and Gilbert stay together as they come through. Lead gap 5 seconds effectively now. Camish is still in 3rd place. Don't think Lewis Gilbert's going to be close enough to make a move against Nicholas Hamilton coming down to the chicane. So Nick hanging on to the place. And this is for 15th. So it's going to give, if he stays there, Nick a championship point as well. So there you've got the car of Gordon Shedden going up towards the complex. Rowbottom is behind him, and then you've got Mikey Doble fending off Tom Chilton, and there'll be 1 more lap to go at the end of this. So Tom Ingram has got the fastest lap, that's a point. He's led over the line, that's a point. But is he going to be a race winner? We'll find out eventually. Final warning now for Dan Rowbottom as well for track limits.
Yeah, so this is one of the closest battles we can see at the moment. Look, Proctor is just catching Collard there. Maybe Collard's taken a bit much out of his tyres, but there's only another lap to go, so probably on a hold on. It's one of the closest battles.
So Collard goes by in 4th, still chasing Camish. There is Senna Proctor. He's had a good weekend, the sadness of which is that we might not see him again, bearing in mind that he's subbing for a poorly Sam Osborne. Sam get well soon, but Senna has proved his pace. The leader is on his last lap. Tom Ingram then goes through, and Tom looking for a 43rd BTCC race win. And the start to make the point again is under investigation. So provisionally we can say that he's the race leader, and there Ash Sutton chasing him home.
But you have to say hats off to Senna Proctor. Every time he gets an opportunity, he gets in the car. He hasn't put a foot wrong at this, the most difficult of circuits, and has backed up his teammates incredibly well.
Big dive here, Chilton on Rowbottom. This is for 8th place, and the door is open. Chilton's got past Doble, but Doble wants to get past Rowbottom as well. He's been sitting tight. Chilton's mugged the pair of them now, and Doble tries to get up the inside, bit of contact, and that rubs Rowbottom out wide. Doble gets into him again, up the inside of everybody. Is Dexter Patterson, so he jumps ahead of his teammate, and he's got past Rowbottom as well. Nice opportunistic move by Dexter Patterson.
Yeah, Dexter Patterson have seen that play out in front of him and thought, come on boys, you have a little rub on the exit of the complex and I'll just carry my speed and pass you nicely.
Tom Ingram is going to be the race winner provisionally at Thruxton. His start is under investigation, but pending any outcome of that, we can call him home as the race winner. He comes out of the chicane, the checkered checkered flag is at the ready. Race 3 at Thruxton, won by Tom Ingram. He crosses the line now to take the checkered flag. Second is going to be Ash Sutton. And then for third place will be Dan Camish, just keeping Ricky Collard at bay. And then Senna Proctor is fifth. Sixth is going to be James Dorlin to win the independents. And although he lost a few places, he was managed to steady the ship for sixth position as he comes through. Seventh then is going to be Gordon Shedden. Tom Chilton is eighth. Ninth, Dexter Patterson. 10th, Mikey Doble. And Dan Rowbottom from third on the grid sadly ends up down in 11th after a tough race. 12th is Daryl de Leon. 13th, Chris Smiley. Charles Rainford, 14th. And the last point, Nick Hamilton in 15th place. He gets a championship point for fending off Lewis Gilbert. So Tom Ingram then, race winner provisionally. The fastest lap point will be his, and the lap leading point will be his, but it's up to the race officials now to deliberate on the start and the start procedure as well from when he arrived on the grid. So the fans have had a good day, and if you're an Ash Sutton fan, it's been a very good day, hasn't it, with a second, a win and a second.
Yeah, excellent, and that will obviously increase his points gap to Tom Ingram. Here's the results of round 15.
The provisional winner of round 15, Tom Ingram from Ash Sutton, second, and Dan Camish, third. Ricky Collard, fourth, ahead of Senna Proctor, and sixth, the winning independent, and that's James Dorlin. Gordon Shedden, seventh, ahead of Tom Chilton. Dexter Patterson taking ninth, and 10th, Mikey Doble. Dan Rowbottom down to 11th in the end, ahead of Daryl de Leon. Chris Smiley, 13th from Charles Rainford. They tangled on the first lap, remember. Nick Hamilton gets the last championship point. Newcomer Lewis Gilbert, 16th. And he was the last finisher. We lost Aidan Moffat and Josh Cook and Adam Morgan and Ryan Bensley and also Lewis Selby and Aaron Taylor-Smith. So it's been a rather destructive last race. The teams with a couple of weeks of repair time before Knockhill. Ash Sutton will head north of the border with a 59-point cushion over Tom Ingram. Dan Camish third, ahead of Josh Cook, and then Ricky Collard. Charles Rainford sixth, ahead of Mikey Doble and Daryl de Leon, with ninth being Gordon Shedden, and then Dan Rowbottom rounding out the top 10. So Tom Ingram, a great drive in the race and making his way then up towards the chicane. 5.6 seconds was a decent margin come the end. He got through all of his boost to make sure that the gap was there. Spencer Aldrich there, his engineer, talking to the team, but maybe there's a little bit of concern about that start in the investigation.
Yeah, the only thing that occurs to me is that there may be a rule that says under no circumstances can you reverse at any time on the track. But I don't know.
Down the pit lane he comes. So Tom Ingram will be very keen to keep that win and will argue his case if he needs to. So the car now arrives in the technical area and Tom Ingram will go then through those technical checks. Then the car will be released towards Parc Fermé, and good effort by Team Virtue then, with Ash Sutton behind in second spot and Dan Camish in third. So there we have the cars going through the technical check. The ride height first, then the weight of the car is taken. All the data input to the TOCA technical computers, and then the board will go to say, go to Parc Fermé, and the car brought forward, engine will fire up. Tom Ingram's gone through this process so many times you'd think he doesn't need to be reminded, but the process is such that that is what will happen. Ash Sutton in the queue, waiting for his moment to be called forward and reflecting on a race that's netted second place. And depending on the outcome of the start of the investigation, may get even better. We'll have to wait and find out. But there, down the pit lane, comes Tom Ingram. So a really good drive to take the race win. Into Parc Fermé he will come. Sutton, Camish, winning independent, and James Dorlin will join him in there. And for Tom Ingram there, it's been a pretty tough day. It's certainly not quite delivered what he anticipated. A win at the end of the day hopefully will make up for some of the pain earlier on, but yet again, a day where he needed to score points and he hasn't quite been able to maximise what was available. And the frustration is that no matter what he does, Ash Sutton keeps on scoring and scoring big. Tom Ingram out of the car, a happy man. So out he gets, and Tom Ingram still isn't jumping up and down with delight, is he? So take off his crash helmet. Louise is ready to find out whether it's a very happy Tom Ingram or a worried Tom Ingram with that start being investigated. So we better find out the answer. Happy or worried? Tom Ingram's with Louise.
Well, let's ask the man himself. David's just wondering, happy Tom Ingram or slightly worried Tom Ingram that the start is under investigation?
Seemingly been quite noisy this weekend, haven't we? I wanted a quiet weekend of causing no dramas and everyone having a lovely time, and I seem to have caused drama in every one so far. Yeah, we'll wait and see.
Okay, so Rasara, presumably it was the fact that you kind of overshot and then Spence put you back in your box, as it were. That's all we saw. Was there anything that we didn't see that you think it might be, or?
Spenny very often has to.
Put you back in your box.
You see. Yeah, no idea. We'll see what goes on. They'll, yeah.
Let's talk about the good stuff then, because that was a sublime drive thereafter, wasn't it? I mean, you did get one track limits warning, but managed to rein yourself in there.
Yeah, just about. Spence got on the radio to say the start was going to be under investigation, so if we can try and get a 5 second gap, that would be ideal. So it took a while to obviously start to build it, and obviously Ash and I were sort of level pegging, and I think there was a tenth of a second between us on each lap, so it was fairly close. I had the advantage over Ash when it came to then the boost towards the end of the race, so I managed to build that. I think it was 5.5 at the end, so yeah, we'll see if I keep it by 0.6 of a second or what goes on.
Well, and you used the boost widely as well to get the fastest lap, so that's going to be an extra point for you too.
Say that again, sorry, Ling.
I was just saying, you used the boost widely to get the fastest lap, so that's going to be an extra point.
Yes, yeah, at the start of the race, once I got clean air and I could see obviously Ash was in a bit of a battle and James was in touch as well, I thought now's probably my chance to try and utilise that to try and get a fastest lap. And obviously 5 laps is a decent amount really, so I had to try and use it early, try and build a little bit of a buffer, and then also just try and get that fastest lap under our belt, because we know that, you know, it's going to come down to, well, hopefully it comes down to pounds and pence. At the minute it's not looking likely, but yeah, we've got to make sure we can extract everything we can.
It's going to be one of those weekends that you just want to put behind you and look forward to the next one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the week coming to be able to switch off a little bit, because it's been a fairly trying weekend, this one. It's not, as I said to you on the grid, Lou, it's not quite yielded what we wanted it to do. You know, some of that, well, most of that my fault. So it's hard to take when it's the squidgy bit that lets it down.
Fingers crossed it goes your way with the whatever happens up in the naughty bus. Well, Ash, I mean, in contrast, you've had a weekend that's been mostly smiles, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal weekend. 3 podiums, one of them being a race win. It's yeah, couldn't ask for it to go much better, especially having a bit of bad luck in qualifying with a group scenario and whatnot. To turn that around and come back fighting with the results we've had is awesome.
I guess it's not just the results that have been good, but you inside the car has been pretty damn good too. It's not just me saying that, it was the guys in the commentary as well. I mean, you pulled off some absolutely sublime, I was going to say inch perfect, but they were probably millimetre perfect overtaking manoeuvres.
Yeah, it's that's the bit that I enjoy, Louise. It's the racing bit. The qualifying bit's maybe not my finest art, the racing bit is, and I've got to capitalise when we're in that zone where we can't deploy, i.e. after obviously the first lap or after a safety car. And if you look back at all the moves I've been doing when I've got no deployment, that's when I've been doing them. So yeah, capitalising on that, on the rule set there. But yeah, I like the close quarter racing. I like getting stuck in and making it millimetres.
Tom was just talking about the fact that he was trying to build up a 5-second gap just in case something happens with his start. Was there any sense that you were kind of thinking, well, I've got a nice P2 here, I'll just settle for that? Because that's not your style usually, but when you've had a really good day, do you need to push it?
Yeah, we were pushing. Obviously, I wanted to keep him inside that 5-second gap. I'm sure both radios were very busy, i.e. Tom's and ours, but yeah, we just didn't have the pace for Tom at all. They had some sheer pace in the car, we couldn't keep up with that, so we did what we could. Wasn't quite enough to keep him in that gap, but yeah, look, let's see. I'm not sure where. I believe he reversed on the line, so I'm not sure what's the crack with that. It's not allowed, but we'll see.
Yeah. We will see. As you say, let's bring in another Napa driver who's had a really nice day, haven't you? It's come out well for you in the end. Certainly the second 2 races.
Yeah, it's been a touch warm, but it has been a good day. We turned it around after race 1. We were kind of in no man's land, probably the worst we've been in many years coming here. But we knuckled down. The team did an amazing job to turn it around, and and the result was we drove it back to the podium twice, which is good. It keeps my record going. So it's a fair number of podiums over the last few years we've had here at Thruxton in the Ford, me and Ash. So it's good. Ultimately, I think we lack pace. I mean, we keep up for 3 or 4 laps, corner for corner, and then the car just can't do it anymore. That's fine. Just got to find a way to understand why. You know, I think there'll be a reason. It'll be in there. 5 years of trying to find it out why, but you know, there's always 6, isn't there? So yeah, we'll keep digging, see what we can find in the next one. I think it's been a really good day for points. Ultimately, I'm as close as I've been in a while to these guys, and moved away from 4th and 5th. Ultimately, my job is to try and cement 3rd, and then I can think about what I can do about Tom, maybe.
Well, not so long before we head off to the next race. How much digging can you do? How much do you think you might be able to find before we go to Knockhill, just to close that gap down a bit?
It's funny, isn't it? You go from one unique circuit, unlike anything else on the calendar, to the other unique circuit, unlike anything else on the calendar. So around there, it's a law unto itself. We want to set up there that we've never touched the car anywhere else. It just works. So we found it last year. We were competitive. My engineer just said on the in-lap, am I putting that setup on for next week? And I said, I'll be disappointed if it doesn't start there, because we've learned it now. We know Knockhill needs something totally different. So looking forward to it. It's always a fun trip up north.
Yeah, I think we all look forward to the trip over the border, our annual trip up to Scotland. Back to you guys for a little bit of your thoughts on that one, Ollie.
Yeah, well, we'll try and pick the bones out of that one. It was an upbeat Dan Camish, unsurprisingly very happy Ash Sutton, but I got the sense from Tom Ingram in his chat with Lou there, Paul, that a bit of a knowing, perhaps a bit sombre Tom Ingram, given what happened at the start. What is going to happen, do you think?
Yeah, well, I thought Ash Sutton was going to get done for moving, to be honest, in the race previous. So regulation, I believe, states that you cannot reverse into the box. You have to go in a forward motion. So I think he's going to get done for that. But I've seen other things happen. That has been noted, and I honestly believe in regulation that you cannot do that. So you have to go in a forward motion. But we've been mystified by some other things today, so we'll see.
Well, the only other thing is it was so obvious that I'm surprised they didn't apply a penalty straight away.
Very true.
So, you know, if they see you're out of your box,
yeah,
they apply the penalty immediately. It's not investigation afterwards.
Very
it makes
true.
me think maybe there's some negotiation to be had.
Yeah. Well, perhaps, but surely everyone would know the regulation. Well, why would he do it if you can't do it?
His engineer, Spenny, you're allowed one engineer now to stand on the pit wall to guide you into your box. He stands there literally on the radio saying forwards a bit, stop. And obviously Spenny said you're too far forward, and he reversed. But that should never happen with somebody standing there.
Yeah. What did you make of it?
I think we've just had a discussion here, is that the technical rule is that you're not allowed to reverse on the grid at any point. We were arguing that because it wasn't a 5-second board and the lights hadn't come on, maybe he'll get away with it. Maybe that's what they will argue in the stewards, but I think it's black and white. If you're not allowed to reverse, that's the rule. So unfortunately, it looks like Tim said, a slam dunk.
He would definitely get a penalty if he was out of position in his grid box. So desperation sets in, and you think, I'll do this and I'll argue it later.
And then the question is, what will the penalty be? Because he won that race by over 5 seconds. So maybe they give him a 5-second penalty and he still is standing, lifting the trophy behind her.
Well, I think he said he'd like it to be fines and points, didn't he?
I'm sure he would.
We'll see. I mean, the driving standards official this week is none other than Alan Gow, because James Cole's away. So I'd like to see him fight that one.
He'll get 2 race wins to just close the championship.
Let's just reflect on the other incidents in that race. Actually, a bit of chaos at the start, lots of cars spinning off, plenty of contact there, and an extended safety car there.
Yeah, I think, that's what we expect, don't we, from a reverse grid race. Yeah, it was disappointing to see that damage. That's not what you want to see. But it gets checked up at the chicane, and that was just the way it was. But some cracking moves. I mean, Ash Sutton, I must admit, that was a great move that Tim called at Church. Absolutely unbelievable. This was just, your car's just going everywhere, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is just classic race 3, though. People want to move forward. They want to make the end of their day a positive result, and it's 4 or 5 cars into that tight chicane just don't go, and you might get hit by one driver and get angry at them, but actually it happened 2 or 3 cars back because they started it, and it's sort of concertinaed. So yeah, it's classic race 3.
Bit of patchwork needed. Had a knockhill for a few teams on the back of that.
Yeah, definitely. But it's been a great event. I mean, I heard from the Thruxton officials it's their biggest ever crowd here.
Brilliant.
So it shows what a draw draw BTCC is, and they've seen some good action.
As I said to Alan, actually, when we spoke to him, you really get the sense of the passion and the loyalty from the fans. We spoke to a few of them who are still here. Yeah, I think they're going to be having quite the night. Actually, they've been drinking all day, to be fair. Anyway,
I usually party with them after.
Yeah, all right, fine. Well, that's why they're waiting then. They got the drinks ready,
right.
ready and waiting for you. I tell you what, Ricky Collard drove a good race there.
Yeah, classic Ricky. I've seen him a couple of times over the weekend. He's been quite frustrated with some of his results or bad luck, but this is him in race 3. Tim on the comms saying, I bet he flashes his lights and within a second he's on them. But this is what we want to see. This is what we know him for. He's feisty. He always wants to move forward. He's clean, he's fair, but he's firm with his racing, and yeah, a result that's worthy for Ricky today.
I think this was a great look.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you. I've got 2 world-class drivers stood next to me. I cannot tell you how hard it is to hang on to something like that. You've got no more throttle left. You maybe got a little boost you can use to get more power to pull that through. That was classic Collard. His dad did it, he does it.
Yeah.
If we lose him in this championship, it'll be a disappointing place.
Let's turn the clock back to the start of the day. Josh Cook won the race to pole, and he the king of Thruxton, got on the board here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what's a shame is that actually you go away from the weekend remembering the final result in race 3, but actually he's had a really positive day. He's moved him well up into, I think, the top 4 before this 3rd race into the championship. So a positive day, and hopefully for everyone, the team and the driver can move forward and keep that momentum.
And then race 2, Alan Gow's been a busy man today because Ash Sutton's start was investigated. No further action taken after that investigation, but this is the incident here.
You have to look really carefully. You just see the front of the car move a little bit before the actual start. Watch on board, just watch the front, just there. And what he said was that he was just loading the clutch up against the brake, which is what you do before you release it. And that meant that the car just lifted a little but didn't move forward. Great excuse. I expect all the drivers to be using it in future. I'd never even come up with that, and I've written 7 volumes of excuses.
It's all going to be in their notes now, isn't it? Use this one. On the back of that, and on the back of what we've seen today, Ash has extended his lead at the championship, at the top of the championship. Jade, now it might be even further, given what may be the fallout with Tom in that last race, but at the moment it's 59 points. He will be a very happy man leaving here this weekend, won't he?
Absolutely. He hasn't put a foot wrong all day. He just scores points when he needs to. He overtakes cleanly, professionally. He understands how the race is going to unfold. He's just in that rhythm at the moment, and sometimes you find when you go into the summer break, 6-7 weeks off, you kind of lose that momentum, but Ash hasn't. He hasn't dropped a beat the entire time.
Yeah, you said that at the start of the show, didn't you? It didn't really matter the break, you just picked up where he left off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, listen, we have a massive amount of respect for all the drivers on the grid, but those 2 in particular are absolutely world class. Absolutely world class. And I think that, that if Ingram does lose points because of what's happened on the grid, I don't want to see that, if I'm being honest, because I want to see this title fight carry on. But the Camish has had a great weekend as well.
It's going to carry on to Knock Hill, where we heard Dan Camish say, from one unique circuit to another. What can we expect there?
Well, the 2 circuits could not be more diametrically opposed. They are completely different, and you require a completely different car setup. You need a car that is absolutely brilliant over the bumps. The wheels are off the ground. There's 3 blind corners. It is a tiny circuit. It feels like we always say racing around your living room. You need agility. You need good change of direction there. I know that the Focus and the Hyundai will be quick up there, but some others may come into play as well. Yeah. But it also always produces close and dramatic racing. There's lots of pinch points that can cause accidents.
Yeah, it really does. The trophy presentations, some of the trophy presentations going on behind us. Let's just bring you up to speed with what's to come. You can relive the best of the action from today's 3 touring car races in our highlight show on Friday evening at 6:30. Here on ITV4. And as we were just chatting about there, our next live action comes from Knock Hill. That's on Sunday, August the 9th. So I do hope you can join us for that. And as always, qualifying is live the day before on the ITV Sport YouTube channel. The sun's been shining here at Thruxton. Presentations going on behind us. There's Dan Camish making his way up to the podium. A big thank you to Tim, to Jade and to Paul. Thank you at home for tuning in as well. It's kind of been the Sutton show once again here at Thruxton. We'll see you at Knock Hill next time. Take care.